Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents What We Did by Brian R. O'Rourke, narrated by Whitney Dykehouse. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue. Mom wasn't answering her phone. Raven nervously tapped the steering wheel of her car with one hand. Pick up, she muttered while she waited for the traffic light to change. Raven's beat-up old car struggled to pump enough heat into the cab. The bitter December air seeped in and wrapped around her like death. Come on, Mom. Her call dropped to voicemail. Rather than leave a message, Raven immediately dialed again. Still sat at the intersection, she checked her rearview mirror. The detective stopped behind her at the light in an unmarked sedan. The sudden but unsurprising appearance of the police made Raven wonder if they had been following her all day, even though they were both headed to the same place at the same time. And it only stood to reason they would cross paths while on the road in this small town. Raven felt the detective's eyes through the mirror itself. The other woman gave a little wave, recognizing Raven's vehicle from the other day, and then motioned. The light had turned green. Raven waved back, trying not to come off as panicked as she felt, then pulled through the intersection. The detective followed along, both vehicles kicking up snow. Come on, Mom, Raven said. Pick up. Hi, Raven. Mom. Raven took a deep breath and reminded herself the detective was following closely and would be watching. What's wrong? Mom asked. The police want to check the house. Check the house? Mom's voice trembled. Don't they need a warrant? How will it look if we refuse to let them in? Mom didn't have to think long about it. Not good. Raven signaled and made her turn. The detective followed. Raven noticed another vehicle, this one a marked police car, trailing the detective. How many police would go through their home? We knew this would happen, Raven said. We have to stick to the plan. You're right. But I'm so scared. I am too. Raven checked the rear view. They're right behind me. We'll be there in 5 minutes. What are we going to do? Mom asked. What if they find something? They won't. Raven, I think it's time that we— No! She snapped, immediately feeling awful for raising her voice at her mother. In a calmer tone, she went on. No, Mom, we agreed. Mom sighed. If that's what you think is best. Raven gritted her teeth. That phrase drove her up a wall. It reminded her of everything that had ever been wrong in their family. I'm going through the bedroom one more time, Mom said, just in case. Good idea, Raven said. They said I love you, and Raven hung up. She had known the police would search the house, but now that the moment was upon them, Raven found the stress nearly unbearable. Using the snowy roads as an excuse, she slowed to a crawl to give Mom more time to perform one last check of the house before the police went through everything. Had they missed any evidence? The thought sent a chill through Raven as she pulled into her neighborhood and turned onto her street, the 2 police vehicles trailing her ominously. Chapter 1. If it had been any other day, the wheel that refused to spin on the shopping cart wouldn't have bothered Raven. She would have shrugged off the annoyance. If it had been any other day, Raven might have offered to help that lonely old woman in the housewares section of the store, who pawed every lamp in the aisle as if confused and looked around in vain for an employee to come to her rescue. If it had been any other day, The fact that 3 of the 6 self-checkout machines were down wouldn't have aggravated her. Instead, she would have made use of that dead time waiting in line to check socials or practice Spanish on one of her language apps. If it had been any other day, Raven would have flipped off the guy in the parking lot who came around the corner way too fast and nearly sideswiped her cart. She would have taken down his license plate and given serious consideration to calling the police about his erratic driving, especially when he nearly mowed down another shopper near the store entrance. But today wasn't any other day. In fact, today was unlike any other. Moreover, the last 2 days were almost not to be believed, as they were so unlike any that had come before. And yet, Raven had lived those 2 days, and could not deny their reality. The red exterior of the big box store was arterial in color, calling to mind that grisly scene at home. Raven forced herself not to think about that. She focused instead on the sky, a cold blue. But that only reminded her of the same wan, icy cobalt of Brigantine Bay, the frost-bitten sting of the sea through her boots, the shivering freeze of all that water creeping into her body as she... Stop. Despite the clarity of the day and its bracing wind, Raven walked as if wandering through a fog. She heaved the recalcitrant shopping cart toward her old car and threw her purchases into the back seat quickly, leaving the cart on the sidewalk instead of the nearby corral because she was in a hurry to get home. For the 100th time that morning, she thought through all the things that needed to be done, beginning with the newly purchased linens in the back seat, while she despaired of how much time it had taken her to complete this quick errand. Without even having to check a clock, Raven knew it had taken her 30 minutes in the store. Her timing had always been great, even going back to her first theater days in middle school, when she entered and hit her mark and never failed to get the laugh or the attention. She was only 5'5", but she might as well have been a foot taller when she was on stage. She wished she was still in the city. Only 2 weeks ago, her biggest problem had been landing her next role. But now she had to hurry back home and... The linens hadn't been where they were supposed to be, and the pillowcases didn't match. She'd given way too much thought to the pillows and spare set of sheets, her brain unable to make what should have been the easiest of decisions. Then she'd dragged and shoved and muscled the cart halfway across the store to the cleaning supplies, where she restocked. They'd used up nearly everything at home to scrub the bloody mess out of existence. And even now, after hours and hours of scouring the walls and floors, Raven still felt the need to roll up her sleeves and get back to work in the master bedroom. Come to think of it, they hadn't checked under the bed yet. Or had they? She'd squeezed her eyes shut to stave off the stress headache and jog her memory, but lack of sleep had robbed her of her faculties. Dirty old snow still crowded the sides of the roads, narrowing all traffic lanes and forcing everyone to drive slowly. Her short ride back home turned into an ordeal, robbing her of precious minutes. The weather and the clock and everyone else unwittingly conspired against her. She breathed a sigh of relief when she finally reached her neighborhood and turned onto her street, a long, narrow lane that wound through the rural forests of Tabernacle. The pine trees provided the only color in this drab, wintry landscape that was otherwise filled with dull grays and earthy browns. The familiar territory added to her sense of calm as she passed the same houses she had seen so many times before, taking that gentle bend in the lane near the ditch, where her house finally came into view. It was a beautiful 2-story colonial-style home, designed to take on the natural forest aesthetic of its surroundings with its faux wooden paneling and earthy tones. The home felt a part of the landscape itself rather than separate, yet another majestic thing that had taken miraculous root in the ground and grown to beautiful maturity, like all the pines and elms surrounding it. When she was a girl, Daddy had promised her the house would one day be hers, and the idea had made her giddy then, as she pictured her adult self lazing on the back porch on a late summer's evening with her own husband, her own daughter, as the fireflies sparked delicately to life. What little relief the sight of her childhood home brought her was short-lived. A work truck with K&B landscaping emblazoned on the side was parked in her driveway. The vehicle belonged to her father's business and could only mean one thing: an employee had come to visit. The gravel crunched under her tires as Raven pulled into the driveway. She followed the semicircle of the driveway and parked near the work truck. The man who had come to presumably see her father stepped off the porch and waved at her with a big smile. She hadn't seen him in years, and though Freddie Thorne's hair had been cut short and was now gray, Raven recognized him immediately. He had worked for her father for a long time. Freddie met her in the gravel driveway. Raven remembered to smile as she popped out of the car.
"Raven Kendrick, is that you?"
Freddie asked. "Hi, Freddie." He came in for a hug. Freddie smelled of cigarettes and had that earthy scent of someone who has worked outside all their life. When they separated, he took another good look at her.
"The last time I saw you, you were still in school,"
Freddie said. "You haven't changed a bit."
"Now, that's a lie."
Freddie rubbed his belly.
"But you're such a good actress, I actually believe you."
They shared a laugh. Though Raven didn't have the time or inclination to catch up with Freddie Thorne right now, she also didn't want to appear preoccupied or come off as rude. She reminded herself that she was playing a part. "How have you been?" she asked. Freddie monologued for almost 5 minutes. His wife had left him, but he was seeing somebody else, an old high school sweetheart. One of his boys had moved to Colorado, the other was studying to be a veterinarian. Raven attended to his every word, fighting her mind's urge to drift, to cycle back to all the things that had happened, and all the terrible things that still had to happen. It was a struggle to remain present.
"Zane mentioned you'd come back home,"
Freddie said delicately. She nodded, relieved he'd finally come up for air. "New York is so expensive. I'm still reading for parts, though, and when something comes along, I'll move back up there," she said. "But you didn't come here to hear my sob story about being a starving artist." Freddie smiled crookedly.
"I'm, looking for your old man. Nobody can get a hold of him."
Zane owned the landscaping business, but he'd turned the day-to-day operations over to Freddie. The arrangement suited her father. He continued to reap the profits, sometimes working as little as 2 days a week. During their off-season, Zane would barely go into the office, often taking the month of December off altogether. Needless to say, Raven hadn't expected anybody from K&B Landscaping to show up this morning, when historically there was no work to be done, and most businesses or homeowners waited for the calendar to flip before thinking about the next year's landscaping work. "He's down the shore," Raven said.
"Huh."
Freddie pulled a face.
"We've been trying him on his cell, but he hasn't answered or called back."
Raven didn't address that. "Is something the matter?" Freddie grew uneasy.
"We had a meeting in Mount Holly yesterday."
Raven's stomach dropped. If Daddy was supposed to be in Mount Holly yesterday, then she and her mother faced a serious problem. "He didn't mention," Raven said. "But he did tell Mom he was going to the Borgata. He plays in those poker tournaments, you know." Freddie nodded nervously.
"Right."
Raven wondered why he was so uncomfortable. Perhaps it was merely because Freddie felt odd checking up on his boss's whereabouts. "Daddy doesn't talk to me about work often," she said. "What was the meeting about?"
Property management company is looking to hire a landscaper to maintain their commercial sites. It's a good opportunity for us. A lot of new work."
Raven swallowed hard.
"How about your mom?" he asked. "Is she around?"
"She's not feeling well," Raven answered quickly.
"Sorry to hear that. It is that time of year."
Raven nodded. "Cold and flu season."
"Anyway," Freddie said, "if you talk to your old man, could you ask him to give me a call?"
Raven thought about what she wanted to say and how she wanted to sound while she carried her purchases inside. Carefully considering every word, she rehearsed her mental script before dialing her father's number. "Hi, Daddy," Raven said into the phone. "Freddie Thorne stopped by. He's been trying to reach you about a meeting. He asked you to call him back when you get a chance. Talk to you soon. Bye." She almost closed by saying "love you," but thought better of it. Zane was her father, and perhaps she loved him in that obligatory way a child does a parent whom they also despise. She wondered how the voicemail would sound later, when it would undoubtedly be played back and pored over by police and forensics experts, when it might be introduced as evidence in a courtroom, when jurors with disinterested but keen ears would listen intently. Would they think it was a message left by a daughter angered by her father's obtrusive gambling problems? Or would they think it the voice of someone going through the motions, an actress, pretending to leave a voicemail for someone she knew would never hear it? Raven wished she could have played the message back, deleted it if necessary, done a second take. But that wasn't possible. There were no second takes in life. Her father was dead. Chapter 2. Raven carried the cleaning supplies, new linens, and pillows upstairs in 2 trips. She had to talk to Mom, but she also wanted to give the master bedroom another once-over. Turning on every lamp and then using her flashlight app, Raven inspected every square inch of the wall, carpet, surface, and even the ceiling. Satisfied there was no evidence lurking in the carpet fibers or hiding in plain sight on the nightstand, Raven put the new sheets and pillows on the bed. She left the cleaning supplies in that room and went to her own bedroom and replaced the linens there as well, figuring it would look less suspicious if they replaced the sheets throughout the house. Once she repeated the process in the spare bedroom, Raven went back downstairs. Her parents had installed new carpets on the first floor and retiled the 2 bathrooms. Some of the furniture was new, and she was still getting used to it. Her father's business continued to thrive, apparently, and Daddy liked to spend his money on home improvements, even though her parents rarely entertained guests. The moment she stepped into the kitchen, she realized what she'd forgotten to do. The weather service was calling for snow in the coming days, and especially given the fact Mom couldn't leave the house, Raven needed to stock up on food. She should have thought of this already. Mom's phone was right where Raven had left it, sitting on the corner of the dining room table. Raven tapped in Mom's code and checked for messages. She saw her own missed call, and another from an unidentified number that looked spammy. There was an AI-sounding text from that same unidentified number. "Hello, how are you?" Raven put the phone back on the dining room table. In the kitchen, she grabbed 2 bottled waters out of the refrigerator and hesitated by the door to the basement. She wasn't looking forward to this conversation. The old basement stairs groaned as she descended. At the bottom, Raven peered into the darkness of the open space to the left. Their last couch had been retired down here and faced an ancient entertainment center and TV that nobody used anymore. Most of the space had been used for storage. Big, bulky cardboard boxes covered the floor. To her right was the door to the room her father had soundproofed when he'd taken up the electric guitar again in his 40s, his version of a midlife crisis. He and a few of his childhood friends and drinking buddies had gigged briefly in local bars, essentially playing for free beer and the chance to relive their glory days. 2 or 3 nights a month, they were once more the most popular kids in high school. Raven removed the chair propped against the door. Its legs were crooked. It hadn't been like that earlier. Mom must have tried to get out. Raven opened the door. Her mother was curled up on the couch. She opened her sleepy eyes slowly, but then sat up quickly, coming to in a flash. Raven steeled herself, suddenly fearful that Mom was going to charge her in a mad, violent attempt to get out of the house. But then her mother's usual subservient nature prevailed. Mom rubbed under her baggy eyes and stood with a yawn, stretching her arms overhead. In the tiny space, even her short mother's hands reached the ceiling. "I was worried," Mom said. She still wasn't used to seeing Mom with dark hair. Before Raven had graduated from high school, Mom had let her hair go completely gray, refusing to put in the effort of continually dyeing it. But Mom had dyed it a few months ago, apparently, restoring it to its dark sheen, a lustrous midnight black that Raven had inherited, and which matched her name. "Sorry," Raven answered. "I brought you water." "Thanks." Raven moved slowly into the middle of the room, making sure to keep herself between Mom and the door. She put the 2 water bottles on the coffee table in front of the couch. Looking around, she noticed that Mom had pushed Dad's instruments and sound equipment up against the opposing wall to give herself more space. The old rug bore the tread of someone pacing back and forth. Dust had been disturbed in various places as well. "I have to use the bathroom," Mom said. "Of course." Mom looked past her. "Can I go? Now?" "Mom, you're not a prisoner." Her mother gave her a wounded look. Raven bobbed her head. "Let's use the one down here." She preceded her mother out of the soundproof music room. Mom edged cautiously into the open space of the basement, as if expecting Raven to spring some kind of trap. Raven's heart broke at the sight of her frightened, broken mother, and this reignited her smoldering hatred of her father, a hatred powerful enough to at least temporarily quell any feelings of guilt. Mom gave her a sad smile before stepping into the bathroom. Raven positioned herself at the foot of the stairs. What a horrible, bald-faced lie she'd just uttered. Of course her mother was a prisoner, though she prayed it would not be for long. Once they had gained some emotional distance from Dad's death, Raven hoped her mother would come around to her way of thinking. Mom emerged and lingered outside the bathroom, her eyes drifting toward the stairway behind Raven. "How are you feeling?" Raven asked. "Worried about you," Mom shrugged. "And scared." "Did you take a nap, at least?" "Sort of." Mom's smile was weak. "Raven, Whatever she had intended to say, whether it was planned or had been spontaneous, Mom did not complete the thought. "Are you hungry?" Raven asked. "What can I make for you?" "I don't think I could eat." "You need to eat something." Her mother relented, just like she always did. "Okay." "How about a sandwich? Ham on rye?" "Okay." Interacting with the shell of a person her mother had become was unbearably sad. But that wasn't Raven's fault. Dad had done this to the woman, through years of condescension and gaslighting and manipulation and abuse, both physical and emotional. Robin Huntingdon had once been a mighty, majestic oak, the kindest, most beautiful woman in town. And then Zane Kendrick had married her and chopped her down into a stump, and then whittled that stump into the twig standing before Raven, a slight, brittle thing that a child could snap in two. "Do you need more medicine?" Raven asked. Her mother shook her head. "I only take that in the mornings." "Anything else I can bring? How about a change of clothes?" "I'd like to get a shower," Mom said. Raven wanted to say yes. She didn't enjoy this situation either. But she had to be careful. Mom was fragile and broken and couldn't be trusted right now. That wasn't Mom's fault, but it was a reality Raven had to deal with. "How about tonight?" Raven asked. "I forgot some things at the store and have to run out again. I'd like to do that before dinner, if that's all right." Mom drew a deep breath. "I won't do anything, Raven. I promise." Raven was so tempted to give in. She wanted to throw her arms around Mom and walk together back upstairs and face this terrible new reality as one. "Let's give it another day, Mom," Raven said. "You're not yourself." Mom smiled limply. "I haven't been myself in a long time, sweetie." Like a prisoner resigned to their fate, Mom ambled back into the music room and slumped onto the couch once more. Raven muscled the old TV from the other part of the basement into the room and plugged it into the wall. "You might be able to get some channels down here," Raven said. "Thanks, dear." Raven went back to the door. "Before I go, I have to talk to you about something." Mom went stiff. "What happened?" Raven held out a palm, hoping to stem the tide of Mom's ever-simmering anxiety. "Freddie Thorne just stopped by. They're looking for Daddy." Mom's pale face turned even whiter. "There was a meeting in Mount Holly yesterday with a potential client," Raven explained. "It sounds like they expected Dad there. Did he say anything about it to you?" Mom's eyes drifted away from her. She did not answer. "Mom?" "No." Mom's eyes slowly drifted back to her. "Your father doesn't tell me anything." Raven did not correct her mother's use of the present tense. "Honey," Mom said, rising quickly, "this isn't going to work. No one will believe our story if—" "They will if we stick to it. Dad leaves the business to the guys all the time. He goes off and does his own thing whenever he wants. Freddie and the other managers will corroborate that." Mom shook her head. "Zane likes to be there for big meetings. It makes him feel important. He would have—" "We don't have a choice," Raven reminded her. Mom slowly sat back down on the sofa. Her gaze dropped to the floor in front of her as she seemed to fold in on herself. "This isn't good," Mom said. Raven didn't disagree. "Now that Freddie's stopped by, we have to start looking for Daddy." Mom said nothing. Raven had already left Mom alone for the morning. There wasn't enough time to go through the motions of driving to Brigantine, where their shore house was, pretend to search for her father, and come back this afternoon, either. I think I'd better start by the VFW. I can start asking around, Raven said. Who was bartending on Monday night? Mom looked up at her.
Cooper.
Cooper?
Cooper Young.
Raven felt like she'd been gut-punched. Cooper Young? Mom nodded.
Daddy never told you?
Raven didn't remind her mother that she and Dad hadn't spoken for nearly a decade. Since Raven had come home 2 weeks ago, they'd only exchanged 2 words, hi and bye. He never said, Raven answered, as a very different but equally powerful set of emotions broadsided her.
When was the last time you saw Coop?
Mom asked. Raven shook her head. I was still in college. Mom pinned her with a look.
Honey, are you sure about this?
Raven swallowed hard. Yes. She went to leave, but her mother spoke again.
Has anyone tried to contact me?
Raven narrowed her eyes. She sensed something more behind Mom's innocent-sounding question. I thought you didn't really talk to anyone anymore. Mom pursed her lips.
But what if somebody is trying to get a hold of me? Won't it look suspicious if I don't answer?
Raven had to admit that was true. Corralling her mother into the basement and locking her up in the music room had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, not something thought out and planned for. Her mother didn't make much of a social footprint, but she did leave one. Whether that was occasionally liking or commenting on a friend's Facebook post, or emailing her cousin in Pennsylvania and asking about her children, Mom left a mark on the world, and her absence would be noticed. But for all the same reasons she couldn't let Mom leave the house, Raven also couldn't permit her mother to have a cell phone. On her best days, Mom wasn't the strongest or sharpest. Years of a degrading marriage had done their work. And Mom would not be at her best for quite some time. I mentioned to Freddie that you weren't feeling well, Raven said. And it's cold and flu season. We'll say you caught a bug yesterday, okay?
I'm feeling much better,
Mom said.
You don't have to worry.
Raven decided to play along with the obvious lie. I know you are, Mom, but I think you need another day to get your head right.
If that's what you think is best,
Mom said. Those words broke Raven's heart. She'd heard them so many times before. It was what Mom always said to Dad. Chapter 3. Raven stopped at the grocery store, but everyone else had beaten her to the punch. The bread aisle was practically bare. She picked up more lunch meat and cheese at the deli, then checked out. The VFW was right around the corner from the grocery store. Raven gazed across the street at the old building, both dreading and eager to go there. She paid for her food and left the groceries in her car before crossing the street. It was only 4:30, but the VFW appeared to be open. A flock of young girls dressed in colorful outfits raced ahead of her to get inside, and she was suddenly 20 years younger, wearing ghillies herself and racing upstairs to take her Irish dance lessons as well. She turned down a short hall and entered the warm darkness of the bar area. It was one large room, maybe 40 by 60 feet, with a bar stretched along one of the wider sides and a handful of tables in the middle of the floor. A dartboard hung crookedly near the entrance to both single bathrooms, placed precariously between the doors at face height. How no one had ever taken a dart to the eye was probably a statistical miracle. Still, it was difficult to deny the warm feeling of the neighborhood bar, with its old wooden tables and chairs pocked and pitted with age, the pennants on the walls celebrating decades-old sports victories, the ancient Miller Lite sign, slightly yellowed with age, that hummed with uneconomical electricity. Raven had never been here, but she felt like she knew the place, because her father had spoken of it so much. The quaint pub was exactly as she'd imagined. One heavy-set old-timer turned on his bar stool to appraise her, smiling as if he knew who she was before returning to the newspaper he was reading. There were no other customers about the bar. Raven grabbed a stool on the other end, so as not to invite conversation with the drinker. There was nobody working the bar, but the man reading the paper had a drink in front of him. After a moment of awkward silence, he laid the newspaper on the bar and looked over at her.
"You're Raven, aren't you?"
"Guilty as charged," she said, wincing inwardly at her choice of words. The dim lighting hid her blush well. "What gave me away? The purple hair?"
"You look like your mother."
He smiled.
"I'm Dan, but everybody calls me Slick. Don't ask and I won't tell."
"I won't ask," she laughed. "I didn't think Mom came in here that often."
"It's been a while, yeah. Now your father, on the other hand, I heard he gets his mail forwarded to the VFW.
Slick chuckled at his own joke.
"What's Zane up to today? I hope he's coming by later. We got into some mischief the other night."
That confirmed what Raven and her mother had suspected. 2 nights ago, Dad had gotten rip-roaring drunk and miraculously driven home without wrapping his SUV around a telephone pole. Raven, a heavy sleeper, hadn't heard him come home, but for some reason, the sound of running bathwater had roused her. Slick was waiting for an answer. "Daddy went down the shore," she said.
"Must be a big poker tournament at the Borgata."
He tapped the side of his nose, like they'd just entered into each other's confidences, and her father's gambling habits were state secrets.
"Coop will be right out,"
Slick explained, motioning at the empty bar.
"He was just checking on my sandwich."
Raven's heart swelled at the mention of her ex-boyfriend, but the sentiment passed as she recalled their painful breakup. Dating their senior year, Raven and Coop had discussed continuing their relationship long distance, with Raven going away for college and Cooper staying in town for work. She'd been overjoyed when Coop had assured her they could make it work, when he discussed their future, and when he mentioned more than a few times that he'd be happy to live anywhere. But then, not long after graduation, Cooper had blindsided her. Without warning or much of an explanation, he'd ended their relationship. Less than 48 hours later, Coop was making out with Bonnie Swift at one of the notorious lake parties where underage kids went to drink. He had moved on quickly. Slick excused himself and slipped into the men's room. Raven palmed the bar top and wondered how Cooper would greet her. After learning he'd hooked up with Bonnie Swift so soon after the breakup, the corpse of their relationship still fresh, she'd driven to the hardware store where he worked and confronted him, accusing him of being heartless and of being unfaithful and of all sorts of other things which, looking back now, he probably didn't deserve. Cooper Young had an unfair reputation as a ladies' man, but he'd always been the perfect gentleman toward her. Fortunately, 9 years had passed. She'd only run into him one time after that, while home on summer break from college, and they had exchanged a few pained words quickly and awkwardly before parting. The double-hinged door leading into the kitchen swung open and knocked into the shelf behind the bar as Cooper backed out, bearing a red plastic forearm-sized basket holding Slick's sandwich. He didn't even notice her until he'd fully turned, and when he did, he stopped in his tracks and gazed incredulously at Raven. Cooper looked dazzling. He wore a fitted black t-shirt which was tight across his broad chest, snug to his capped shoulders and short on the arms. Veins bulged in his biceps. He must have put on 20 or 30 pounds since she last saw him, but none of it had gone to his waist. With his dark brown hair swept across his head in a high part, he could have passed for a model. A new, intricate tattoo circled one forearm.
"Raven,"
he said, still incredulous. Cooper set the basket down in front of Slick's place and came out from behind the bar with a huge smile. "Hi, Coop," she said. They could have turned the heater off. Her face was that hot. He approached, and her heart skipped a beat when he wrapped her in a hug. She'd forgotten that woodsy smell of him until this moment, and the scent took her back in time, to those days when they used to cuddle on his basement couch and watch movies together, their hands often searching each other under the blanket they shared. Still holding her, he pulled his head back and looked into her eyes. If he'd bent forward to kiss her, she would have let him. She would have done wicked things to him. She would have dragged him into the tiny women's room and let him have his way. She would have...
"You look great,"
he said, finally letting her go, then seemed to grow embarrassed.
Sorry, I don't know what came over me. I should have asked if you wanted to hug before I manhandled you."
Her throat was dry. "That's okay." He was at a loss for words, then broke into a smile.
"I see your dad all the time, but I never expected to see you."
His voice trailed off. She couldn't tell if he'd meant to imply he'd never expected to see her in the bar, or ever again. "It's good to see you," she said. He seemed to remember he was working.
"Please, sit. How about a drink? Are you hungry? What can I get you?" "Hey, Coop," Slick said. "I'm not a stickler for the rules, but I don't want you to get in trouble if somebody else comes in. She can be my guest."
"Guest?" she asked.
"Thanks, Slick," Coop said before turning back to her. "It's no big deal. Please, sit."
She reclaimed her stool while Cooper went behind the bar. She stole another glance at his physique while his back was turned, and soaked in that V-shaped torso. It made her knees weak. Good thing she was sitting down. He reached under the bar and came back up holding a thick, leather-bound book, which he opened in front of her.
"You have to be a member to drink here," Coop explained. "Unless a member like Slick here has brought you as a guest. Just sign right here and we're good to go."
Their fingertips brushed, sending a jolt of electricity through her body, as she took a pen from him to sign the old book. She smiled at Slick. "Thanks." He raised his glass with a smile.
"How about a drink?" Coop asked again. "On the house."
A drink would have hit the spot, but she didn't trust herself with alcohol right now. She had to keep her wits, and seeing Coop again had put her in her feelings. "It's a little early for me," she said. "I'd better not."
"I know."
He snapped his fingers.
"How about a cherry Coke with a dash of vanilla?"
She wanted to die. He had remembered her favorite soda. "It's been years," she said, "but that sounds great." Coop used the gun to pour her a soda, then added grenadine, cherries, and a splash of vanilla.
"Been years since I made one of these."
He gave her a wink as he put the bubbly drink in front of her.
"How'd I do?"
She took a sip, and it was heavenly. His smell, this drink, those eyes of his, everything was taking her back to high school, to a much simpler time, before she realized just how terrible her father was, before she had suffered years of artistic rejection, and before she'd been forced to confront the very real possibility that she simply wasn't good enough at doing the one thing she'd always dreamed of doing. She was back in his basement, spooning on the couch. She was back in his old pickup truck. She was back in the gymnasium for senior prom. She was, once more, everywhere with Cooper Young, the so-called bad boy with a heart of gold. "Delicious," she said. He leaned against the bar and gave her a killer smile.
"It's great to see you. Your father mentioned you were back in town for a bit."
His mention of her father brought Raven crashing back to the present. Slick came out of the men's room and gave them both a knowing look before settling on his stool and tucking into his food.
"So what brings you in?"
Cooper asked. Raven kept her voice low. "I wanted to talk to you. In private, if possible." He grew serious.
"What's wrong?"
Coop had always been able to read her. "Everything's fine," she said quickly, unable to keep that dreadful image of her dead father from popping into her mind. Slick wasn't looking at them, but Raven could tell he was listening. Cooper read her mind.
"Hey, Slick, I'll be back in a few minutes, all right? If Joe comes in, he knows where the Miller lights are."
Slick laughed as Cooper led Raven into the back. There was a cook working the stove at the other end of the kitchen. She followed Coop out a door into the exterior behind the VFW. They stepped into the cold winter air onto a small, cracked patio with some old lawn chairs. Raven smiled at him. "You look good, by the way."
"Oh, by the way?"
He gave her that dangerous smile of his.
"You were just noticing now, huh?"
Despite the cold, her neck felt hot against the collar of her coat. "Dad's down the shore," she said, quickly changing the subject. "At least that's where we think he is. But Freddie Thorne stopped by the house. They're looking for him. There was a meeting yesterday, and..." She realized she wasn't making any sense to him.
"Tell me what's wrong,"
he said. "It's probably nothing." She forced another limp smile. "I'll bet Daddy's in some card room ignoring his phone. You know how he is." Cooper's expression darkened.
"I do."
She wondered what that look meant, but plowed on. "Monday night, was he acting strangely? Did you speak to him at all?" Cooper thought about it.
"Not much. They were all betting on the game. A lot of side action."
"Side action?"
"Prop bets,"
Coop said, which didn't clear things up for her.
"But no, I didn't talk to him much."
"Did he mention he was going to the shore?" Raven asked, before quickly adding, "Because that's what he told us he was doing." Cooper scratched the back of his head.
No."
"What is it?" He looked away for a moment.
"There's something I should tell you."
She went still. Coop said,
"Last week, your father got really drunk. I had to stop serving him and call a cab. But before that happened, he started mouthing off about your mother."
"What did he say?"
"He made these inappropriate jokes," Coop went on. "You know, like it was still 1950, and if your mother didn't do the dishes, he'd put her in her place." He played it off like he was kidding, but I got a bad feeling.
Raven closed her eyes. She'd never told Coop about what she'd witnessed while in high school. By the time she'd grown the courage to confront her father, she was in college and hadn't spoken to Cooper in years.
"I told him that kind of talk wasn't right,"
Cooper said, his hands balling into fists.
"And that if I ever found out he was laying hands on your mother, I'd put him in his place."
Raven reached for his shoulder. She felt the violent tension running throughout his body. "Easy, Coop. No rough stuff, okay?" They shared a laugh, and his arm relaxed, his hand opening.
"Who, me?"
he said.
"I'd never rough anybody up." They both knew that wasn't true. Cooper had an unfair reputation as a brawler. He never started fights, but he sure as hell finished them. After she'd gotten to know him, Raven had learned that Cooper suffered from a profound sense of morality. He couldn't let a wrong, no matter how slight, go. When his friends were mocked or hurt or embarrassed, he immediately and often violently came to their defense. His vigilante style of schoolyard justice always landed him in more trouble than the instigators themselves, and he'd earned more than his fair share of suspensions. "Back to Monday night," she said. "Do you remember what time he left?" "He was my last customer. I closed early, a little after 1. That's when he left." Raven pictured the two of them alone in the bar together. If it was just the two of them, surely they must have exchanged words. But Coop had already said that wasn't the case. Raven wondered at that for a moment. Her father had been a big, strong man, and wouldn't have taken kindly to Coop's threats from last week. "Has he ever laid a hand on your mother?" Cooper asked. Raven didn't know what to say. Admitting her father had abused Mom would only raise suspicions later. But then again, this was Coop she was talking to. Even after all these years, she knew she could trust him. Her eyes grew watery. Unable to make a sound, she nodded mutely. Coop put his arm around her. "Has he ever hurt you?" Coop asked. She shook her head emphatically before melting into him. He gently hugged her this time while she wept quietly. "I'm sorry," he murmured. Chapter 4. Robin, 11 years ago. "Where were you?" Zane asked. Robin removed her earrings and hung them on the jewelry board in the master bedroom, watching her husband, who was lounging on the bed, through the mirror above her dresser. "I told you," Robin said. "I met up with Shelley and Aaron." "Yeah, I'll bet." Zane sat up. "Where'd you go?" Robin wanted to roll her eyes, but she knew better. "The alehouse." "Oh, yeah." Robin removed her necklace and laid that on her dresser. "Yes, Zane, I told you where we'd be." She knew she shouldn't have said it. At least, she shouldn't have said it with that exhausted tone he hated. But Robin couldn't help it. Sometimes she didn't have the energy that meekness so often required. "You were out pretty late," he said. Robin bit back what she wanted to say. Her husband went out 2 or 3 times a week and always came home late. It had gotten worse recently, when he'd hired an old friend to manage the family landscaping business. Zane had effectively pulled himself out of the day-to-day operations, though he still reaped the profits of being the owner and operator. But now he really could come and go as he pleased. Showing up at the office around lunchtime wasn't a problem, which meant he could stay out as late as he damned well pleased. "I told you I'd be home by 10. It's 9:30, she said. "What did you girls talk about?" he asked. She sighed, resigning herself to the jealous man's interrogation. Over the years, this had become their ritual. It had gotten so bad that Robin sometimes canceled plans to meet up with friends last minute, not wanting to deal with the flack she'd take for an innocent night of fun with her besties from high school. Tonight, she had nearly retched before going out because her stomach was in knots. "You know, girl stuff," she said, still holding out hope that he'd drop it. "Like what?" Robin sat on the bed beside her husband.
It was a wonder he let her out of the house at all, with how much he probed her afterward for daring to have a life and enjoy herself. The truth was, she couldn't remember what they'd discussed. They'd talked about everything and nothing, relived old stories, compared memories, and generally laughed their heads off the entire time. She'd had a blast, but throughout the night, that heavy feeling in the pit of her stomach would come back, reminding her of what was waiting at home.
"What did you have to drink? What about dinner?"
She summarized her orders. She'd only had one margarita, a fact that Zane refused to believe because she had been out to dinner for almost 3 hours and who only had one drink in all that time. Feeling courageous, she made a snide remark that not everybody could drink like he did. Her satisfaction at having annoyed him was short-lived and died the moment she glimpsed the murderous look in his eyes.
"There's no call to be sarcastic," he said. "I'm just asking about your night because I'm genuinely curious."
Genuinely curious was the most charitable way to put it. He asked what Shelley and Aaron had ordered. Then if Shelley had spoken poorly of her husband, which she was wont to do, and if Aaron had hit on every single-looking guy in the place because she couldn't get enough dick. These questions were all so rich coming from her husband, who drank to excess constantly and flirted unabashedly with other women, sometimes right in front of her, and who she was almost certain had been a philanderer at various points in their marriage. "I'm tired," she said, planting the seeds that this conversation would be over shortly.
"Did you see anybody you know?"
he asked. "It's a small town," she answered. "I knew just about everybody there." He smacked her. Normally she was prepared for the blows, could sense them coming right before they landed. But not this time. She didn't know it then, but this was a turning point in his violence. From then on, his strikes would be more and more unpredictable, somehow making them even worse.
"I already told you. There's no reason to be sarcastic."
She put a hand to her electrified cheek. It was warm where he'd hit her. She prayed for a bruise, but knew she wouldn't be so lucky. Her husband knew just how to strike her without leaving an incriminating mark. "Sorry," she said.
"Well?"
He leaned against her.
"Did you see anybody you know?"
Her eyes were watery. "No, Zane. I didn't talk to anyone other than Shelley and Aaron, if that's what you're asking."
"That's what they'd tell me if I asked them, Robin? That you didn't talk to anyone?"
Her legs began to shake, the fight-or-flight response finally kicking in, now that the slap had registered.
"Why are you so afraid to answer me?"
he asked. "I saw Frank from the office, but I only waved. I didn't say hi."
"See?" He rubbed her thigh. "Was telling the truth so hard?"
She didn't answer.
"Anybody else?"
he asked. "Don't tell him." No."
"Robin."
His hand went around her side.
"You can tell me. It's all right."
"Don't tell him." "There was a group of guys I knew from high school at the bar, but I didn't interact with them, I swear."
"Who were they?"
"Don't tell him." "Some guys I graduated with. I don't remember all their names. That was a long time ago."
"I could name everybody from my graduating class,"
he said. "Don't." "Well, a couple were more familiar. Sean was there. I don't remember his last name.
And
I don't remember his last name.
you said a couple. Sean is only one.
Don't tell him. You have to. Oh, she palmed her forehead and faked a smile, pretending to laugh at herself. I forgot. Alistair was there. I only saw him briefly. He didn't stay long, and we didn't talk. Zane went very still.
Alistair Lennox?
She nodded.
That little jerk-off who used to have a crush on you?
Robin had been about to come to Alistair's defense, but thought better of it.
He's what?
Zane prompted. Robin's mind quickly flashed back to high school, to those formative days when she'd worried about what everyone else would think and say. She'd really liked Alistair. He was nerdy, but kind of cute and, more importantly, sweet. Alistair had befriended her first, thus beginning his awkward but kind courtship. Several months later, he'd worked up the nerve. In a breathless, run-on sentence, he'd made his clumsy and apologetic pitch. It had been, to her surprise, so endearing. But her instinct for social self-preservation had kicked in, making her decline his advances out of hand. They could be friends, a sort of friends, but they couldn't date. She said she didn't think of him like that, even though she did. She was too afraid of what her friends would think, which seemed silly now. She'd lost touch with most of them and didn't care to reconnect either. Alistair had handled the sting of her knee-jerk rejection well, and didn't decide to get back at her the only way he knew how, by ending their friendship also. Instead, poor, nerdy, sweet Alistair greeted her the following day as if nothing had changed, breaking the newly formed ice between them with one of his corny jokes. Alistair Lennox was still a nerd, but he was also still kind of cute, and he was definitely kind. Looking back now on her high school romances, Robin had to admit that she could have done, and had done, a lot worse than Alistair. She'd forsaken Alistair because being his girlfriend would have been social suicide, instead choosing to date a string of more popular guys who'd treated her horribly. By the time she'd grown some sense, Alistair had gone away for college, and it was too late. It was darkly ironic how much time she'd spent in her youth worrying about what other people thought. Because now, as an adult, she only worried about what one person thought. And she spent all her time fretting over what the man sitting beside her on this bed would think. "He looks the same," she said, forcing herself to laugh at Alistair. "Still a nerd. I was surprised he hadn't brought a book to the bar so he could read." It was the humor that saved her. After a long, stony silence, Zane cracked a smile and laughed.
You know, you can be pretty funny sometimes.
He leaned over and kissed her cheek.
And yeah, I guess the last person I have to worry about is Alistair Lennox, huh?
You don't have to worry about anyone, Zane. She forced herself to turn and look him in the eye. I made a vow to you.
That's right.
He ran a hand down the side of her face.
You did.
He grabbed her hair just a little too roughly and pulled her down onto the bed. The living room floor stayed dirty no matter how much Robin cleaned. She passed the vacuum back and forth frantically, hoping that Zane wouldn't come home to find the place a mess. He'd recently demanded she quit her bookkeeping job at the physician's office,
not wanting her to spend so much time around these well-to-do doctors with wandering eyes who liked to bang their assistants on the side, apparently. In all her years of working, she'd never seen that happen, but according to Zane, it was commonplace. Anyway, now that she was a full-time homemaker, Zane had certain expectations about the house. Since she didn't have to work, the house really should be spotless now. While she didn't enjoy constantly cleaning, dusting, vacuuming, and washing the windows, Robin had to admit that Zane did have a point. If all she was doing was sitting around, she might as well keep the place in order for her husband, who had made it so she didn't have to get a real job. It was the least she could do. But the goddamned vacuum wasn't picking anything up. She jerked it frantically back and forth, as if these sudden bursts of speed would improve its suction, in the same way a person hits the floor button on the elevator to make the doors close faster. But no matter what Robin did, all the little things that ended up on the floor of a house lived in by 3 people and 1 Labrador retriever stayed mostly where they were. All she was doing was pushing dirt and crumbs and lint and bits of paper around. If Zane came home and found the place like this, he was going to lose his mind. That little nothing slap he'd administered a few weeks ago, when she'd gone out with Shelley and Erin to the bar, would feel like a loving caress compared to what he'd do to her if he came home from a long day at work to a house this messy. Harder and harder she pushed the vacuum. She went from corner to corner of the living room, but nothing picked up. Robin felt like she was in the grip of some sadistic nightmare written and directed by her abusive husband, a Twilight Zone episode highlighting a homemaker's worst fears. "Mom!" Robin was startled. She stood up straight and looked around the pitch-black living room. Why was it so dark out? "Mom?" Raven put a hand on her shoulder. "Mom? Are you awake now? What are you—" It took her a moment to recognize her own daughter in the darkness. At 16, Raven was no longer the little girl she still dreamed of, the one who burst into a smile at the sight of Robin and came running toward her off the bus for a big hug. But that was years ago now. Her daughter was never that happy to see her anymore. And it was the middle of the night. Why was she in the living room? "Mom," Raven said, "you're sleepwalking again." No, she refused to believe it. She'd just been vacuuming. A person didn't do that in her sleep. "I was tidying up before your father came home." Raven put an arm around her. "Mom, it's 3:00 in the morning. I heard you from my bedroom. You were crying." "No, I wasn't." But Robin reached for her cheek anyway, her palm coming away wet and salty. "Come on, Mom. Let's get back to bed." Robin hadn't fully returned to reality, however. What if Zane looked at the floor before he went off to work tomorrow morning? She'd be in trouble. "I have to finish," she said. "The vacuuming, it isn't done yet." "Mom, the floor is spotless." Raven pointed at their feet. "And you didn't even have the thing plugged in." To her surprised embarrassment, Robin realized her daughter was right. She had been sleepwalking. The vacuum cord was still wrapped around the side of the device, forming a figure-8 pattern around 2 notches at the top and bottom. She'd been pushing a dead vacuum around the living room and had had no idea. Raven placed a gentle hand on her back. "Come on, Mom." Pain shot through Robin at her daughter's touch. She twisted away. "What's the matter?" Raven asked. "Are you okay?" "It's nothing," Mom giggled. "I was so stupid.
I was on a step stool, and instead of getting down, I twisted to get something off the floor, and I hurt my back. It's nothing." Raven gave her a long, incredulous look. Robin couldn't hold her gaze. "I'm sorry I woke you, sweetie," Mom said. "I thought this new medication might stop the sleepwalking." Raven's face fell. Though she hadn't asked the question, nor had Robin answered it, her daughter knew that her mother's back injury wasn't from twisting herself into a pretzel while on a stepladder. "It's okay, Mom." Raven gave her a big hug, careful not to squeeze her back too hard. Chapter 5. Cooper wanted to catch up, but Raven had to get back home to Mom, so she invented an excuse. Not wanting to take no for an answer, Coop shyly asked if they could meet up for drinks later in the week. The question confused Raven. She couldn't tell if he was asking her on a date, and if he was, she didn't know how to feel about that. As she walked in a daze toward her car through the bleak afternoon, Raven cringed, recalling her unintelligible response. She'd mentioned how busy she was this week, then said yes, then backed off with a maybe. Coop was probably as confused as she was. She sat in her car for a minute, composing herself. One brief exchange with her old boyfriend, and she'd nearly come apart at the seams. It was embarrassing and ridiculous. She had to be stronger. Not just for herself, but also for Mom. Raven timed the drive home poorly, getting stuck behind several buses pulling out of the elementary school. While waiting at a red light, she checked her phone out of habit. She didn't have any texts, but there were new emails. It was mostly junk mail. The last message she came to originated from an unfamiliar and nondescript email address. She would have automatically deleted a message like this, but the subject line arrested her attention. "I know what happened." Raven opened the email, but there was no message in the body. Growing nervous, she read the sender's email address again, hoping to glean some information. But the generic, random-seeming letters and numbers did not betray the author's identity. "I know what happened." Raven was still thinking about the email when she pulled onto her street, looking forward to a quiet moment to process everything and speak with her mother again. She was disheartened to find yet another unfamiliar vehicle parked in the driveway. A police cruiser. Panicked, she considered speeding away, while at the same time wondering how the police had figured out her father was dead already, even though neither she nor her mother had reported him missing yet. Perhaps whoever had sent the email had alerted the authorities, and a lanky, broad-shouldered police officer in plain clothes stood next to the open door of the cruiser, one leg inside like he was about to leave, and watched her approach. Having been seen, she couldn't drive away now. With a heavy ball in the pit of her stomach, Raven turned into the driveway. This probably had nothing to do with Daddy at all. She knew she was fooling herself. What else could this be about? Raven came to a stop in front of the porch. The man in the suit looked about Mom's age, around 50. He had one of those faces that defied expression, his features seemingly locked into a permanent neutrality. She grabbed one of the grocery bags from the back seat and got out. "Afternoon," he said, his tone just as neutral as his face. "I'm Detective Jack Caldwell. Do you live here?" "Yes," she answered. "I'm Raven Kendrick." "Nice to meet you." He looked past her into her car. "Looks like you're stocked up for the storm. Can I help bring those bags inside?" Raven would have been impressed by how smoothly the detective had invited himself into her home if she weren't so panicked. Not knowing how to say no tactfully without coming across as rude or looking like she had something to hide, Raven took him up on the offer. Raven unlocked the front door first and poked her head inside. She realized, much too late, she'd be in trouble if Mom had figured out a way to get out of the basement while she was gone. Her mother was liable to say or do anything right now, and Raven couldn't allow that. But Mom wasn't waiting for her in the foyer. Holding in a sigh of relief, she turned back to find Caldwell, only a foot behind her, lugging 3 bags of groceries. They set the bags down on the kitchen counters. She thought about how an innocent person would act. "I don't mean to be rude," Raven said, "but I'd like to put these perishables away and get dinner started. Do you mind if I do that while we talk?"
"No problem,"
Caldwell said.
"This won't take long. Beautiful place you've got here."
"Thank you." Raven opened the fridge. "It belongs to my parents."
"Zane and Robin, correct?"
He'd only asked one question, but it was making her nervous. "Right." The detective took a moment to look around the kitchen. He peered out the window above the sink into the backyard. Raven put the milk in the door and closed the fridge. "So what brings you out here, detective?" Instead of answering, he asked another question.
"Are your parents around?"
"Mom is," Raven said, watching his eyes carefully. "But she's not feeling well." Caldwell grunted.
"That time of year."
"Yes."
"Is your father at work?"
Caldwell asked. She thought she was prepared to answer this question, but Raven wasn't, not by a long shot. Uncertain whether she should raise her false concerns about her father's whereabouts yet, she wavered long enough for the detective to notice. "I think he's down the shore," Raven said.
"You think?"
"We don't have the best relationship," Raven answered. "I've only just moved back home." Caldwell nodded slowly.
"What's down the shore?"
She smiled. "Casinos and card rooms, and our beach house." Caldwell almost smiled back at her. The thought was there, in his eyes. The more she thought about it, the more Raven had to admit she had to give the detective more. It would look suspicious if she called tomorrow to report her father's disappearance after not mentioning Freddie Thorne's visit. "I think he's down the shore because that's what he told my mother," Raven went on. Caldwell's eyes went to the backyard again for an instant. "But his business partners haven't been able to reach him." The detective's eyes slowly pivoted back to her.
"Have you tried him?"
he asked. She nodded. "But, like I said, we don't have a great relationship."
"What about your mother?"
he asked.
"Has she tried calling?"
"She's been asleep most of the day. I didn't want to disturb her." Caldwell said nothing. "He's probably at the Borgata," Raven said. "He plays in their poker tournaments a lot, especially in the winter when the landscaping business is slow."
"But you don't know for sure."
"My father does his own thing," Raven said. Caldwell nodded.
"Is it common knowledge that your father likes to play cards down the shore?"
Raven didn't know what the man was driving at, but this line of questioning made her uneasy. She wanted to steer the conversation away from her father. "His friends know, sure. Sometimes one of his buddies will go down with him too. But it's not like he shares his schedule with everybody. A lot of his trips are spur of the moment."
"How about this one?"
Caldwell asked.
"Was it spur of the moment?"
Raven faltered. I think he mentioned it to Mom yesterday." The detective's eyes drifted toward the ceiling, as if searching for the bedroom where he assumed Robin Kendrick was recuperating.
"Would you mind seeing if she's awake?"
"She barely got any sleep last night," Raven explained. "I'd rather not disturb her." Caldwell held out a palm.
"Don't bother her, then. Your father owns K&B Landscaping, am I right? Inside the logo, the ampersand resembles a fir tree, I think."
"That's it," Raven said.
"I guess that's how he's able to pop down the shore in the middle of the week, rent a room somewhere, and play cards for a few days. Good to be the king."
"We own a house in Brigantine," Raven said. "That's right next to Atlantic City." Caldwell nodded. "Nice little town, though driving through that tunnel under the bay gives me the creeps." Raven chuckled.
"How long has your father been in Brigantine?"
Even though Raven and her mother had already worked out the story and both had spent hours upon hours rehearsing it, she still didn't feel prepared to answer this line of questioning. She'd had this terrible feeling before, when she'd gone to an audition last minute and didn't have time to memorize more than a handful of lines. Of course she'd bombed. Raven had never excelled at ad-libbing, not like her friend Dora had. Raven needed to pore over a script, drilling the lines into her head by rote. "He left yesterday morning," Raven said.
"What time?"
"I'm not sure," Raven said. "I'm a night owl, so I slept in."
"He was gone when you woke?"
Raven nodded.
"What time was that?"
"I wasn't paying attention. 11, 12, maybe?"
"Maybe your mother will have a better idea."
"I'll make sure to ask her." The cop's eyes drifted away from her again. It was growing dark now, night bleeding into the dreary afternoon.
"Would you mind turning on any lights you have in the backyard?"
Caldwell asked. Raven hesitated. "I'd be happy to, but I have to say you're making me a little nervous. What is this all about?"
"I don't want to alarm you, but one of your neighbors reported seeing a man in the woods behind your property."
Raven's blood went cold. "When was this?"
"Earlier today,"
Caldwell said.
"And your neighbor thought she saw someone, possibly the same person, back there 2 days ago as well."
She got a chill. Had someone been watching the house? If so, what exactly had they seen? Raven racked her brain to recall the awful details of that night, picturing the master bedroom, the window that overlooked the rear of the property. The curtains had been closed, hadn't they? Daddy normally kept the curtains closed to block out the sunrise. But what if they'd been open? What if somebody had been watching when... Raven wondered whether it was the same person who had sent her that cryptic email.
"What is it?"
Caldwell asked, picking up on her change of mood. "Just wondering who it could possibly be," Raven said, trying to sound appropriately concerned without letting her real feelings of panic show. "There's an old access road in the woods. Sometimes we see hunters. They're not supposed to be back there. Kids will go back there when they're looking for a place to not get caught drinking." Caldwell nodded as if already in possession of this information.
"Could you turn the lights on?"
They went into the living room. Raven activated the porch light. It illuminated most of their property, but didn't quite reach the tree line. Raven went into the laundry room and flipped the switch for the floodlight. But when she met Caldwell in the living room, she discovered only the porch lights were on. The floodlight bulb must have needed changing. Caldwell studied the yard for a moment before pointing outside.
"Do you mind if I take a look around?"
"Please." She opened the back door for Caldwell and stepped onto the back porch while he went about his work. A few minutes later, he returned.
"Do you know of anyone who would do that?" he asked. "Either someone who knew your father wasn't around, or maybe an old boyfriend of yours?"
Raven shook her head. Nobody comes to mind. Do you think it's someone, what's the word, casing the properties?
"Could be," Caldwell said. "Or, like you said, could just be a goofball hunting small game, or one of those teens keeping an eye out for trouble while their buddies boozed it up."
Raven nodded along with the detective. But her intuition was warning her. For some unfathomable reason, she suspected this wasn't some cheapskate hick who didn't want to drive to a legal hunting ground, or a teeny bopper from the high school standing sentinel. All the questions, especially those concerning Dad, felt less ominous now. If there were a man lurking near their backyard, Caldwell would naturally ask about their comings and goings, and if Zane's travel plans were common knowledge. Inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't about Daddy. Not yet, anyway. "What should we do?" Raven asked. Caldwell recommended they change the bulb in the floodlight and keep an eye out. He suggested they consider an alarm system as well. But other than that, there wasn't much more that could be done. "Thank you for stopping by," Raven said. "I'm a little worried, but I guess that's better than being ignorant." Caldwell nodded.
"It is."
The detective handed Raven his card. At the door, Caldwell offered his first smile of the visit. It barely reached one corner of his mouth.
"Your mother must be out like a light. I don't think I heard her move once while I was here."
"She's a heavy sleeper," Raven said. Raven's mind immediately went to a very dark place. In the middle of the night, she'd found her mother taking a bath while no more than 30 feet away, Daddy. Caldwell grew serious again.
"If you could do me a favor, when your mother wakes up, please ask her if she noticed anybody, would you? And also, you might want to call your father to come home. Like I said, it's probably nothing, but it'd be better to have a man around under these circumstances."
"I will."
"You can call me any time."
Caldwell opened the door.
"You've got all my information."
"Do you know what the person looks like?" Raven asked. He shook his head.
"Afraid not. They were wearing a heavy winter coat with a hood and had a scarf over their face, too."
Raven tried to play it off. "Dressed like a hunter, then?"
"Yeah,"
Caldwell nodded.
"Maybe."
Raven waited 20 minutes to make sure the detective didn't pull a Columbo and double back on her with just one more question. She used the time to put away the rest of the groceries, then watched the street for another moment to be sure. Pale blue light pooled under the street lamps, making the dark road look icy in places. When Caldwell did not return, Raven went into the basement. Pulling the old wooden desk away from the music room door was much more difficult than pushing it up against the frame. Perhaps she was tired from the day, from the last few days, from barely sleeping, from sleeping fitfully when she did. Mom was sitting up on the couch, legs crossed at the knee, reading an old novel with a cracked spine. "Hi, Mom." "Raven." She smiled wearily. "I'm glad you're here." "Me too." Raven closed the door behind her and decided to sit on the couch beside her mother. She hoped this show of trust would have the double effect of brightening Mom's mood and also compelling her to reward that same trust. "You've been gone a few hours," Mom said. "Is everything okay?" "A local detective was here. His name was..." Raven consulted the man's card. Jack Caldwell. A neighbor reported seeing someone near our backyard. Jack Caldwell was here? Mom asked. Raven nodded. Do you know him? I met him years ago, Mom answered vaguely. What did he say about the person? Raven wanted to ask her mother how she knew the detective, but felt it was more important to bring her up to speed. Mom's eyes bulged when Raven shared the cryptic email with her. I don't know how these things work, Mom said, but can we trace the email? I doubt it. Maybe it's just spam, Mom said. They were both silent for a moment. Raven tried to think through the possibilities. If whoever sent the email actually knew something, don't you think they would have contacted the police? Her voice trailed off as she grew paranoid. What if the detective made up that story about someone in the backyard? Raven said, unsure if the idea even made any sense. So he could look around inside and ask questions. Which neighbor supposedly saw this man? He didn't say. Raven shook her head. I should have asked. Do you have his card? Mom asked. I can ask when I call him. Raven shot her a look. He expects to hear from me, Mom said. When you're feeling better, Raven answered. Have you seen anyone in the woods? No. Her mother blanched at the question. No one. Because if you have, it might help us. Mom gave her a funny look. How so? Raven had hoped her mother would put 2 and 2 together so she wouldn't have to give voice to terrible ideas. But Mom still wasn't herself. Traumatized by what had happened, she couldn't think clearly enough to see the bigger picture. Raven had to be strong for her. Think about it, Raven said. If someone happens to find Dad's body, and if you were to recall seeing somebody back there last week, do you think they'll find his body? Mom asked in a panic. What are the chances, Raven? You... She laid her hands on top of Mom's and squeezed gently. I don't think that's going to happen, Raven said. But if worst comes to worst, wouldn't it be better for you to have mentioned seeing someone out there? I don't know, Raven. Mom was shaking her head as she brought one nervous hand to her mouth. But I think we should keep our lives to a minimum. Raven agreed in principle, but she feared they didn't have much choice. They had covered up a murder, dumped a body, and planned to report a person missing who they knew was dead. Once again, Mom's fragile state gave Raven pause. She didn't know if Mom had the strength to pull this off. What do you think we should do? Mom asked. Maybe you're right. If we were to mention seeing someone now, it might look later like we were trying to bandwagon the claim. Mom's upper lip disappeared for a moment. That was Robin's way of warning the person she was speaking to that she had something difficult to say. What is it, Mom? Raven asked. Honey, hear me out. She turned on the couch and took Raven's hands again. Her sorry eyes firmed up, and for the first time in a long time, they were filled with determination. I think I should turn myself in. Raven rolled her eyes. They'd been over this already. Yesterday morning, Raven had caught her mother trying to sneak out of the house. When questioned, Mom had admitted she was headed to the police station so she could come clean. She didn't think she could live with the guilt of murdering Zane, even if it had been while she was sleepwalking. Maybe if she confessed and got a good attorney, they'd go easy on her, reducing the charge to involuntary manslaughter. Nobody was going to buy the sleepwalking story. After all, she was on medication for her condition, and had last reported to her doctor that she hadn't had a problem in years. If she worked with the police and the district attorney, they were more likely to give her a deal. She might even be out in a few years, she argued. No, Mom, we agreed. Just listen. Mom's hands squeezed a little harder. If I confess, you're safe. Raven bit back her anger. They'd already had this conversation, and she resented her mother more than a little for forcing her to have it again. Mom, I'm part of this now. I moved Daddy. Even if you confess, I'll still get into trouble for covering up a crime. No, honey. Listen. Mom had a death grip on her now. I'll say I moved the body. You just tell me where he is, okay? This can all be over. Raven ripped her hands out of Mom's desperate grasp and rose from the couch. You are not going to the police, Raven said. Do you hear me? Mom was crying. Please, honey, let me do this for you. Raven frowned. It was the worst possible time for Mom to crack. They had planned to contact the police tomorrow. She needed to help Mom get her head right. Otherwise, they were both going to prison. For life. Mom. Raven returned to the couch and knelt in front of her mother. I need you to listen to me now. Mom was crying silently into a balled fist. Raven put her hands on Mom's elbows and waited till their eyes met before speaking. What's done is done, she said. You said so yourself. We have to stick to the plan now. But Raven... Whatever Mom had wanted to say, it died before it reached her lips. Raven got in a crouch and gave her mother a fierce hug. I love you, Mom. I love you too. Mom's crying slowly died down. Raven waited till she composed herself before saying one more thing. Daddy was not a good man. What happened to him was terrible, but he had it coming. You're the victim, and you shouldn't suffer any longer. Chapter 6. Raven was about to lie down when her phone buzzed. She started when she registered the name on the caller ID. Hi, Coop. Raven, sorry to be calling so late, he said. With all the background noise coming over the line, she knew he was still at the bar. Drunk men jabbered loudly over a TV broadcasting a sporting event, no doubt. It's okay, I'm a night owl. I remember. She could hear the smile in his voice. You used to put me to shame. I never made it to sunrise. His words took her right back to that weekend in the mountains at her friend's uncle's cabin. The two couples had gone there after prom to continue the celebration, with rather loose adult supervision. Her friend's aunt and uncle came and went, giving the teenagers a lot of space. They had stayed up late Saturday night, so late, in fact, that she had suggested they hold out for sunrise on the lake. Coop had grabbed a blanket and walked with her hand in hand down to the dock. They'd cozied up together in a lounge chair, Raven in Coop's lap, and they'd shared their body warmth to fight the cold coming off the still waters. Coop had dozed off before the horizon had begun to purple, then orange, and Raven had teased him for it after. Raven realized that neither had spoken at his mentioning of that weekend for a moment, and wondered if he, too, suffered the same pangs of nostalgia she was now experiencing, or if time had dulled the events for him into just a fond memory from youth that felt like a lifetime ago. From seemingly nowhere, she got the urge to ask him why he'd suddenly ended their relationship after graduation. His explanation had been lame at the time and had never sat right with her. The young man who had been wildly in love with her had turned icy cold and transformed seemingly overnight into a stereotypical teenaged boy with raging hormones who wanted to sow his wild oats and see other people. This same guy who had talked eagerly about extending their relationship into college had suddenly complained about feeling trapped and thinking they were both too young for a serious long-distance relationship. But Raven fought that foolish and embarrassing temptation. "I can't believe that was 9 years ago," she said.
"Tell me about it,"
Coop answered quickly, as if grateful that she'd found a way to break the awkward silence.
"Though things have changed for you."
"How do you mean?" He chuckled.
"Raven, you went away to school and lived in New York and acted on stage. All I've done since high school is get into trouble and sling drinks."
"What kind of trouble?" she asked. Why was she prying? Now wasn't the time for a deep conversation with her first love. Not when her father was murdered and Freddie Thorne was sticking his nose in their business and Mom was locked up in the basement and some guy might have been watching their house. But she couldn't help it. Their relationship had ended a long time ago now, but Cooper often came to mind. Over the years, she'd found herself wondering what he was doing and was always frustrated by the private settings of his social media accounts, making his digital life invisible to her. Raven had come close to sending him a friend request on a handful of occasions, but she never went through with it, feeling like the gesture would make her look weak or like she wanted something from him. After all, he'd done the breaking up. If they were to become friends again, it was up to Cooper to take the first step. Musing over the breakup and subsequent 9-year silence that followed, a low anger replaced her nostalgia. He'd had plenty of opportunities to reach out, but never had. A small feeling of resentment came over her.
That's a long story, and not really interesting,"
Cooper said.
"I was young and stupid, and I'd just—"
He stopped his own train of thought and spoke slowly when he resumed.
"I went a little wild for a few years, and had trouble getting a job," he said. "I started bartending at night so I could take courses at the community college during the day. College didn't work out, but I managed to keep the bar job."
"Life never goes according to plan," Raven said. As she spoke the words, she realized she was bearing her own soul as much as sympathizing with him. To have faced such crushing disappointment in the theater scene, to already wonder if she'd never achieve her dream of becoming an actress, was so painful she refused to think about it. Raven bottled up those emotions, corked the bottle and buried it in the back of her mind.
"I keep telling myself that I'm still young," Cooper said, "but every time I try to make a change, life gets in the way."
"You're going to figure it out," Raven said. "I never doubted you."
"You were the only one who didn't," he said. "But what about you? Don't tell me you're giving up acting. You were born to do it."
Raven sighed. "I'm not giving up, just regrouping."
"You promise?"
She laughed.
"I mean it," Cooper went on. "I've been quietly cheering you on ever since high school. I always thought you were going to be a star."
His sincerity was undeniable, but it only made her question once more his decision to end the relationship. Perhaps he'd gotten caught up in a moment of youthful lust and had broken up with her on a whim, going on to regret the impulsive decision immediately. Raven had done that herself a few years ago, with a nice guy she'd met in New York. "I'm not quitting," Raven said, "but I need some time."
"I'm sorry if you hit a bump in the road," Cooper said, "but I'm glad you're back in town, if only for a short while."
Raven felt on the verge of driving to the bar and taking him up on that offer to grab a drink right now, but thought better of it. Chapter 7. Raven brought Mom breakfast and her anxiety medication in the morning. Her mother appeared to have slept poorly again, judging by her baggy eyes and mussed hair. Mom used the bathroom while Raven emptied the bucket they kept in the music room in the nearby dry sink. "I could do with a shower," Mom said. "Do you mind if I take one, Raven?" "I have to get on the road," she said, feeling guilty. "Let's do that tonight." Her mother nodded in resignation. Seeing that look of defeat in Mom's eyes broke Raven's heart. But she had to stand firm. Raven needed to be strong for both of them. She hoped that after another day to think it over and some time together tonight, Mom would finally come around. She had to come around, because they couldn't put off contacting the police any longer without arousing suspicion. Once Raven made that phone call, there was no going back. "Everything's going to be fine, Mom," she said. "How long will you be gone?" "I'll be back before dinner." Mom wasn't convinced, and her doubt seeped into Raven. By the time she got behind the wheel of her car, she was seeing only the holes in their plan and regretting their decision. For the first time, she was tempted to take Mom up on her offer to go to the police. She sat in the driveway for a cold moment while the car warmed up, wondering if she was making a mistake or if she'd already made one. The math on that equation was impossible to figure. Raven took her phone out and dialed her father's phone number again, adding to the false digital trail she hoped would bolster her story. This time the call dropped straight to voicemail instead of ringing. "Hi, Daddy. You haven't called or texted us back, and we're starting to get worried. Could you please let us know you're okay?" She steered out of the driveway and headed to the diner up the road. Raven ate French toast and drank coffee and pretended to work on her old laptop, all to kill time before she called her father's dying phone again. This time she didn't leave a voicemail, opting instead to text that she was coming to Brigantine to check on him and to please call. It was almost 10 o'clock by the time she got on the road. Every few minutes, she found her eyes drifting to the rearview mirror, checking for flashing red and blue lights indicative of a police stop. But this was pure paranoia. The police weren't following her, because no one had any reason to suspect that her father was missing, never mind dead. It was an even colder day at the Jersey Shore. The hard wind whipped the flags decorating the casinos in Atlantic City under a moody gray sky. The horizon over the ocean was dark with the threat of a storm. She got the ludicrous idea to avoid the shore house altogether, and instead enter the nearest casino and play the slots. Even though she'd never gambled in her life, the idea of hitting a jackpot was irrationally tempting right now. Raven imagined all that money spilling out of the machine, lights flickering, triumphant sirens sounding, while all around her people cheered and the casino manager in his expensive suit came over to offer his congratulations before handing over millions in a large suitcase. With that kind of money, Raven and her mother could simply flee the country and never look back. She wondered if they should do that anyway. Why hadn't they thought of that already? It was worth considering. Plan B, flee the country if things took a turn for the worse. But arranging an escape like that required money. Raven didn't have much, having lived paycheck to paycheck in New York, and Mom had no idea how much she had or where it was and if it could be gotten to quickly. With Dad maintaining his stranglehold on the finances, Mom didn't even know how to log in to their joint bank account. One step at a time, Raven told herself. After they reported Dad missing, it would only be natural for Mom to inquire at the bank about their account. Someone there would help her. Problem solved. The urge to gamble at the casino passed. The tunnel that lay under the bay reminded Raven of her conversation with Jack Caldwell. The thought of chatting with a police officer in the kitchen while her mother was hidden away in the basement brought on another wave of dread as Raven took the convoluted series of exits for the sleepy town of Brigantine. In the dead of winter, only a few thousand people lived on the island, which sat a stone's throw away from the north of Atlantic City. By vehicle, there was only one way on or off the island, the Heinemann Memorial Bridge. Riding over that 2-lane bridge brought back memories. As a child, Raven had always loved peering out into the bay or at the beach on the north side of the bridge, where beachgoers and fishermen backed their trucks and SUVs right onto the sands. It was usually late when they left the shore, and Raven had always peered into those blinding lights on the bridge as they drove through a darkness lit up by the gaudy electronic displays of the casinos. But in the gray morning, the bridge lights weren't on, and in the cold grayness of early December, with a nasty wind coming off the Atlantic Ocean as if trying to carve the island up, not even the bravest fishermen lined up on that beach near the bridge. She drove down Brigantine Boulevard, past the familiar shops and the convenience store. Though it was Thursday morning, most of the smaller businesses remained closed for the season. A man in a heavy winter parka was adding a fresh coat of paint to the historical museum as Raven took the circle around the vintage lighthouse. A few minutes later, she reached the quiet street where her family's cozy shore house was. Daddy had always called it the bungalow. She drove down the street to survey the front of the property first. The blue siding was sun-bleached, the exterior decorated with seashells and an old anchor. Beautifully maintained, even in the off-season. It helped when your father owned a landscaping business. The bungalow remained the most impressive home on the block. Raven pulled around back. Daddy's car was right where she'd left it, in the short gravel spot behind the garage in the rear of the house. There was just enough room for her to slot her own car in beside his. She checked the neighboring homes for signs of life and saw none. No cars out front or in back, and each house had a darkness, suggesting the owners were away for the season. Raven took in the bungalow. She hadn't been here since junior year of college, when she'd talked her father into letting her bring some friends for a long weekend over spring break. They spent their days on the beach, the water too cold to swim. They spent their nights bar-hopping through the clubs and casinos of Atlantic City. She remembered thinking these would be her best friends for life. She'd only spoken to one of them in the last 3 years. Breathing in the salt air, Raven walked up the back steps to the rear door. After struggling to fit the old key into the old lock, Raven went inside. The interior of the house still smelled like cigarettes. Her father smoked in the house when he was the only one here, and then would do a poor job of airing it out after. choking on that acrid stench for a moment while her nose adjusted and went blind. Raven opened some windows, despite the cold. Remember, you're acting. On stage, there were times when she had to remind herself that she was acting, because her natural inclinations, to stand over there, to move this way, to emphasize that word, weren't right for the scene. But there were also times when she had to forget she was acting, allowing her instincts to take over and deliver a raw performance. But this morning, especially with no audience watching, she had to remember to act. "Daddy?" she called out. "Are you here?" She moved through the kitchen, her nose already forgetting the smell of cigarettes, and picked up his phone. The battery had dwindled to 5%. She plugged it into a charger in the kitchen. She knew Daddy's PIN, but would not use it yet to access his texts and messages and missed calls. In keeping with her and her mother's story of slowly growing worried about Zane, Raven would only resort to checking the man's phone after she contacted the police. She collected the mail. They didn't get much down here, but when you only checked it once a week or so, it piled up. She waved at a neighbor she didn't recognize across the street, an older woman walking a Yorkshire Terrier. The dog immediately started yapping at her like she was robbing her own house. After a moment's hesitation, the older woman waved back, a confused look in her eyes. Raven was going to close the door, but felt the need to explain herself. "Hi, I'm Raven Kendrick," she called out, over the dog's incessant barking. "My parents own this house." "Oh, you're Raven." The woman's dull eyes brightened a fraction. "I know your mother and father. Very sweet people. I've heard so much about you. You're the actress, right?" "That's right." The woman crossed the street slowly with her dog. The Yorkie finally stopped barking when Raven came out of the house and crouched to let it sniff her hand. The older woman's name was Lorraine. She had moved here with her husband 3 years ago. 5 days after the move, he'd passed from a heart attack. Raven heard the woman's whole life story and smiled politely throughout. The dog licked her hand a few times, then sighted another person power-walking through the nearby intersection and barked its head off again. Raven couldn't wait to get away from this woman and this dog, but she thought it best to plant some seeds. "Lorraine, have you seen my dad around at all this week?" Lorraine frowned. "No. Is he here?" "Yes," Raven said, choosing her words carefully. "He's probably at the casino." "Your father does love to gamble." She said goodbye and went inside. For the next 5 minutes, that dog continued to bark gratingly outside. Raven went upstairs to the master bedroom as if looking for her father. Each room brought back different memories, most of them fond. Everyone, especially her mother, had always seemed happier at the shore house. Life's demands were less urgent here. Whenever she'd stepped into the house, even if it was only for a weekend, Raven felt as if she'd entered another part of the universe. Back downstairs, Raven sat on the couch and her eyes grew heavy. She had things to do, but catching a quick nap wouldn't hurt after last night's fitful sleep. Setting an alarm on her phone to go off in an hour, she stretched out on the old couch, feeling the familiar, coarse fabric of the throw pillows that had lived on this piece of furniture for as long as she could remember. Chapter 8. As tired as she was, Raven couldn't get to sleep. She gave up after 30 minutes, switching off the alarm she'd set on her phone. After buying a coffee to perk herself up, Raven drove to the Borgata Casino. With its gold glass exterior, its more remote location on the bay, and its height, the building was impossible to miss from Brigantine, or by anyone only a few miles away traveling to the shore on the Atlantic City Expressway. Raven had never been inside this casino before, and found its layout labyrinthine and confusing. She'd heard casinos were purposely designed that way, as a means of keeping gamblers in the building longer, so that table games and slot machines could further tempt them. Eventually, she found the poker room. It was long and wide, extending back quite a distance. There must have been 50 tables in there, though only a dozen or so were in use when she entered. A young woman with dirty blonde hair wearing a suit and name tag greeted her from behind a desk.
"Good morning. We have a table opening in the next 15 minutes if you'd like to join."
"No, thank you," Raven said, taking out her phone. "I'm actually looking for my father, Zane Kendrick. I thought he might be here."
"You're Zane's daughter?"
the woman asked with a bright smile.
"I know your father well. I'm Deborah."
Raven shook the woman's hand. Deborah seemed about her age, possibly 2 or 3 years older. It was hard to tell, under the perfectly tailored suit, the expensive makeup, and the flattering casino lighting. "Nice to meet you," Raven said sweetly, then looked past her to the poker room. "Is he here, by any chance?" Deborah frowned.
"No, I don't think so. Were you supposed to meet him here?"
"No," Raven said.
"I just started my shift," Deborah said. "Sometimes players will take short breaks to use the bathroom or order food. Let me see if he checked in earlier and I happened to miss him."
Deborah looked down at a computer hidden from Raven's view.
"He's not here,"
Deborah answered. Raven hoped she expressed just the right amount of concern with her quirked eyebrows. She wouldn't be panicking yet.
"As a matter of fact," Deborah went on, "he hasn't been here since last week."
Raven's heart shuddered. "How do you know?"
"Your father is a rewards member. Anytime someone swipes their card, we know they've been in the casino. Zane hasn't been here since last Wednesday."
Raven's panic now was genuine. She hadn't known about the casino's ability to track gamblers this closely. "Maybe he didn't use his rewards card?" Raven suggested. Deborah shook her head.
"He always does. Your father is a frequent player and has accrued a lot of points. He makes use of our extensive comps program."
Raven wished she'd known. Mom should have thought of this. "Thank you for checking," Raven said. "I appreciate it."
"Is everything all right?"
Deborah asked. Raven was about to play it off, but she realized now was actually the time to voice her concerns to perfect strangers. "I can't find my father," Raven said. "We haven't heard from him in 2 days. His car and phone are at the house, and I was hoping he might be here." Deborah's face fell.
"If his car's at the house, he probably wouldn't be in the casino, right?"
Raven was prepared for this line of argument. "Dad liked to have a few drinks while—" She'd spoken in the past tense. It was too late to correct herself without it seeming strange, so she simply changed tenses in mid-sentence. "He gambles, so he's in the habit of Ubering." Deborah nodded. If she noticed the conflicting verb tenses, she didn't mention it. "Or maybe he used one of his comps to get a room here?" Raven asked. Deborah shook her head.
"I'd be able to see that if he did. It doesn't look like your father has ever booked a room."
"Right," Raven frowned. "I guess with the house only being a few minutes away, it wouldn't make sense."
"I'm sorry," Deborah said. "I wish I could help. I hope everything's all right. Zane is such a great guy. I love seeing him."
Great guy. Bile crawled up the back of Raven's throat. As she was walking away, a thought occurred to her. Raven got herself worked up, tears brimming, before returning to the desk. "Deborah, I'm sorry to bother you again." The other woman came out from behind the desk and put a hand on her arm. "How can I help?" "I'm grasping at straws here," Raven said. "Do you know if Daddy plays cards anywhere else? The Borgata is his favorite, but did he ever mention playing anywhere else?" "He occasionally goes to the Golden Nugget, but I don't think it's that often." "Anywhere else?" Deborah thought about it. "I don't think so, though he might not have told me." "Thank you." Raven bit back her manufactured tears, which were in danger of becoming real. "I appreciate it." Deborah pressed a business card into her palm. "If you need anything, please call. I really do hope Zane's all right." Back in the parking garage, Raven called her mother. Mom obviously couldn't answer, but Raven's goal was to continue to leave a plausible electronic trail. When she dropped into voicemail, Raven left a message. "Mom, I'm starting to really worry. Daddy's car and cell phone are at the house, and he's not at the Borgata. I'm going to try the Golden Nugget next and maybe call a few other casinos, then I'll go back to the house. I'll call you later." She was about to hang up, then remembered to add, "I hope you're feeling better. I'll be home later and can run you to urgent care if you need. Love you." Raven drove across the street to the Golden Nugget. The poker room in this casino was smaller and less busy. She repeated the same process, though the man greeting players was much less friendly and helpful than Deborah. Her father used a playing card at the Nugget as well, though he hadn't been there in several months. When Raven pulled into the driveway once more, she was hardly aware of how she'd gotten there. The 10-minute drive from the Golden Nugget back to the house had passed in the blink of an eye. She'd been on autopilot, her mind in a dozen different places, and none of them involving the road ahead of her. Her father's phone was fully charged now. She called 5 other casinos, laboriously working her way through automated prompts to reach a live human being in a customer service role. The first 3 had no record of her father ever playing there, at least not with a player's reward card. Zane Kendrick had been to the other 2 only a handful of times, and not for quite some time. Raven put the phone down, exhausted by the elaborate performance of the last few hours. It was quite draining to interact with people and pretend to be looking for someone she knew was dead. Raven had to consider every word and adopt just the right tone and mannerisms. She needed a break to recharge. She walked through the old shore house. In the guest bedroom, her bedroom, she opened the dresser and was surprised to find some old clothes of hers. Cute t-shirts that showed off her midriff, jean shorts, and even 2 bikinis, both of which she'd be hard-pressed to fit into anymore. It was amazing how much of a difference only 10 pounds made. Raven closed the dresser and went into the master bedroom. As she looked the room over again, an alarm sounded in the back of her mind. Her subconscious was trying to send her a message, but she couldn't decipher it. Raven took the room in, hoping things would become clear. Perhaps that vague unease was related to the fact that she could no longer delay contacting the authorities. With a heavy sigh, she went downstairs to make the call that would change her and her mother's lives forever. Rather than dial 911, Raven looked up the direct number to the local police department. After listening to the reason for her call, the dispatcher advised that a squad car would be there in a few minutes and to please not touch anything in the house. Raven's hands shook after the short call was over. She worried about how she'd sounded, fearing she'd struck too delicate a balance between worried and not wanting to be alarmist. Looking back now, she should have gotten herself much more worked up. Even worse, the dispatcher's instructions not to touch anything had her worried. She'd touched many things this morning. Would that cause problems? If they dusted for prints, could they tell the age of the evidence she'd left behind? What if she'd touched something the other day and they knew? Again, that alarm sounded in the back of her mind. It had something to do with the things around the house and whether they'd been touched or not. But before she could decode the message, the police cruiser came to a stop at the curb in front of her house, and 2 uniformed men hopped out. Blowing into their hands to warm them in the damp cold of a brigantine December, they came up the steps quickly. She was there at the door to greet them. They introduced themselves, but Raven barely heard their names. They asked her to repeat everything she'd told the dispatcher. One took notes while the other's eyes wandered. They requested permission to look around, and Raven didn't hesitate to grant it. One stayed with her while the other moved silently through the home. "I went to the Borgata to see if he was there," Raven said, going on to summarize her conversation with Deborah and then her calls to the other casinos as well. Just as the other police officer was returning to the living room, there was a knock at the door. Raven jumped up to get it, as if it might be her father returning home with a funny story explaining his absence. But on the inside, her stomach churned, because she knew it couldn't be him. She was shocked to find her mother's brother, Uncle Jonah, on the front steps.
"Raven?"
He broke into a huge smile and opened his arms.
"It's been so long. How are you?"
Raven got a little choked up. Jonah was her only uncle and had always treated her well. She hadn't seen him since high school and might not have recognized him if they'd passed one another on the street. He'd put on 50 or 60 pounds, and his face had turned jowly, giving him a menacing, bulldog-like appearance. His big shoulders bulged forward, as if he'd spent all his spare time the last decade bench-pressing and doing no other form of exercise. His dark hair had receded and turned the color of cigar ash. "Uncle Jonah, it's so good to see you." She embraced him. He'd added quite a bit of flab to his body, but Raven felt the surprising strength in those short limbs of his.
"What's wrong?"
Jonah asked, looking back at the cruiser.
"Are you okay?"
She invited him inside, quickly explaining the situation and introducing him to the police. "But what brings you here?" Raven asked, still very surprised to see this man. Jonah motioned behind her.
"Zane didn't tell you? I got an apartment on the bay."
Raven got a chill as she considered the fact that her uncle had only been a half a mile or so away when she'd dumped her father's body into the bay.
"You look like you're going to faint,"
Jonah said, worried.
"Let's sit down, sweetie."
Chapter 9. Jonah led her to the couch while the policemen went about their work. One continued his search while the other stayed in the living room with them, his notepad still out. He watched and listened to Raven interact with her uncle. Jonah and her father had once been close. They had talked of starting a business together, though Raven could not remember the details. Whatever it was, it hadn't worked out, and then Jonah and her father had stopped talking. She'd been away at college, off in her world by then with her own version of grown-up problems. And of course her father's many fallings out with family and friends were taboo subjects that Mom would never speak of. The last Raven had heard anything of Jonah, he'd gotten in trouble with the law and even served some time.
I've been trying to reach Zane since Tuesday,
Jonah explained.
We had a meeting in Mount Holly.
Raven swallowed hard. He told us he was coming here to play cards. Jonah shook his head.
I don't see how he could have. Our meeting was set for 1 o'clock in Mount Holly.
Raven frowned. But I can tell he's been here.
I thought the same thing.
Jonah's expression grew muddled.
I drove past yesterday and saw his car, so I tried calling on the phone, then came knocking when he didn't answer. This morning I was headed to the store and figured I'd stop by again when I saw all the activity.
Not good. You were going to the meeting? Jonah smiled briefly.
Just like Zane. He never tells anybody anything. Yeah, we're working together again. I got him in touch with some people I know who own a development company. He wanted me there at the meeting to make the personal connection. It was supposed to be a lot of business for K&B.
Raven's stomach dropped. She felt the eyes of the police officer glued to her.
You don't look well, Jonah said. Let me get you some water, okay?
She nodded mutely before glancing nervously at the police officer. I'm really starting to worry now, she said. The cop eyed her without expression.
Did you know about this meeting on Tuesday?
She hadn't mentioned it to him, and now that omission seemed damning. I didn't think to mention it. You see, Daddy lets his team run the day-to-day operations now. He doesn't get much involved in the business, especially in the off-season, so it didn't seem strange to me or my mother that he wouldn't be there. But anyway, that's another reason I drove down here today. One of his managers stopped by the house yesterday because they couldn't get in touch with him.
It sounds to me like your father was expected,
the cop pointed out. She shrugged. It doesn't make any sense. He told us he was coming here. Jonah returned with a glass of water for her and a can of diet soda for himself.
Sorry to interrupt again,
Jonah said, handing her the glass before turning to the cop.
But I looked in the fridge to see if there was any bottled water before using the spigot. The refrigerator is practically bare. There's a moldy loaf of bread in there, but that's it.
Raven wished she could tell Jonah to keep quiet. Her uncle was only trying to help the police, but he was unwittingly causing her problems.
Thanks, the cop said. We'll check that out.
As if he'd been listening to this part of the conversation, the other police officer appeared in the living room for a moment before passing into the kitchen. Raven heard him snooping around. Alarm bells sounded in her head. I just don't understand, she said. Daddy said he was going to play cards.
Did he tell you when he'd be back home?
The cop asked. She shook her head. My father comes and goes as he pleases. He doesn't necessarily... She realized her tone was too bitter. Raven tried to soften it. He's always been a spur-of-the-moment type of person. He'll drive down here in the middle of the night if he's awake and gets an idea to play cards. Jonah sat next to her.
Drink your water. You really don't look well.
She indulged him by taking a sip. Raven added, He's down here a lot in the off-season. He'll pop down sometimes just for the day, or he'll stay longer. He plays in those poker tournaments a lot, so if he does well, he has to stay an extra day or two. Jonah looked around the place.
Don't worry, Raven. I'm sure he'll turn up.
She fought the urge to panic. The last thing she wanted was for her father to turn up.
So you got here this morning, went to the casinos, and then called us?
The cop asked. I thought at first he was just out running an errand or something.
But his car is here, the cop pointed out.
The grocery store is around the corner. Daddy likes to get his exercise in by walking. The other cop appeared at the threshold separating the living room from the kitchen. He held out Zane's phone.
Wouldn't it have been strange for your father to leave the house without taking his cell phone?
Raven wasn't prepared for the question. Yeah, I guess. She'd thought she'd been so smart, making sure to keep Zane's phone and his corpse separate. The police had ways of tracking cell phones, and she didn't want them fishing it out of the bay. Only now, in the midst of questioning, did she see it was a problem. That is really weird, she admitted. Though it's happened before. You know how long those poker tournaments can go? Sometimes he loses track of time and his phone dies. He could have been playing late, forgot to plug it in when he got back, then realized this morning. No sense in taking a dead phone with you somewhere. She thought it was a good ad-lib, but then the policeman holding the phone checked its screen.
The battery is at 10%, he said, so he must have plugged it in and just left, if that's the case. But you were here earlier, the first cop pointed out. Jonah rubbed her back. Go easy on Raven. She's afraid her father is missing. Raven was grateful to have Jonah's support right now, even though a moment ago he'd accidentally discredited her story. We are only trying to establish a timeline, the cop answered in a neutral voice. My apologies. Right. He wasn't here, Raven said, snapping her fingers. Come to think of it, I might have plugged it in. You know, Daddy was always letting his phone die, so Mom and I got into the habit of charging it for him. I probably plugged it in without thinking. Are you sure that's what happened? It's one of those automatic things, you know? I don't remember if I did or not. I guess I did. Neither police officer was happy with her answer. Raven felt like they saw right through her, and any minute they'd ask her to come down to the station where an arrest would be imminent. The cop holding her father's phone returned to the kitchen. She heard him opening cabinets and drawers. Jonah finished his diet soda. He rose and went to the kitchen, leaving Raven alone with the first police officer. Is there anything else you can think of? What about your mother and father? He asked. Did they have an argument? No, Raven said. Not that I know of. And how would you describe their relationship? She took a deep breath. Raven had to share some of the truth with the police, but she also didn't want her uncle overhearing everything. That's complicated. If we could speak in private— Hey, Raven, come in here, Jonah said. He couldn't have timed the interruption any better. She'd had a response prepared to that difficult question from the police officer, but couldn't think of anything to say in that dangerous moment, all the rehearsed words suddenly forgotten. The cop followed her into the kitchen. Jonah had opened the cabinet under the sink to put his soda can in the recycling bin. He pointed down at it now. The recycling is full, he said. Raven didn't follow, but the two police officers shared a look. What? She asked. Waste management picks up Wednesdays, one of them said. Raven froze. That meant the recycling would have been picked up this morning. Now that's really strange. Jonah palmed his forehead. Your mother is the one who does most of the chores, isn't she? That's right, Raven nodded vigorously. Daddy used to take the trash out, but he was always forgetting.
So Mom does it all now, the trash, the recycling. He probably just forgot because he never does it at home. The two cops shared a meaningful look. After the discussion in the kitchen, the first police officer pulled Raven aside to ask about her parents' relationship. She answered carefully, not wanting to cover up the fact that Zane was abusive, because she knew that information would probably come to light. But she also didn't want to give the police any reason to suspect her mother had killed her father. They walked through the timeline again and again, while Jonah followed the other cop around the house. Every few moments he would make an observation or pose a question. Though Jonah was merely trying to help, he was making things worse for her. She wished he hadn't noticed the full recycling bin, as it had put her on the spot with the cops.
"And how would you describe your relationship with your father?"
the cop asked. Raven fidgeted. Not great. We had a falling out years ago, because I didn't care for how he was treating my mother. But I'd recently come back home and hoped to repair our relationship. He asked her a few more questions, then mercifully the interview came to an end. They put out a call to all units to be on the lookout for Zane Kendrick, sharing a digital image of her father with their counterparts. Before they left, they promised to be in touch and requested Robin contact them as soon as she was feeling better. Then they were gone, leaving her alone with Jonah.
"He'll turn up,"
Jonah said.
"I know he will."
Raven shook her head. I hope so.
"He will. Like you said, Zane has a way of running off and doing his own thing."
He peered out the window and waited until the cops were gone before sitting next to her again on the couch.
"Listen, sweetie, there's something I have to ask you."
She stiffened and kept her eyes on the table in front of her. What is it?
I've always worried about Robin. She is the kindest woman I know, but sometimes kindness gets taken advantage of. I've always liked Zane, even when we had our differences. Looking back now, I blamed him for my own problems, which wasn't fair, but I've wondered from time to time if he ever took advantage of your mother.
Robin pursed her lips for a moment. This isn't my story to tell. You'd have to ask her. Jonah nodded.
I know they didn't always get along, but out of respect for your mother, I kept that information to myself.
Thank you for your discretion, Uncle Jonah. But it's not necessary. My parents don't have anything to hide.
I know it.
He rose.
Now you call me the minute you hear from Zane, okay? I'm sure there's an explanation for all this.
She smiled up at him.
And if you need anything, you call me immediately. I'm here for you and Robin.
They exchanged numbers and Raven walked him to the door. It had begun to flurry.
You'd better get back home,
he called out on his way to the car.
You don't want to get stuck down here in this storm with Robin not feeling well.
Raven closed the door and let out a breath. She rested her head on the back of the door for a moment while the snow quietly fell outside. Once he was gone, Raven went into the guest bedroom and flopped onto the mattress. Her parents had recently redone this space, adding a new dresser and replacing the closet doors. It made her notice, retroactively, all the other improvements her parents had made to the place. The new weatherproof couch on the front porch, the stove in the kitchen, the updated bathroom. She'd barely registered these changes earlier as she'd made her way through the home. going through the motions of searching for a man she knew was dead. Just like the Victorian-style house in Tabernacle with its high-ceilinged rooms and wrap-around front porch, Daddy had promised her the bungalow in Brigantine as well.
One day it'll be yours.
How she had imagined herself cuddled up in a blanket on the porch here, the smell of salt air wafting, as she sipped a coffee in the morning and watched the gulls wheel in the blue sky. But right now, her reality bore no resemblance to that old dream. As she lay on the bed feeling a deep exhaustion, her back was slimy with cold sweat, and her mind raced as quickly as her heart as she replayed the policeman's questions and her answers. Looking back on her performance, she couldn't help but be disappointed. They had wrong-footed her about the phone, and the recycling had been an unexpected problem as well. Now that she was a few minutes removed from the interaction, she knew how she should have answered all those difficult questions, of course. And that alarm continued to sound in the back of her mind. She intuited she had made a fatal mistake, perhaps several in fact, but for the life of her she could not puzzle them out. Raven got the urge to drive home, collect her mother, head straight to the bank to withdraw whatever money they had, and get the hell out of the country. Slow down. Think. That might have been good advice, but it proved impossible. Raven felt like the walls were closing in on her. What should have been a safe place, the shore house she'd spent so many summer weekends in during her formative years, instead felt like a prison, both claustrophobic and dangerous. Raven left the guest bedroom and wandered through the house again. She was reluctant to follow through with the plan, but saw no better options. It would have been helpful to communicate her fears with Mom. Even in her mother's poor mental state, Raven felt that two heads were still better than one. But Mom was locked in the basement, without her phone. Chapter 10. Robin, 7 years ago. She scrutinized herself in the mirror in a way she hadn't in a long time. Robin tossed her hair around, desperately trying to cover up the treasonous streaks of gray that until so recently she hadn't cared about at all.
A book club meeting,
Zane said mockingly, while he unironically sat in the reading chair in the bedroom with a novel in his hands.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Even though his tone cut her to the quick, the way it always did, Robin managed a self-deprecating, nervous smile at him through the mirror. "It'll probably be boring," she said. Robin prayed her excitement over the prospect of getting out of the house and interacting with other like-minded human beings did not bubble over and infect her carefully guarded expression.
Right,
Zane said, turning the page in his book.
Bet you $100 you're going to be stuck in a room with a bunch of know-it-alls, each person trying to show off how much smarter and better read they are than the last. I can't stand people like that, the type to sniff their own farts.
Robin chuckled to suggest she agreed with him, but nothing could be further from the truth. It had been her experience that people who read a lot were more worldly, intelligent, and, most importantly, empathetic. Though she had to admit her husband bucked that trend. The man devoured mysteries and thrillers, but the habit had not mellowed him. He remained callous, judgmental, and domineering.
What do you say?
He asked.
$100, I'm right?
She shook her head. You know I don't gamble.
That's because you don't like to have any fun,
Zane said irritably. She took a calming breath while he went back to his book. Robin tried to ignore her husband while she finished getting ready, but his quiet presence alone dominated the room. He wasn't speaking or even looking at her, but she could feel him there, through some arcane human sense that detected inexplicable forces of nature.
Jonah's in trouble,
Zane said. She stopped what she was doing at the mention of her older brother. What kind of trouble?
Jonah trouble.
Zane shook his head.
Always the way with some people. You try to help, but they fuck things up and blame you for their problems. Then they go off and self-destruct even more.
Robin didn't say what she was thinking. Zane had set her brother Jonah up to fail with that video game cabinet business. Her brother had made his share of mistakes, but at the same time, when he tried to make positive changes, they never seemed to work out either. Zane and Jonah liked to drink together, and had spent plenty of time in many bars across South Jersey. They'd hatched a scheme to sell used touchscreen games to the many owners and bartenders they both knew. Because they were used, however, with some aftermarket changes, none of the machines came with warranties. Zane had thought he could make a fast buck, but he'd positioned Jonah to be the face of the business, to keep the stink of poor products off himself. Though Robin didn't understand their financial situation, she knew Zane had money stashed away. Jonah, on the other hand, did not have much to his name. He'd bounced around a lot and never made any progress. Every 2 or 3 years, he'd restart his career in some new field. Robin feared he'd dumped what precious little life savings he had into the enterprise, only to see it all evaporate quickly. And now Zane had left him out to dry. "How bad is it?" Robin asked.
He'll have to serve some time in Mercer County.
Zane did not need to add the words correctional facility to the building's title. Robin understood what he meant. "That's terrible," she said. Zane shrugged. His indifference was monstrous to her. He and Jonah had been friends ever since Robin and her husband had met, and Zane had been the recipient of good fortune, taking over his father's prosperous business. Jonah, on the other hand, had never succeeded in anything. But that was the way with people who were lucky. They never realized just how lucky they were.
"Stolen property,"
Zane said, not taking his eyes off his book.
24 months or so is what I heard.
Robin was astonished at how callous her husband was being. Stolen goods? Zane nodded before putting the book down and gazing at her.
"I don't want you anywhere near him. Do you hear me?"
"He's my brother." Her husband's eye twitched. She'd seen that tick before. It usually preceded a violent encounter.
"Robin, I like your brother. Always have. But he's a loser. He got caught doing something he shouldn't have, and now he wants to drag everyone else down with him. You have to stay away from him for now."
She bit back what she wanted to say. Zane went on.
"Now Jonah's in a bad way. He's going to make up a lot of bullshit in the hopes he can cut a deal with the police. He might even make up some bullshit about me."
Robin couldn't believe what she was hearing, and suspected whatever Jonah might say about her husband was true.
He'll tell the police other people were involved in his shenanigans, so he serves less time. So if they come around asking questions, you'd better tell them the truth. I had nothing to do with it. You got it?"
She watched her husband closely. What would possess this man, who owned his own successful business, to get involved with criminal activity? As she asked herself the question, the obvious answer came to her. Zane did whatever he wanted. He'd gotten away with so much in life, he figured he could get away with more.
"Do you hear me, Robin?"
he asked. "Yes."
"Good girl."
He smiled.
"Now come out from there. Let me see you."
Robin didn't even feel like going out now. The news about her brother had ruined her mood. But at the same time, she so rarely socialized, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Here was the moment of truth. Her husband would appraise her outfit and give or deny her permission to go out. Zane wanted his wife to be desirable, but he also didn't like Robin to appear too sexy. It was a delicate balance to strike.
"It's a book club,"
he said.
"Why are you dressed like you're trying to pick somebody up?"
That feeling of dread formed in her stomach. A comment like that from her moody husband typically preceded abuse, usually emotional, but sometimes physical. She'd been so looking forward to getting out of the house for a fun evening, and now she feared she wasn't going anywhere, that he'd close the door and bar her departure and browbeat her, hopefully only figuratively. With desperate eyes, she whirled and looked at herself in the full-length mirror. Robin was wearing mom jeans and a modest, long-sleeved top. There was no cleavage on display, and the outfit wasn't tight, read suggestive, anywhere. She didn't know how to dress any less provocatively, short of wearing an enormous trash bag on top of it all. If there were any single men there, they'd probably look right past her anyway when they saw the gaudy wedding ring Zane insisted she never take off. More to the point, it was a local event at an independent bookstore not far from home. She would likely know what few guys showed for the book club, and they, in turn, would know her as Zane's wife and strictly off limits. "I guess I could put a sweater on," Robin said to appease him. It was 65 degrees outside, and Robin was in perimenopause, suffering from frequent but still surprising hot flashes. She'd roast in a sweater. "I guess I could find one," she said. He started laughing. She didn't know what was so funny, and it was difficult to tell with Zane's sarcastic humor if he was in a good mood or bad. When he sprang off the bed, she flinched out of habit, always fearful of an unexpected blow. But her husband did not hit her.
"You never could take a joke,"
he said, looking her up and down again.
"You look like you just left a convent. Your outfit's fine."
She forced herself to laugh, but just as she let her guard down, her husband whirled on her again.
"But you'd better not give any of those fart sniffers any excuses to hit on you."
Robin nodded demurely. "Zane, you don't have anything to worry about." He seized her forearm painfully.
"I'd better not."
Robin froze under his intense gaze. A week ago, when she'd mentioned in passing that she might join a book club, she was shocked when her husband hadn't immediately shot the idea down. He could go out by himself whenever he pleased, but Robin had to include him in every aspect of her pitiful social life, or he grew resentful and suspicious. How had it gotten this way? They'd been married a long time now, and those early, blissful days before Raven was born seemed more like myth than reality. Zane hadn't always been like this. She and her girlfriends used to meet up for drinks once or twice a week. Robin had attended so many work happy hours without him as well. But slowly, inexorably, he had exerted more and more control over her, eroding what little self-confidence she had and reducing her to this shell of a person who waited around the house for him to return from work or the bar or the casino, who was always on call when he needed food prepared or laundry cleaned or errands run, who never did anything for herself.
"What's going on?"
Raven surprised them both. Rather than find a job near campus and stay at school for the summer, she'd come home from college. They were so used to not having her around that they'd forgotten she might come upstairs and overhear them. Zane let go of Robin's forearm and slipped behind her, draping his arms around her shoulders.
"Mommy and Daddy were just talking,"
Zane said. Robin put on a brave face for Raven. She did not want her daughter to know that Zane was physically abusive. The shame of it would kill her. If Raven had been 5 or 6 years younger, Zane's act might have worked. She would have still suspected something was wrong about the situation, but she wouldn't have come to the terrible realization she now did. "Mom?" When Robin laughed, she sounded hysterical and unhinged. Quickly, she moved away from Zane and smiled at her daughter on her way out of the bedroom. "Mommy's just headed out to a book club, Raven. I'll be back later." She felt her daughter's eyes on her back the whole way down the hallway. Robin almost didn't leave the driveway. She sat in her car, the potential repercussions of her night out worrying her. Though Zane had approved of this, he was a tyrant who frequently and without warning or coherent rationale would change his mind after the fact, punishing her for behavior he had previously specifically permitted. There simply was no telling with him from one day to the next. But Raven was home. If Robin changed her mind and decided not to go out now, her bizarre behavior would only add fuel to the fires of her daughter's already burning suspicion. Raven was an intelligent young woman who would see through any lame excuses her mother offered for the change of heart. Who was Robin kidding? Her daughter already knew. Raven had caught her father putting his hands on Robin before. She'd been a sophomore in high school at the time, home early and unexpectedly from a canceled play practice. Zane had been in a rage, shouting at Robin so loudly neither had heard their daughter come into the house, never mind slip silently upstairs to listen at the bedroom door. Zane had smacked her, on the shoulder, of course, but even that blow had made that unmistakable sound of painful and unwarranted and undeserving contact. Their daughter had knocked nervously on the door, freezing Zane in his tracks before he could commit more violence. Robin hadn't thought about that day in a long time. Perhaps she'd blocked it out purposely, for the memory made her burn with shame. Recalling Zane's clumsy attempts to explain away the argument and her own pathetic corroborations, Robin cringed at her behavior. As she backed out of the driveway, Robin saw her husband and her daughter watching her leave. Zane's shadow filled the master bedroom window on the second story, while Raven had opened the front door to peer out into the sticky summer evening. She felt unbearably light and giddy the farther she got from the house, as if the place itself and not the man living there were the source of all her pain and suffering and misery. And by simply putting some physical distance between herself and home, the place could not stifle and crush her in its harrowing grip. The happier she felt, the easier it was to convince herself that no harm would come from this excursion. The independent bookstore had opened recently. It smelled like fresh coffee and grilled paninis, and, the death of bookstores notwithstanding, there were plenty of people browsing. Robin was running late and followed the sounds of readers talking in hushed excitement to the back of the shop. She smiled at a woman she recognized from the grocery store and walked down an aisle filled with romance books. The book club consisted of 15 people. There were more guests than seats around the lone conference table provided by the shop, so a few of the stragglers had pulled up chairs to sit nearby. Robin found an empty seat and quietly carried it over. She took out her copy of the novel they'd read and noted some familiar faces. But it wasn't until Alistair Lennox started speaking that she realized he was there. She'd secretly hoped he would be. Alistair had always been a bookworm in high school, and she'd heard through a friend of a friend that he was always at the shop. Robin had no plans to cheat on her husband. Zane would kill her, perhaps literally. But it would be nice to speak to Alistair again. They'd been such good friends in high school, and right now, she really needed a friend. Alistair's hair had gone gray, but other than that, his face retained its boyishness. He still wore glasses, but they were markedly more fashionable than the wire-framed owlish pair he'd sported in high school, and which were one of several subjects of mockery. She listened to him talk about the novel and the characters, but she hardly heard a word he said. He must have felt her eyes glued to him, for when he was done sharing his thoughts, he glanced in her direction. At first he was shocked to see her. Then his eyes quickly scanned the vicinity, as if checking for her husband. Not seeing Zane anywhere, Alistair relaxed. His face lit up, and he beamed a smile at her. "How are you?" he mouthed. "Good." It had been years since anyone had been that happy to see her. When she got home, Raven was downstairs watching TV. She told her Zane had gone to the VFW to grab some drinks with his friends. Robin thanked her and made a beeline for the stairs, for she could not withstand the charged look in her daughter's eyes. But Raven hurried to meet her in the foyer before she could get her shoes off. "What's going on with Dad?" Raven asked. "What do you mean?" Raven put her arms akimbo. The gesture knocked Robin off balance. That was the way Zane stood when he wanted something. Somehow, either through nature or nurture, her daughter had picked up this idiosyncratic stance and made it her own. "He hit you. I heard it." "He didn't." "You groaned. I heard it." "Raven." "He's done it before." She was a runaway train, unstoppable, and going to crash right into her. Raven said, "I remember. It was 4 or 5 years ago. I thought it was just the one time, and I thought, I'm too young to deal with this. But I remember. How long has this gone on?" Robin had never felt so ashamed in her life. She felt that most peculiar form of guilt, the victim's. It weighed heavily on her, and was one of the forces binding her to this man and this house and this life. she'd grown to mutely hate. "You have to do something," Raven said. "Your father's under a lot of stress," Robin said. It was the closest thing to an admission that Robin had ever made, and yet it still carried the ugly stench of an obvious lie. While it was true that Zane was the owner of a thriving landscaping business, and naturally that job was stressful, the man had a good life. He was no longer involved in the day-to-day operations and spent most of his nights drinking with friends or gambling at the casinos. His wife was a homemaker who made sure of everything: the chores, the dates, the parties, the medical appointments, the meals. His daughter was a good student who never got into trouble. When it came to his personal life, Zane had nothing to worry about. "You have to," Raven said. "Honey, I can't." "Why?" Raven pressed her. "Why can't you?" Robin didn't have an answer. "It's called battered woman syndrome," Raven said. "We learned about it in sociology. I think that's what you have." She could hardly hear Raven as her daughter went on to define the condition that defined Robin. She'd heard of it before. For years, she'd avoided giving the idea serious thought, but that was, after all, part of the syndrome itself. Denial and avoidance were the hallmark coping strategies of a battered woman. "You have to do something," Raven said. "If you won't, then I will." "No!" Robin seized her daughter's forearm in a manner eerily reminiscent of the way Zane had grasped her earlier. She tried not to think too hard about that, as Raven squirmed under her surprisingly iron grip, her mouth twisted into a grimace of pain. "Mom, what the hell are you doing?" Raven said. "You can't do anything, Raven. Do you hear me? Let me go!" The pain, anger, and grief in her daughter's voice brought Robin back to the moment. With a stab of regret, she immediately let go of her daughter's forearm. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you." "You didn't hurt me," Raven said stubbornly, but by rubbing her forearm she gave away the lie. "But why won't you do anything about this? Daddy should never hit you." "Your father has been very good to me," Robin said reflexively. The speed at which these excuses for inexcusable behavior came to her was shocking. "And like I said, he's under a lot of stress. It won't happen again. I'll talk to him about it." Raven arched two incredulous eyebrows. "Have you tried talking to him about it before?" "Honey," Robin smiled and rubbed her shoulder. "You don't have to worry about this. I promise you I'm fine. We're fine." For a glorious moment, Robin felt an immense relief. Judging by Raven's acquiescing silence, she intuited that she'd managed to put the proverbial pin back in the grenade, and the family dynamic would return to the status quo. But then, Raven shattered that silly notion. Her daughter slowly shook her head, and Robin learned that her daughter hadn't been coming to terms with her mother's urging during that short silence, but instead had been recalling past events and seeing them in a new light. "The way he talks to you," Raven began. "I always thought it was your way of teasing one another, like it was a big joke about how forgetful you are, and he didn't care. Or his shirts. I never thought he minded when the dry cleaners didn't starch them correctly and mentioned it to you. Or—" She went on and on and on. Robin listened, unable or perhaps unwilling to stop her daughter. Raven was still that runaway train.
But you never make fun of him back, Raven said. You never make jokes about how he leaves his dishes everywhere for you to pick up, or expects you to gather his laundry off the chair in the bedroom even though the hamper is right next to it. When he forgets your birthday, you don't make jokes, you make excuses.
Robin could not hold her gaze. Shamefaced, she hung her head and started for the stairs. "Please don't say anything," Robin urged.
"Mom, I have to. This isn't right. I'll call the police if you won't. You can't live like this."
Robin stopped midway up the stairs. "If you do that, I'll deny everything." Raven gasped.
"Why?"
"It's between your father and me," Robin said, then proceeded the rest of the way, leaving her daughter in stunned silence. Robin feigned an illness the next day. Zane, fearing he'd catch something, shot out of bed like a cannonball and immediately showered, giving her a wide berth when he came out. Out of her slitted eyes, Robin watched him dress for the day. This man she had once found so attractive, with his muscular bulk and toothy grin, and a tan made perpetual by his landscaping work, was now the epitome of repugnance. She watched those thick slabs of muscles on his back as they shifted under the fat he was beginning to accumulate around the waist, as that belly distended over the waistband of his trousers. When he turned round to look at her, there was no mistaking the drinker's rosacea of his cheeks or the noticeable fattening of his nose. All that liquor was finally catching up to him. "Do you need anything, honey?" he asked with a sweetness that was sincere. "No, thank you. It's just a headache. I need a few hours of sleep." "Okay," he said. "I have my cell. Call me if you need something." "Thank you." She closed her eyes as he left the bedroom, feigning fatigue and illness, but she was wide awake. Listening as he lumbered down the hallway, Robin hoped and prayed he'd leave without incident. But then she heard her daughter's door open. "Daddy?" Raven's voice was cold, alien. It belonged to a stranger, not to a daughter. Robin sat up in bed, clutching at the sheets and drawing them to her chin. "Hi, sweetie. Did you sleep well?" "No," Raven muttered. Their voices were slightly muffled through the bedroom door. Robin quietly got out of bed and put her ear to it. "Oh, no," Zane said. "I hope you didn't catch whatever your mother has." Robin pictured him palming her forehead and checking her eyes. She imagined Raven squirming away from his touch, perhaps adopting that same body language she'd seen last night, a determined look filling her eyes, her arms akimbo. "I know what's going on here," Raven said. Robin reached for the doorknob, but fear stayed her hand. If she intervened in this conversation, she would probably make things worse. "What's going on? What do you mean?" Zane's voice lost its good humor by the time he'd completed his thought. "You're an abusive asshole," Raven said. Robin covered her mouth too late to stifle the gasp. "Excuse me," Zane said. She knew that tone well. It was the pitch Zane adopted right before he lost control and hit her. "I know you hit Mom. She didn't tell me, but she didn't have to. I saw you do it when I was younger, and I heard you do it last night." "How dare you accuse me of that?" Zane roared.
I have never laid a hand on Mom, and if you go running your mouth off, you'll ruin everything for this family.
What do you mean?
You're a smart girl. You figure it out, Raven. If you damage my reputation with lies, what happens to my business? What happens to all the money? Do you think we stay in this house? What about your college tuition? How are you going to afford that?
Robin couldn't stand it any longer. She threw open the door and marched down the hallway. Enough of this, you two. I don't want any fighting in this house. Raven gave her an incredulous look before adopting a hurt expression. Seeing those wounded eyes pained Robin. Her daughter had done an incredibly brave thing by coming to her defense, and the least Robin could have done was support her. But instead, Robin had played referee, like she always did. The wary diplomat, always fretting over keeping the peace in a tenuous situation. "I'll pay for senior year," Raven said, turning back to her father. "I'll get loans if I have to. You can't threaten me with money."
"What about after school?" Zane said coldly. "What about the next 5 to 10 years while you wait tables in New York, barely able to afford rent, hoping some casting director discovers you? Be careful what you wish for, girl, because you might not become a star. Someday you might need my money again."
Raven thrust a finger in his face. "I'll be gone before you get back. But hear me when I say, if you ever hurt Mom again, there will be consequences." Zane laughed, all pretense of innocence gone now.
"What do you think you'll do?"
"I'll kill you myself if I have to." Raven stormed back into her room and slammed the door. Chapter 11. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet, and the sky was already dark with night. Raven hated this time of year, the scanty daylight hours wreaking havoc on her circadian rhythms. Even though she was a night owl, 6 o'clock p.m. would start to feel late, and when she wasn't slinging drinks or waiting tables, she'd find herself dozing for an ill-timed nap on the couch of her apartment after a ramen noodles dinner, further reinforcing the strange hours she kept. Now, as she drove home in the monotonous darkness of the Atlantic City Expressway, one long stretch of featureless highway hemmed in on all sides, and sometimes also in the middle by pine trees, Raven's eyes were growing heavy. Her poor sleep over the last 3 days didn't help matters. If she weren't so close to home already, she would have considered pulling over to close her eyes for a few minutes. But she soldiered on. Mom had been cooped up in the basement all day, much longer than Raven had anticipated, and she was beginning to fear that imprisonment and isolation might have the opposite impact on her mother than Raven desired. All that time, alone, to think. Now Raven feared the solitude would only make things worse. Sheer inertia carried Raven through the last 20 minutes of the trip. Familiar landmarks reminded her that she was almost home and only had to go a little farther. Finally, she reached her town and then her neighborhood, winding her way through the well-to-do backwoods of South Jersey. Home at last. Before going inside, Raven worked up the courage to walk the perimeter of their property. She got a chill thinking about that unidentified strange man watching the house, and that cryptic email. Maybe someone knew what had happened to Zane. With both the Tabernacle and Brigantine police departments circling, she worried they were in serious trouble. Shuddering from the thought as she completed her sweep of the property, Raven trod wearily up the front steps. Still on edge, Raven flipped on the lights for every room she entered. To her relief, the desk she'd pushed in front of the music room in the basement was still snug to the door. Mom hadn't gone anywhere. The desk seemed twice as heavy tonight, but Raven managed to shift it. Mom was sitting on the edge of the couch when she opened the door. Her hair was messy, and she looked like she'd just woken from a nap. "What time is it?" Mom asked. Raven pushed all the hard thoughts and new worries of the day away and screwed up a smile. She'd hoped to give her mother more time to think the situation through, to get her head right. But the police were already involved, and Raven felt like she had no choice but to trust Robin now. She couldn't keep Mom cooped up in the basement any longer. "Time for you to come upstairs so we can have dinner together." Mom looked overjoyed. Her eyes grew teary, and Raven felt so ashamed to have put her mother through this ordeal. Robin shouldn't have felt relief in securing her freedom. She should have instead felt self-righteous and angry and outraged over her imprisonment. The realization depressed Raven. Only a battered woman would rejoice, all but thanking her own captor for setting her free, instead of growing furious and resentful at having been locked up in the first place. Her father had done this to Mom. He had scraped away her humanity, one biting remark or stinging slap at a time. Raven didn't have the energy to prepare anything elaborate for dinner. The snowy weather called to mind her youth, when Mom would make tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches on the griddle after she'd built a snowman in the front yard, her fingers numb despite the weatherproof gloves Mom insisted she wear. Raven cut up the last of their sourdough loaf while Mom heated up the soup. It reminded Raven of old times, when she'd come home after a long day at school followed by play practice, and she and Mom would bond over the making and eating of dinner in that big open kitchen. The copper cookware still looked flawless, even after all these years, and the marble countertops always gleamed brightly and looked clean. She recalled those times in early December when they'd bake cookies, and Robin would let her lick the uncooked dough off the mixing spoons, confectioner's sugar and flour coating every surface of the space, clotting on her hands, dotting her lips. Mom never asked her to help clean up, and Raven took advantage of that kindness, until one day she realized how unfair that was of her, to get to enjoy the thing without having to work for it. Now they faced another kind of mess, and Raven was determined to do more than her share of the work. God, how Raven had missed those innocent days in the kitchen with her mother, and hadn't even realized it until now. Mom must have been thinking the same thing, for she gave Raven a meaningful smile while she stood over the stove, slowly stirring the soup. Raven brought Mom up to speed on the day's events. When dinner was ready, they carried their bowls and the plate of sandwiches to share into the dining room. "Whatever happened with Jonah?" Raven asked. "You and Daddy never said." Mom's face fell. "It's a long story. I'd like to know." Mom put her silverware down and carefully dabbed at her face with a napkin, as if giving herself time to compose the perfect answer. "He and your father tried to start a business, but that didn't work out. Jonah lost what little money he had. He was having trouble finding work then, and so he tried to make money through flea markets. Zane ceded him some money for it, looking for a big return, of course, but Jonah got caught dealing in stolen goods." Raven was shocked. "What?" "I think your father was involved, but he kept himself out of trouble. Actually, he made me give statements to the police, so he'd have alibis. And..." Mom hung her head. "I'm so ashamed of myself. Raven had always assumed this was a sore subject for other reasons. Now she knew that her mother hadn't wished to discuss Jonah's arrest because it stirred up shameful memories for her as well. Without saying as much, Mom had just admitted to protecting her husband while leaving her brother out to dry. Raven reached for her mother's hand. "I'm sorry." They both jumped when Mom's cell phone rang. Raven froze. She'd only just given Mom her phone back, and now worried it was too soon, that her mother would say the wrong thing or blurt out a confession if it was the police calling. But Mom checked the caller ID and hesitated a moment, a strange look filling her eyes. "Who is it?" Raven asked. Mom shook her head. "Just a friend. I can call back later." Not meeting Raven's eyes, she pocketed the phone. Raven thought her mother was acting strangely, and it made her think of something from earlier. "I saw a few weird texts on your phone," Raven said. "They looked like spam, but I couldn't be sure." Mom nodded. "Uh-huh. Somebody asking how you were?" Raven let her voice trail in the hopes Mom would complete the thought. But her mother tore her grilled cheese in half and took a bite, her eyes still staying far away from her daughter's. Raven reached for her mother's hand. "Is there something you want to tell me?" Mom shook her head. Raven tamped down her frustration. "We can't have any secrets right now, Mom. Are you going to tell me who that was?" "Just a friend," Mom repeated in a firmer voice. "I told you, Raven, that if people didn't hear from me, they'd start reaching out. I'll call them tomorrow. Now can we leave it be?" Her mother's forcefulness surprised her. Taken aback, she didn't know how to respond. That meaningful look Mom had given the phone when she'd seen the caller ID suggested that Mom was holding something important back. Raven considered pushing, but ultimately decided to keep the peace. For now, she squeezed Mom's hand affectionately. "I'm sorry." After dinner, they unlocked Dad's phone. Both of them figured that innocent people looking for a loved one would invade that loved one's privacy and search their phone for clues. Mom went through it first, starting with texts and emails and finishing with his call history. There was a lot of material to review, for Daddy had a lot of drinking buddies. And though he wasn't involved in the day-to-day operations of the landscaping business anymore, he was still the owner, and thus interacted with a lot of people on a regular basis. Mom grew tired of looking at it all eventually. "Do you mind going through the rest?" Raven accepted the phone and retraced her mother's steps. Daddy sent and received lewd and politically incorrect texts which, if ever made public, would certainly damage his reputation. It was a bit surprising to see him speak his bigoted mind so freely, leaving a digital record of his reactionary attitudes that anyone with an axe to grind could have blackmailed him for. But what was even more surprising was the fact that her father didn't only exchange these racy messages with his small-minded barfly buddies at the VFW. He sent them to women also. "Who's Gabrielle?" she asked. "And who's Joan?" Some of these women her mother knew, but just as many she did not. As Raven picked her way through the detritus of her father's social life, she discovered that most of it had been a secret to her mother as well. Zane had lived his own full life outside of the home. As careless as her father had been with his sense of humor when texting, he'd shown notably more care when crafting messages to women. So many of the texts carried a flirtatious undercurrent, but they were written in a slyly ambiguous fashion. If Robin had ever confronted her husband about these messages, Zane would have been able to argue they were all innocent. Nothing to see here.
"Who the hell are all these women?"
Raven asked. I always suspected he was. Mom looked away, but I never knew for sure. That bastard, Raven said. Tears brimming, Mom left the room. Raven wished she could smash her father's phone, as if that would undo all the damage the man himself had wrought to his family. But she couldn't. It would become evidence very soon. Instead, she forced herself to scroll through Daddy's call history. Freddie Thorne, another man from the office, and Jonah had reached out with several texts and calls. She listened to his voicemails, which all turned out to be business-related. Mom came back a few minutes later, her eyes puffy from crying. "I'd better call Jack Caldwell," she said. "Then the Brigantine police." "Hi, Jack," Mom said, the phone pressed to her ear. "I don't know if you remember, but we met a few years ago." Raven could only hear her mother's side of the conversation, but she stayed by Mom's side all the same, hoping her proximity would give Mom the extra strength she needed to get through 2 difficult conversations in a row. "I appreciate your stopping by," Mom said, "but I think you should know something. Raven went to Brigantine this morning because we hadn't heard from my husband. She contacted the police there, but we still don't know where he is." Raven reached for her mother's hand. Sitting side by side on the couch, their fingers interlaced, she listened while her mother brought Caldwell up to speed. He asked her the obvious questions: where, when, what was the last thing he said, and Mom answered them all perfectly well, sticking to their made-up story about a poker tournament Zane intended to enter in Atlantic City. "By the way," Mom asked, "which of our neighbors noticed this person?" Caldwell spoke at length. "Well, thank you, Detective. Now I've got to speak to the people in Brigantine. Yes, we'll certainly keep you in the loop. Thanks again." When the call ended, Mom's head sagged and her shoulders slumped. That brief exchange had taken a lot out of her, and that had been the easier of the 2 phone calls to make. Raven reached for the cell. "Why don't I tell them you're still not feeling well?" she suggested. Mom held on to the phone. "No, honey, I can do this." "At least put it on speaker," she said. "That way I can help if you get into trouble." Mom reluctantly agreed. The dispatcher in Brigantine put them on hold for a minute. Another woman picked up, introducing herself as Detective Kim Almeida. "My daughter's here with me," Mom said. "I've got you on speaker." "Hello, Raven," Almeida said in a bright voice that was the antithesis of Caldwell's hoarse monotone. "How are you both holding up?" Mom drew a deep breath and got herself worked up. Raven was shocked at how quickly she managed to produce some tears in those otherwise dry eyes, and for the first time in her life wondered if she'd gotten her natural talent for acting from her mother. "We've been better." Mom's voice was thick. "We're so worried. Zane keeps his own schedule, but he never goes this long without returning my calls. This isn't like him." "I appreciate that," Almeida said. "Unfortunately, he hasn't turned up yet, though I assure you every municipal employee on the island is looking." "Thank you, Detective." "I know you're just starting to feel better," Almeida said. "But I was hoping you'd be able to make the trip here tomorrow." Mom's mouth opened, but no words came out. "Of course," Raven said quickly. "Weather permitting."
We only got a dusting here, Almeida said. Oh, and before I forget, please bring Zane's phone with you. I'd like to have a look through it, assuming you have his code.
Yes, Mom said. We do. They agreed to meet at the Brigantine police station at 10 o'clock. Almeida assured them that the department was doing everything in its power to find Zane, and they were officially considering him a missing person. Raven told the detective that a neighbor had spotted someone near their property, perhaps checking out their house. Almeida requested Caldwell's information, which Raven passed along.
Try to get some sleep, Almeida said. We'll see you tomorrow.
When the call was over, Raven wondered if she'd made a mistake. She'd wanted to seem helpful and compliant by agreeing to meet the detective in Brigantine. But now she worried the police wanted them there, in a place they'd feel uncomfortable and intimidated, to answer difficult questions. Mom wiped under her eyes. Those tears she'd manufactured a few minutes ago had dried up quickly. "What?" Mom asked. Raven was about to say she'd never seen her mother act before. The woman had been a very convincing liar. But Raven realized that wasn't true. To her shameful horror, Raven understood that her mother had been acting for years. Living under Zane's tyrannical rules, Mom had been forced to put on a face constantly, to appease her abusive husband, to fool family and friends, to appear perfectly happy to the neighbors during barbecues and holiday parties, and, worst of all, to hide all the ugliness of her marriage from her own daughter. Raven reached for Mom's hand. "I'm so sorry," she said, "for everything he ever did to you." Chapter 12. Raven and her mother got an early start the next morning. They stopped at the shore house first, going through the motions of checking for Zane before driving the few blocks to the Brigantine Police Department. It was a small building. The uniformed cops who'd been to the house yesterday were both at their desks when Raven and Mom arrived. One of them jumped to his feet with a smile and showed them through to the interview room in the back. Before he left, he asked for Dad's phone and the code. Raven provided it and mentioned that they'd gone through his messages last night, hoping to find something useful. The cop didn't seem to think their snooping strange, leaving the room with another smile. When they were alone, Raven surveyed their surroundings. The two-way mirror along the wall opposite gave her pause. The metal table and metal seats were uncomfortable. She wondered if that was intentional, if the psychological warfare were already underway. The room smelled of stale sweat and coffee. The tile floor was hard and cracked in certain places. One of the walls had a dent in it. Raven pictured a suspect becoming rowdy, or perhaps an interrogating officer becoming violent. A shoulder or an elbow had made that impression. It was too high to be a hip or a knee. Mom sat with her back to the two-way mirror and fidgeted nervously. Raven wanted to tell her to relax, but realized Mom needed to look anxious. Her husband was missing, after all. A young female detective entered 15 minutes later. She had the tan of a person who lives year-round at the shore. Only a few years older than Raven, she wore a blue shirt over black dress pants that looked like they'd just been purchased at the Atlantic City outlets. Her badge was clipped to her belt.
"I'm Kim Almeida,"
she said, offering her hand. "Hello, Detective." Raven took the woman's hand and looked her in the eye. "Any news for us?"
"I'm afraid not."
The detective greeted Mom and insisted they both call her Kim.
"Please have a seat, Raven."
She gestured to the side of the table facing the mirror. Raven balked, and Kim immediately explained.
We like to record our interviews. That way we never lose information. The mics will pick up your responses better on that side.
Raven didn't buy it, but she couldn't argue. Reluctantly, Mom joined her on that side of the table as well. Kim sat across from them, her back to the mirror, and placed a thin manila folder in the middle of the table, leaving it closed.
Well, like I said, I'm afraid we don't have anything yet,
Almeida said.
We got to work immediately, though, and I followed up at Zane's favorite casinos. They keep excellent records of patrons' comings and goings. He hasn't been to any of his usual spots this week.
That's so strange, Raven said. Almeida opened the folder and consulted some handwritten notes. They were upside down to Raven and in mangled cursive. She couldn't decipher them.
See, the thing is,
Kim went on, looking up suddenly,
the Borgata didn't have a tournament this week.
Right, Raven nodded. The lady I spoke to at the casino said as much. Almeida studied her while she spoke.
They were working on the poker room over the weekend. A problem with the heating, apparently. The work ran over. You know how it goes with contractors sometimes. And bled into Monday morning.
No one spoke for a moment. Mom broke the silence. Zane must not have known, Mom suggested. Almeida pulled a face.
The Borgata notified its players. They added an alert to their website and also blasted their mailing list. Your father was on the email.
He must not have seen it, Raven said. Kim shook her head.
He read the email on Monday night.
Raven frowned. Are you sure? Because we went through his phone last night. Maybe we opened it? Kim folded her hands.
Our forensics people are very good. We'll be able to tell when that email was opened and deleted.
Neither Raven nor her mother said anything. For a moment, Raven wondered if the detective was going to Mirandize them. But then Almeida looked down at her notes.
I'd like to walk through the timeline again, she said.
The detective asked them the usual questions. When was the last time they saw or spoke to Zane? Around what time did he leave for the bar? Did they think he came home first before heading to the shore? They offered their vague answers and expressed their growing, almost unbearable concern. Without coming out and saying it, both Raven and Mom implied they were worried Zane had come to a bad end.
Robin, Almeida turned to her mother. I'd like to speak to Raven alone for a few minutes. Would you excuse us?
Before she left the room, Mom shot her one more nervous look. Raven gave her a sad smile, really playing up her anxiety for anybody watching on the other side of that mirror by wringing her hands under the table. Almeida returned a few minutes later.
Sorry, the detective said cheerfully, but we have to follow procedures and separate interviewees. What you remember might be different than what your mother remembers, and that might become important later in our investigation. We never know. But I assure you it's just a formality.
Okay. Almeida crossed one leg over the other and folded her hands in her lap.
I'd like you to walk me through yesterday morning again, the detective said.
Raven's insides tightened. She feared she was about to run straight into a buzzsaw. Like I said, I got to the house in Brigantine and saw Daddy's car parked out back. I let myself in and looked around to see if he was there. His phone was on the kitchen counter.
Right, the phone.
Almeida nodded.
Now, Jonah mentioned the recycling hadn't been taken out. That is to say it was full. Is that right?
That's right, Raven said. Daddy isn't great about the trash and recycling. Mom takes care of that at home. I'm assuming it slipped his mind.
I hear that.
Almeida gave her a knowing grin. I have to remind my boyfriend every week. So the recycling was full. We also checked the trash can. Raven almost winced, fearing what was coming.
It was empty, Almeida said. Strange, don't you think?
Raven pulled a face. Well, he only would have gotten there Tuesday morning and then would have gone straight to the... She stopped what she was saying. They had already established the fact that Zane had not gone to the casino.
It is odd, Almeida said. Nothing was in there. Not a cup of coffee or a newspaper or a takeout container. No leftovers, just nothing. Not even a new, empty bag.
Raven had no answers.
The trash from last week was still in the outside can, Almeida went on. We know because we found some receipts.
It doesn't make any sense. Raven shook her head. The only thing I can think is Daddy likes to live off fast food and casino comps when he's down here.
Well, we know he didn't go to any casinos, Almeida said, and we'll check his cards for transactions, assuming your mother gives us permission.
Raven fought a shudder. Right.
Where could he have gone?
Almeida asked. Raven's stomach was in knots. He's got a lot of friends. Maybe he met some friends at the bar. There are a few spots within walking distance of the house. Almeida thought about that, but didn't comment. Then she took out her phone. Raven couldn't see what she was doing on it. The detective tapped a few buttons and showed her the screen.
We took pictures while we were in the house yesterday,
Almeida said. Raven recognized the master bedroom in the image the detective was showing her.
Do you notice anything unusual?
Almeida asked. Raven scrutinized the picture but shook her head.
The bed doesn't look like it's been slept in,
the detective said. Raven frowned, leaning in to get a better look. Daddy wasn't great about chores around the house, but he made his bed up, I think. Almeida swiped to the next image. The bedspread was turned down to reveal a bare mattress.
No sheets on the bed,
Almeida said. The cold room suddenly felt stiflingly hot.
No clothes in the hamper.
Almeida swiped through several more images.
And we looked in the bathroom. No used towels in there, from what we could see.
They were in big trouble. Raven worked up some tears. I just don't understand, Detective. Where could he be? What happened? Almeida nodded sympathetically, as if Raven were a victim and not a suspect.
I know this is hard, but I'm afraid I have some delicate questions to ask.
It's okay. Raven wiped under an eye. I just want to find my father. Almeida put her phone away.
Your parents have been married for a long time. How would you describe their relationship?
Troubled, Raven admitted.
How so?
I've seen Daddy hit her, Raven said. Almeida offered a sympathetic look. Raven had not wanted to admit to her father's abuse. If the police thought he was dead, they would naturally suspect the abused wife of a revenge killing. But there was simply no way of keeping this a secret. Rumors had flown for years about Zane, and Robin had revealed she'd contacted the police several times, only to later recant and withdraw her complaints. That's why I left 7 years ago, Raven said, going on to explain her abrupt departure and falling out with her father and recent return. I don't know if the abuse continued while I was gone. Mom doesn't talk about it. I'm sure you can understand.
I'm so sorry, Kim said. Now, Raven, I have to ask you, Did your mother and father have an argument Monday night?
No. She shook her head vigorously. Daddy went to the bar. Mom started not feeling well and went up to bed early. I didn't last much longer myself.
What time did you go to bed?
10:30, maybe 11.
And you didn't hear your father come home?
No, Raven said.
Are you sure?
Almeida leaned forward.
Think about it. Do you remember hearing anything? Anything at all?
Raven smiled apologetically. New York taught me how to tune out noise at night. I'm dead to the world when I'm asleep. She regretted using the word dead.
You know what else puzzles me?
Almeida continued.
The phone.
Raven said nothing. Almeida consulted her notes again.
When you arrived yesterday morning, his phone was almost dead, right?
Right.
Your father made no calls and sent no texts since Monday night, Almeida said. And his phone was just sitting out on the counter, slowly running down.
Raven didn't say anything.
It would have died if you hadn't plugged it in,
Almeida said. Like I mentioned to the other officers, I'm guessing Daddy forgot to charge it.
I believe you suggested Zane lost track of time in the casino and forgot to plug his phone in, but he wasn't at the casino.
Right. Raven's voice cracked. I don't know what happened. She had to consciously stop herself fidgeting. I'm sorry. Raven forced a weak smile. I'm not myself right now and am having trouble thinking clearly.
I can understand that,
Almeida said, a glimmer of sympathy shining through her hardened gaze for a heartbeat.
But you understand why I'm confused.
We all are.
Your father leaves no trash, makes no calls, sends no texts, and his phone almost dies.
It's bizarre, Raven said. Almeida leaned forward.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay. Almeida sat back in her chair and turned all her attention on Raven.
Hypothetically speaking, what if your father was never in Brigantine? Where do you think he would have gone instead?
Raven didn't know what to say. Almeida gave her a moment, but when Raven couldn't come up with anything, the detective leaned forward.
I've got this funny feeling that he didn't come to Brigantine.
Chapter 13. Raven left the interview room in a cold sweat. The detective showed her into the break room where her mother was sitting in the corner by a murky window, peering out into the harsh grayness of the wintry shoreline. Mom smiled at her expectantly, and Raven played it cool, acting as if her heart wasn't in her throat and she wanted to run screaming from the building. Almeida made small talk while pouring Raven a coffee. Raven barely heard a word the woman said, as she was too busy replaying the interview in her mind. Thanking the woman for the drink, Raven sat at her mother's table. "Is everything okay, honey?" Mom asked. "I'm fine." Raven wiped under an eye. "Just worried about Daddy." She wanted to warn her mother, but could think of no coded and non-obvious way to do it. Instead, she settled into her chair, allowing her exhaustion to leak through. It was natural, after all, to experience an adrenaline dump after speaking with the police about your missing father.
"Mrs. Kendrick,"
Almeida said, giving them a moment to gather themselves.
"Would you please come back with me now?"
Mom rose on jittery legs and carried her purse in two hands in front of her, almost like it was a magic shield that could protect her from difficult questions. Raven worried that Mom would break. would cave under the first difficult question and confess to murdering her husband in her sleep, shooting her mother one last determined look before she left with the detective. Raven settled into the hard-backed, uncomfortable chair and crossed her legs at the knee. The coffee was bitter. She put it down and took out her phone. It was already after 1 o'clock, she realized with a start. Kim had questioned her for over an hour. Would Mom survive that same treatment? Raven scrolled through her texts and social media but couldn't focus on anything. Her phone rang a few minutes later. The caller ID brought a smile and a sense of relief to her face. "Hey, Coop," she said. "How are you?"
"Good, Ray Ray,"
he said, then laughed nervously.
"Sorry, it just came out. Old habits die hard, apparently."
She laughed, too. "It's fine. I like it." Everyone else had called her Raven, sometimes Rave. When they were dating, however, Cooper insisted on coming up with his own pet name for her. She was special to him. After trying several out, he'd landed on Ray Ray. It was funny, hearing a tough guy like Cooper call her something cute like that. And the sobriquet had stuck.
"I was calling to see how you were doing,"
he said.
"Everything okay with your dad?"
"Actually, no," she said. "He still hasn't turned up."
"What? Oh my God, I'm sorry to hear that."
Raven didn't want to have this conversation with Cooper out in the open at a police station. "Hey, I need to run to the bathroom. Can I call you back in a few minutes?"
"Sure thing."
Raven poured out her bitter coffee into the sink, then tossed the cup. She told the desk sergeant that she would be in her car for a few minutes to make a phone call. Outside, the sky remained a wall of gray. The sun seemed like a distant memory. She started the vehicle and cranked the heat. Coop answered right away.
"You don't sound yourself," he said. "Why don't you tell me what's going on?"
She was so tempted to blurt it all out. Everything about how her mother had killed her father while sleepwalking and scrawled those ominous and damning 2 words in blood on the wall. How Raven and her mother had moved the body into Zane's trunk, and then how Raven had driven her father's car to the shore. How Raven had crossed the Heinemann Memorial Bridge into Brigantine, pulling off to the side of the road in the late hours of Monday, or early hours of Tuesday. How she'd heaved all 220 pounds of Zane's dead weight into the freezing, salty water of the marsh by the bridge. Pushing the reeds out of the way, she'd waded into that bone-chilling wash and made sure Daddy went under by tying those cinder blocks to his ankles. Owning a landscaping business, Zane had all sorts of heavy things lying around the garage. By the time she was done, she was covered in sweat and seawater, warm and freezing all at once. In the early hours of Tuesday, before the sun rose, Raven drove slowly to the shore house. It was both too late and too early for anyone else to be awake. A devilish, slashing wind started as she pulled behind the house in the back drive. Moving quickly, Raven slipped inside. The house was cold, the thermostat set to 60 when nobody was around. She turned up the heat and, shivering, immediately got a scalding hot shower. In 5 minutes, she was clean and dry and wearing clean clothes. A hoodie commemorating the annual polar plunge in Brigantine, where mostly older men ran half-naked into the icy waters on New Year's Eve. And a pair of Mom's jeans. Literal mom jeans. She grabbed a wool hat and scarf. She realized now the mistakes she'd made, and they seemed all the more foolish. Raven hadn't thought to check Daddy's bed for sheets, the hamper for clothes, or the bathroom for towels. She hadn't thought to add little touches to the home to make it appear as if Zane had been there at all. It was an unmitigated disaster of an oversight, but she tried to take some comfort in the fact that the police would almost certainly not find his body. Without a corpse, all the circumstantial evidence in the world wouldn't be enough for a murder conviction. She hoped. What else had she not thought to do? Raven had bagged her dirty clothes and left Daddy's cell phone on the kitchen counter, not thinking once about either the recycling or the trash, like she should have, not plugging Daddy's phone into the charger that was right there. Raven locked up and hurried through the harsh wind like she was one of those crazy people who went for jogs early in the morning on freezing cold days. By the time she reached the empty parking lot of the nearby Italian restaurant, her cheeks were wind-burnt and her lungs were on fire. Being a stage actress had kept her in decent shape, but she couldn't remember the last time she'd been for a run. Mom was waiting. She'd driven Raven's car because there was no toll transponder inside the vehicle, and thus no way for anyone to electronically track its movements. Raven blasted the heat as soon as she got in, and they were off, both women wearing hats and scarves to disguise themselves.
"Raven, are you there?"
Coop's smooth baritone boomeranged her back to the present. The flags outside the police station snapped in the wind, and yesterday's snowfall was already turning dark with car exhaust. "Sorry, Coop," she said. "Bad connection."
"I'm worried about you," he said. "And your father, of course."
"I'm okay."
"Like I used to say, you're a great actress, but a terrible liar."
The line brought back fond memories, taking her back to the high school musical and seeing Coop sitting in the front row, making sure he and his friends, whom he'd forced to come, had the best seats. "I'm worried about Dad," she said. "We don't know where he is, and—"
"And what?"
"The police in Brigantine. They're just doing their jobs, but the questions they asked me, I felt like I was being interrogated." Cooper's voice was deadly serious when he spoke next.
"Word has gotten around about your father."
"What are people saying?"
"Word is Zane ghosted on some meeting, leaving Jonah up the creek."
Raven wondered how that had gotten out. Jonah gave the impression of being discreet. So she assumed Freddie Thorne or one of his managers had imbibed a few too many beers at the pub and started bitching about her father missing an important meeting. "Great," she said sarcastically. "Just what I need right now when my father is missing."
"There's something else."
Disbelief lined Coop's voice.
"I don't stick my nose in anybody's business or spend my free time passing rumors, but I thought you should know."
"What?" He was silent for a moment. She pictured him steeling himself, that Adam's apple working as he readied to deliver bad news.
"It's the usual bullshit when there's drama. Everybody has an opinion," Cooper said. "Or a theory. Word's going round that you're—"
His voice drifted off, but she had an inkling about what he couldn't bring himself to say. Raven took a deep breath. "We suspect that Daddy was having an affair."
That's always been a rumor,"
Cooper said, sounding embarrassed.
"But no, it's about your mother."
Raven went back inside the police station, but did not return to the break room, choosing instead to sit in the waiting area by the desk sergeant. She fell into a daze, nearly dozing off as the accumulation of poor sleep caught up to her. Only the sudden blasts of cold air every time someone opened the nearby door kept Raven awake. An hour passed, then another. The idle time gave her an opportunity to brood over everything that had happened. She discovered new problems, most of them imagined or hypothetical, but some of them very real. Each train of thought, linked by a dozen what-ifs, led to harrowing conclusions that turned her stomach. She fumbled through her purse for antacid tablets, her typical over-the-counter assistance when her belly turned to liquid before an audition. But the pack was empty, and Raven didn't think it a good idea to ask the desk sergeant for some. The wait was excruciating, maddening. Her worst fears began to play on her. She imagined the detective turning nasty on Mom, that pretty little smile melting away so only that graven expression remained. Hard as rock and as unforgiving. She pictured another detective bursting into the interview room with some damning piece of evidence neither of them had thought of or even knew existed. Mom's prematurely lined face, her shoulders sagging with the weight of her world, her dead husband on her, as the police Mirandized her, perhaps piling further humiliation and judgment on by cuffing Mom. Raven pictured those tiny wrists of hers being pinched by the cold metal, and her heart broke. Just when her anxiety reached its height and she feared she might have to run to the bathroom to be sick, Raven saw Mom coming. She emerged from the back of the station, the detective in tow, with her eyes guarded. Mom had always been short and thin, but now she seemed petite, folded in on herself. Raven got the briefest of smiles when their eyes met at a distance, but there was no joy in Mom's expression. It was only a reserved smile of relief. It reminded Raven of those spin classes she'd taken with Dora in New York. That was the smile they'd made at each other during rest periods, those all-too-brief downtimes before the next sprint. Raven resisted the urge to embrace her mother. They were supposed to be worried, perhaps experiencing their first touch of hopelessness.
"Thank you both for coming," Kim said. "We have several lines of inquiry we're exploring, and you've been very helpful. At this time, I'd encourage you to reach out to friends and family and be active on social media. Something might turn up that way. I would caution you against speaking to the media just yet, though. Of course, I can't tell you what to do, but if you'd like to contact a member of the press, I'd ask that you consult with us first. The messaging is important, and in any investigation, we like to control what information goes public and what doesn't. It makes our work much easier."
Her mother looked shell-shocked. "We understand," Raven said.
"Thank you again. We'll be in touch tomorrow. In the meantime, if you think of anything else, please contact me immediately."
It took a few minutes for the car engine to warm up. Raven and Mom sat in the parking lot, blowing into their palms while waiting for the hot air. "It's so cold," Mom said absently. She gazed out of the passenger window into the bleak December gray of a cold day. The wind slashed like a cold blade, and the fallen snow had turned the color of ash. "You okay, Mom?" Raven asked. Mom didn't answer. Raven backed out of the spot. As they approached the Heinemann Memorial Bridge, Raven couldn't help but look in the direction of that marsh where she'd sloshed through bone-chilling water, and somehow found the strength to heft her father's dead mass into the sea. The scariest 15 minutes of her life had been spent hauling Daddy to his watery grave, tying cinder blocks to his ankles so he sank. Raven got a chill as they drove over the bridge. Her mother was still absently gazing out of the window at the grayness abounding. Charcoal skies over battleship gray waters. "Mom, we need to talk." Her mother slowly came back online, some semblance of life returning to her eyes. "How did it go with the detective?" Raven asked. Mom shook her head. "I don't know, honey. I stuck to our story and never wavered, but I don't think she believes me. It was very difficult to talk about our marriage." Raven understood her to mean the abuse. "The whole time I felt like I was only making myself look guilty by telling the truth." Mom shook her head. "Then again, I'm not telling all the truth. Only some of it, I guess." Her voice had taken on a despondent tone again that worried Raven. "Cops never believe anyone. Not completely," Raven said. She was, of course, making this up. She had no idea what cops thought, or didn't think. But it felt like the right thing to say to her mother, who clearly needed a lifeline. There will always be holes in stories because reality is messy and no one's memory is perfect. "I guess you're right." Slowly, by painstaking degrees, Mom detailed her conversation with the detective. Kim had asked the two women mostly the same questions, but had posed more personal ones to Mom about her husband. "She wanted to know if your father ever had affairs," Mom said. "I didn't know how to answer that." "What did you say?" "I told her the truth, that I suspected he might have from time to time, but that I didn't have any proof. I was so embarrassed by it all, bearing the most intimate details of my life and marriage to a perfect stranger. I could have died." "But you didn't." Raven reached for her hand. "You made it through. I think we've gotten the hard part over, that first interview. Now all we have to do is stick to the story. They're never going to find Daddy, and we've cleaned the house from top to bottom and replaced all the linens. We're safe, Mom." Her mother offered her an indulgent smile. It reminded Raven of that time Mom had discovered an empty jar in the kitchen, and Raven had lied through her teeth, claiming she hadn't eaten the last 3 cookies. Mom had smiled then, just like that. They were back on the Atlantic City Expressway now, heading west. Red tail lights blipped on ahead, giving the gloomy afternoon some color. Traffic slowed to almost a stop. "Must be an accident," Mom said. "Did the detective ask you about anything else?" Mom shook her head. Raven jammed her brakes as traffic came to another surprising stop. About a quarter-mile ahead, the far right lane was merging with the middle. She took a deep, calming breath. Raven had treated Mom with kid gloves so far, but now it was time to ask the difficult questions. "Mom, I need you to tell me the truth about something." "Yes?" "Are you having an affair?" Mom turned to look at her. "No, I would never have done that." Raven held out a palm. "No judgment, Mom. Daddy treated you terribly, and I have to think you were afraid to leave him." "I was." Mom's voice cracked. "Zane would have killed me if I... But why did you ask me that?" Coop overheard some idiots talking at the bar. That's one of the rumors going around. "Great," Mom snapped. "Now I'm the philanderer and Zane's a victim." Raven wanted to press her mother for more details. Rumors were often baseless, but even baseless rumors got their start in some kernel of truth. "Why would people think that about you, though?" "I have no idea," Mom said. "Let's drop it." Chapter 14. Robin. 3 years ago. Robin went out to her car to place the call. Zane was dozing upstairs, the 6-pack he'd put away this afternoon making him sleepy, but she didn't want to risk him overhearing this conversation.
"Tabernacle Police Department," a woman answered. "How may I direct your call?"
Robin immediately disconnected. Breathless, she drummed the steering wheel nervously and watched the house. If Zane had seen her making a call from the car, he'd get suspicious. She should have thought of that. Her phone rang, startling her. The caller ID revealed it was the police department, calling her back. She should have thought of that, too. As part of their procedures, they probably returned dropped calls to make sure the caller wasn't in danger or injured. She answered and lamely explained that she'd accidentally tapped the call hyperlink on the local government's website for the police station. The dispatcher asked if someone was there, threatening her, and Robin rushed to assure the woman that nothing was wrong. Now terribly rattled, Robin went for a drive. If Zane was awake, she couldn't face him right now after she'd come so close to... doing what, exactly? Without thinking about where she was going, Robin ended up in the parking lot of the bookstore. A gust of wind scattered the recently fallen leaves, and the door to the shop flew open when a customer left. She sat in her car for a while. For years, she had vowed never to contact the police and report her husband's abuse. It would only make things worse, she reasoned. But now, she thought, things couldn't get any worse. The man was always in a foul mood, and everything set him off. He had a million triggers. And with Raven out of the house and no longer dependent on them, Robin felt like it was finally time to get help. Contacting the police would have serious repercussions, and Robin would face many herself. But she couldn't go on living like this anymore. Her existence had been reduced to waiting for the next time her husband put his hands on her. Feeling eyes on her, Robin realized a man was standing in front of her car, Alistair Lennox. He wore a tan coat and scarf and waved at her excitedly. It had been years since she last saw him. Putting on the face that fooled everyone, Robin got out of the car and drew her coat tightly about her against the autumn wind.
"Robin, how are you?"
Alistair approached with his arms wide open. Robin backed away instinctively. If someone saw them hug and told her husband, she thrust a hand out for a shake instead. Alistair's disappointment was real, but mercifully short-lived. His excitement at running into her came roaring back. He pumped her hand energetically. Even through his gloves and hers, Robin felt that electric thrill of contact.
"It's so good to see you,"
he said, sounding like he could die of happiness.
"How have you been?"
"Oh, you know." She regretted not hugging the man now, instead offering him a thin smile. If Alistair could die of happiness, she could die of sadness. Having to keep this man at arm's length was torturous.
"How's Raven?" he asked. "I heard she was in New York."
"I miss her so much." Suddenly and embarrassingly, grief flooded her. All the emotions that Robin kept so well submerged came gushing out. Next thing she knew, Alistair had put an arm around her shoulders and was telling her it would be all right. Making a scene was dangerous. Zane knew a lot of people here. Word would get back to him if she wasn't more careful. But Robin couldn't stop crying. It was the first honest emotion she'd bared to anyone in a long time.
"Come on," he said. "Let's get a cup of coffee. I'm buying."
She allowed him to lead her down the strip of stores to the cafe. By the time he held the door for her, Robin had stopped the tears. She sat at a table in the dark corner, away from everyone else, and was grateful when she didn't see a familiar face. A minute later, Alistair appeared with 2 cups of joe. He sat opposite her, awkward as ever, nearly spilling the coffee while setting it on the low table between them. Robin couldn't help but giggle. With his thick glasses and clumsy manner, he reminded her of Clark Kent, Superman's bumbling alter ego.
"Sorry," he said. "My poor gross motor skills have been one of many great lifetime disappointments."
His nerdy humor lifted her spirit. Robin sipped the coffee.
"So," Alistair said, "do you want to talk about it?"
Robin's lip quivered. Tears threatened again, but she managed not to turn into a blubbering mess once more. The desire to tell this man her deepest secrets was almost overwhelming. She needed to share a part of it, just to let some of the pressure out. Otherwise, she would explode and Alistair would know everything. "For 21 years," she said, "I was a mother. First, second, and last. It was the only thing that mattered to me. Friendships came and went, and along the way I stopped living my own life. Now Raven is grown and out of the house, and I'm lost. Just lost."
"I don't know what it's like to be a parent."
The note of regret in his voice was unmistakable.
"I was never so lucky. But I can't imagine what you're going through. I mean, now that she's gone."
The underlying meaning to his words was not lost upon her. He couldn't imagine what she was going through, and that imagining went beyond the departure of Raven. Was her abusive relationship the open secret Robin had always feared? The elephant in the room at cocktail parties, with family, friends, and acquaintances not wanting to speak out of turn, stick their noses in her business? Did people talk about it the moment they left the bar? Did her sister and brother-in-law know? Did Zane brag about it to his friends half-jokingly?
"That wife of mine, if she forgets to take my clothes to the dry cleaners, I crack her one good."
Did everybody know? Was Robin, in fact, the only person playing this ridiculous and unnecessary game of make-believe? Acting like she was in a loving marriage and fooling no one? If so, what the hell was the point? The last 20 years of putting on a brave face had been for nothing. She felt the waste of all that time, the goddamned terrible wasting of a life not lived. Why had she stayed? Why? Robin knew the reasons. She'd been terrified of leaving. Zane had made it clear what the repercussions would be. And she'd stayed, for Raven's sake. Zane, as nasty as he was, provided their daughter with a good life. He'd footed the entire bill for college, at least through junior year, when Raven had threatened him and left the home, vowing never to return until he made things right. But even those reasons, as logical as they were, seemed puny now, more like excuses than justifications.
"It must be difficult,"
Alistair said. She faked a smile. "Don't mind me. I'm just a silly old woman missing her daughter."
"You're neither silly nor old, and you miss your daughter because you're a wonderful mother."
Zane had never told her that. His compliments, few and fleeting that they were, had always been half-hearted, served up as afterthoughts.
"You know, you're not such a bad cook."
Or backhanded, much the same way he liked to strike her. Robin steered the conversation away from herself. "What about you, Alistair? How have you been?"
"Oh, me?"
He looked embarrassed. The man had never liked being the center of attention.
You know."
"I don't, actually." She smiled. "I don't even know where you work." He spoke haltingly about himself. It broke Robin's heart when she realized that few people had ever asked him these questions. Alistair was still that guy that most people looked right through, or around, like he was a prop in the world and not an actor worthy of attention.
Kind of boring, I guess, he concluded. I work in an office as a bookkeeper and go to book clubs and watch old movies.
Not at all, she said. It sounds lovely. He blushed. I was a bookkeeper for a while, she said.
For your husband.
A shadow seemed to pass over his face as he mentioned Zane. Yes, she said, not wanting to discuss the man she had nearly called the police about. What about you? Did you ever marry? His blush deepened.
No.
Come on, a nice guy like you must have come close. He looked away, embarrassed.
No. Never.
She realized she'd raised a touchy subject. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's all right.
He brightened.
So, are you reading anything right now?
She shook her head. I'm in a reading rut. I can't concentrate.
I know what you mean. When that happens to me, I usually switch genres, and it gets me back into the groove.
That's a good idea. How about some recommendations? For the next hour, they talked about books. Robin hardly noticed the passage of time. Only when the afternoon grew dark did she realize with a panicked start how long she'd been out. She never went anywhere without telling Zane ahead of time. That was to say, without clearing her excursion with him first. Hopefully he was still sleeping off those early afternoon beers.
Are you okay?
Alistair asked. I'm fine. She checked her watch. But I lost track of time. I really have to go.
Do you?
She stopped, only half risen from her chair. Yes, Zane will be expecting me. Alistair rose and put his hand on her wrist. Robin was too shocked to pull it away. What are you doing? She whispered.
He doesn't deserve you,
Alistair blurted out.
God, I'm sorry to say this. I swore I never would, but I've heard the rumors. Everybody says the same thing. Is it true? Do you need help, Robin?
What? I don't know what you're saying. She couldn't act in front of this man. She couldn't lie to Alistair.
You don't have to stay with him,
Alistair said.
I'll help. Shelley and Aaron will help.
Shelley and Aaron, her two best friends from high school. She'd seen them only a handful of times since that night 7 or 8 years ago, when they'd gone for drinks. That same night she'd spotted Alistair alone at the bar and had desperately wanted to talk to him, but hadn't. Her social life had shrunk down to the occasional comment on her cousin's Facebook page. It was like she didn't exist at all.
You have friends, he said. If money's a problem, I'll help you.
I'm sorry, Alistair. She smiled like he was being ridiculous. But I don't know what you're on about. Everything's fine.
Please, Robin. I'll help you, I promise.
She pulled her forearm out of his grip and swallowed her bottom lip to stave off the tears. It was really nice seeing you, she said. Maybe I'll make the next book club.
Robin.
She was out of there fast and back in her car. A drizzle blurred the windshield. When she activated the wipers, her vision was still blurry from the tears. Robin turned into her development. This was usually when that familiar feeling of dread would fill her stomach, make her heavy, immobilized and rooted to this goddamned house. But not tonight. Instead of dread, a feeling of anger burned inside her. Why the hell was she going back to that house? There was no reason to, unless she wanted to suffer. God, had she started to enjoy it? Robin began to hate herself. At one point, she'd been made into a victim, but now she wondered if she'd made the decision to continue to be one. She was too proud to call Shelley and Aaron for help. Though she had understandable reasons, Robin had been a terrible friend to those two women, ghosting her besties. And she'd never call Alistair for help, as that would be too embarrassing. But that didn't mean she couldn't help herself. Robin drove past the house and headed back into town. As she went, she noticed the lights were on in the living room. Zane must have woken up. She didn't care. Robin pulled into the police station 10 minutes later. The drizzle turned into a rain as she checked herself in the rearview mirror. Her makeup was messy, and she took out her compact to fix it, then realized that was the behavior of someone who still worried about appearances, who wasn't totally committed to the truth. Robin tossed her makeup kit onto the passenger seat in disgust. From now on, she would only live reality. As she reached for the door handle, her phone rang. Assuming it was her husband, who'd be angry and demand to know her whereabouts, Robin checked the caller ID, fully prepared to tell him exactly where she was and what she was about to do. But it wasn't Zane calling. Though Raven had stormed out of the house 4 years ago and hadn't been back since, they had kept in contact. Every month or so, Robin would get an email summarizing the major events in her daughter's life. She'd gotten a part in this show, had a callback for a commercial tomorrow, had met such-and-such director at a party. It was all very exciting. They rarely spoke on the phone. Raven knew that she couldn't have an honest conversation while Zane was around. And Robin knew that calling her daughter would only put her husband in a bad mood. So they'd maintained their relationship through the quiet digital medium. Robin lived for those days when she opened her email to find a new message from her daughter. "Raven, oh my God, I'm so glad you called. I was just thinking about you." "Hi, Mom." Her mother's intuition knew right away. "What's the matter?" Nothing. But Robin knew better. She allowed her daughter to take her time and speak when she was ready. They made small talk, Raven asking questions and not really listening to the answers. "I started sleepwalking again," Raven said. Robin closed her eyes. Her daughter had begun somnambulating when she went through puberty, which happened to coincide with a particularly stressful time in her social life as well. Robin feared her little girl had inherited this peculiar behavior from her and would be burdened with it for life. But Raven's sleepwalking had been short-lived, over and done with in the span of a few months. "I'm sorry, girlie. You got that from me." "I'm starting to worry," Raven said, her voice cracking. "I woke up on a park bench the other morning." Robin shuddered at the thought of her daughter wandering around the dangerous city streets in her sleep. It was a wonder she hadn't been robbed, or worse. "It's usually stress that triggers my episodes," Robin said. "Did something happen recently?" Raven sighed. "Things are hard right now. I've been going on all these auditions, but I haven't landed a role in almost a year." "Almost a year? That's not true. You mentioned that one-act play only a few months ago." "I made it up," Raven said. "There was no play." Robin's heart was heavy. "Honey, you don't have to pretend with me." As she said it, Robin felt the bitter sting of hypocrisy. For she had been pretending with her daughter for years, acting as if life were normal and her marriage was happy and their home a healthy one. But Raven, sweet girl that she was, had the good grace not to point that out. "It's really difficult out here," Raven said. "Sometimes I think, I don't know, every month I'm worried about making rent and now my career has stalled." "But you're only 24, Robin countered. 3 years is hardly enough time to develop your acting career." "Yeah, but like I said, the city is expensive." Robin understood. "How much money do you need?" "I'm not asking for money," Raven said. "I've got the waitressing job, and I can pick up a few more shifts at the bar nearby to help make ends meet." "Raven, tell me how much you need." Her daughter refused to name a sum, but Robin's mind was set. She'd figure out a way to get her money so she could stay in New York. Robin refused to let her daughter give up so early in her career. "For the sleepwalking," Robin said, "you need to barricade yourself in your room. Push a chair in front of the door if you have to. It might not stop you, but it'll slow you down, at least giving you the chance to wake up or for your roommate to hear what's going on. Also, there's medication that helps. My doctor started me on it a few years ago." "Really? What's it called?" Robin told her the name. "I haven't sleepwalked in years now, thank God. The last time I woke up in the driver's seat of my car in the middle of the night. Fortunately, I hadn't grabbed my keys. If I'd managed to turn the car on, I would have killed myself. Maybe somebody else, too. That's so scary." They talked for a few more minutes. Robin urged Raven to keep her chin up and keep trying. She confirmed Raven's address, claiming she wanted it so she could send a birthday present. Raven probably saw through the lie, but didn't fight her mother on it. "I love you, Raven." "Love you too, Mom." Robin put the phone down, missing her daughter already. It was the first time she'd heard Raven's voice in years. Now that she thought about it, Raven sounded different. Her voice was a little less carefree, her tone wary and guarded. The hard life of an aspiring theater actress had left some bruises. Robin drove home. Today was not the day to report her husband's abuse to the police, not when she desperately needed to get Raven money. As she pulled out of the parking lot, Robin feared she was crossing some unmarked point of no return, that if she didn't speak to the police today, she might never have the courage again. But she told herself that wasn't true, over and over, the whole time knowing deep down that it probably was. Back home, Zane was in the kitchen.
"Where were you?"
he asked. He had a beer in his hand. Her eyes instinctively went to the other corner of the kitchen, where her husband frequently left his empties, instead of walking the extra 20 feet to deposit them in the bin in the garage. She counted 6 cans of beer. None of them had been there when she left. Her husband, according to his friends, had a legendary tolerance for alcohol. But even that amount in so short a span of time was significant, considering he'd been drinking earlier as well. His eyes were dangerous. "I went for a drive," she said. "Stopped at the bookstore and grabbed a coffee at the cafe." He popped the tab on his latest can.
"You went for a drive."
He said it like the activity in and of itself constituted a crime. "Yes," she said.
"Did you see anyone?"
"No." She smiled sweetly and decided on the direct approach. "Raven's birthday is next month. I'm going to send her some money and presents. I miss her terribly." Zane was taken aback by her boldness.
"Money and presents."
Her husband had always had a soft spot for Raven. The man had never laid a hand on her, and had reserved his stinging remarks and snide sarcasm for his wife alone. "Yes," Robin looked him in the eye defiantly. "She's our daughter."
"She hasn't spoken to me in years,"
he said. Robin didn't back down. "You haven't called her either, Zane." His free hand curled into a fist, but Robin would not be cowed. She held his gaze until he began chuckling.
"Sure, whatever. Send her a gift card or something,"
he said. "She's been on her own for years," Robin said, putting steel in her voice. "I'm going to send her more than a gift card, Zane. She's our only daughter, after all." He shrugged.
"Fine."
He brushed past her on his way to the couch, where he turned on the TV and picked out a movie without asking her if she was interested in joining him. Once she was alone in the kitchen, she allowed herself to tremble. A moment later, Zane muted the TV and called out from the living room.
"Hey, I forgot. Jonah sent you a letter. It's on the counter."
Robin noticed the envelopes, mostly junk mail, which Zane had left for her to throw out near the toaster oven. The trash can was only 5 feet away, and for a wild moment Robin considered complaining about this galling habit of his. But she knew she'd pushed him today. Any further, and she'd regret it. Jonah's letter was on top of the junk mail pile, the envelope ripped open. Zane had read it, obviously.
"He's asking for help," Zane said, laughing. "He says you owe him, if you can believe it. What an asshole."
Robin pressed the envelope to her chest and closed her teary eyes. While it was true Jonah had gotten himself in trouble with the law, Robin had lied to the police when they asked her about Zane's involvement. She'd pointed the finger solely at her older brother. God help her. And then turned her back on him. "I have to help him," Robin said. She heard her husband leap off the couch. He cornered her in the kitchen, his veins pressing outward against his neck.
"You have to set him straight," Zane commanded. "Tell Jonah once he's accepted responsibility for his actions and stops blaming me for his mistakes, then you can help."
Chapter 15. "I'm going to lie down," Mom said. It was only 8:30, but Raven wasn't about to argue. Her mother looked like she'd aged another 5 years since yesterday. Though it didn't seem possible, Raven swore those few long stripes of gray coursing through Mom's dark hair had multiplied. "Are you sure you're all right?" Raven asked. "Fine," Mom said. "Thank you, girlie." Raven wasn't so sure. Mom had held up commendably for the first police interview, but Raven didn't know if she had any more interrogations in her. One more difficult question, and she feared Mom would crack. "You know that everything's going to be fine," Raven said before Mom left the living room. "Remember, there's no evidence of a crime here, and they'll never find Daddy's body. Even if there are questions we can't answer, even if there are inconsistencies, it doesn't matter. They don't have enough to bring charges against us if we keep to the story. Daddy's disappearance will just remain a mystery." Mom gave her a weak smile. "I know, Raven." Then, like she was headed to the gas chamber, Mom left the living room. Raven didn't know what to do with herself. Like her mother, she should have been exhausted by yet another long, anxiety-ridden day. but her mind refused to switch off. While she searched for a distraction, Coop texted, asking if she wanted to come by the bar for a drink. Reconnecting with her old boyfriend at a time like this wasn't the worst idea in the world, but it was pretty close. Still, Raven couldn't spend another minute in the house. Right now, she needed someone to talk to. She'd lost touch with most of her high school friends, and her theater crew were all in New York. Cooper was her only option. That was what she kept telling herself as she drove to the very same VFW where her father did much of his drinking. Coop was behind the bar when she arrived, a white towel draped over one of his bowling ball shoulders. In the midst of some story with a patron, he broke off to give her a big smile before turning back to the man. Raven felt all the stares as she took a stool at the far end of the bar, away from everyone else. She'd been so desperate to get out of the house and see Cooper that she hadn't thought this through. The majority of the men in here were likely Daddy's drinking buddies. As soon as one had enough booze in him to approach her, they all would, and she'd have to field questions like she was at a press conference. But she'd just gotten here, and leaving immediately would look odd, so Raven settled down and kept her eyes away from everybody else. Cooper broke away from his conversation quickly, appearing a moment later with his gorgeous smile.
"Hey, you,"
he said. "Hey." As they stared into each other's eyes, Raven felt that old, familiar fluttering in her stomach. She wasn't in a romantic mood, but those feelings were there, buried under the tsunami of worry and anxiety and guilt and panic. As she stared into those beautiful eyes of his, Raven realized suddenly that none of the other guys she'd dated since Coop had made her feel this way. Not even the one or two she'd loved. Cooper Young was that quiet force of nature affecting her, like the moon pulling the tides. "Should I sign the guest book again?" she asked. He shook his head.
"Anybody that gives me hell for letting Zane's daughter drink here while the guy is missing can kiss my ass."
She smiled gratefully.
"Cherry Coke with vanilla?"
he asked.
"Or something stronger tonight?"
"Stronger." He cupped his chin.
"Let me guess. Vodka sour?"
"How did you know?"
"Because I'm a bartender."
She laughed. "I'm kidding. I hate vodka sours." That made him blush.
"You're wicked. You shouldn't tease a guy like that."
She wanted to tease him in all sorts of ways. But then she remembered her father was rotting in the bay under the Heinemann Memorial Bridge in Brigantine. Unbidden, a ghastly image of innumerable scuttling crabs tearing at his corpse came to mind.
"You okay, Ray Ray?"
he asked. "Yes." She swallowed hard. "Why don't you surprise me?"
"One surprise coming up,"
he said. Coop went away to do his work in secret. Raven felt more eyes on her and dared to look around. Slick, the man she'd met the other day in here, was sharing a table with Freddie Thorne on the opposite side of the room. They both nodded at her politely. Cooper returned with a mixed drink.
"Try this."
"What is it?"
"Just try it."
An orange wedge stuck out of the drink, which smelled of vanilla and citrus. Raven took a tiny sip. There was whiskey hiding in this concoction, but its bite was flavored by caramel and spices.
"Well?"
"It's good," she said. "Is this your famous old-fashioned?" He put his hand over his heart.
My drink has a reputation.
I heard Daddy talking about it. At the mention of her father, Coop's smile slipped. He leaned in and lowered his voice.
So, no word, huh?
She shook her head and hid her stricken expression behind the glass by taking another sip. He pulled a face.
I wish there was something I could do.
You're doing it, Raven said. I needed a friend tonight. He swallowed hard.
A friend?
Yeah. Her mask came off, and Raven allowed her fear and anxiety to leak through. That's what we are, right? Coop smiled, but almost seemed disappointed.
I didn't want to assume we were. Friends, that is.
He palmed the bar with both hands and looked away. Raven's heart was in her throat.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my life,
he said, bringing his dreamy eyes back to her.
I've learned to live with most of them, but I still regret breaking up with you.
The heavy feeling in her stomach that had been pervasive these last few days lifted, leaving her seeming almost weightless. Before she knew what she was doing, Raven said, "Why did you?" He was taken aback, and she regretted asking. She'd come here for his companionship. Now was hardly the time for her to make him feel guilty about something that had happened almost a decade ago, when they were both young, impulsive, and very stupid teenagers. Cooper's eyes drifted past her shoulder. Before he could complete his thought, another man was addressing her from behind.
Raven?
She turned on the stool to find her Uncle Jonah approaching. Jonah? She hadn't expected to run into him. What are you doing here?
This is the last place anybody saw Zane, Jonah explained. I thought I'd talk to some people and see if anything came of it.
Raven popped off the stool to give him a big hug. She thought she spied some jealousy in Cooper's expression, but the sentiment, if it was there at all, passed quickly. All the same, Raven wanted to make things very clear. Coop, this is my uncle, Jonah. Cooper seemed almost relieved that they were related. He and Jonah shook hands.
I think we met before,
Coop said.
That's right. Zane brought me in not so long ago. Then I signed up.
Jonah looked him over.
Did you two go to school together?
Raven and Coop shared a meaningful look before she squeaked out an answer. Coop and I dated, senior year. Jonah sensed the unresolved feelings between them and shifted awkwardly.
Good to see you again, Coop,
Jonah said before turning to her.
Sit down with me for a few minutes. I think we should talk.
She wondered if he'd gotten some information out of the police that they'd kept from her and Mom. While Raven had to be careful what she said to her uncle, she saw this as an opportunity to learn more about the investigation. Raven told Coop she'd be back. She followed Jonah to a table on the other side of the room. I didn't see you when I came in. Jonah took a pull on his beer.
I was out back on the patio for a smoke.
Raven sipped her drink and looked around the room, feeling the eyes of the other patrons on them. Jonah leaned in.
The police asked me some difficult questions. They shared some things about your parents I never knew.
Raven said nothing. Jonah's expression grew even more serious, his jowls hardening as he gnashed his teeth. What her uncle said next completely floored Raven.
Did you know That Zane contacted the police about your mother.
Raven leaned back, giving herself a moment to respond. What are you talking about?
Zane said she threatened him, apparently.
Mom? Raven laughed. That's ridiculous. He's almost a foot taller and has 100 pounds on her.
I know it's ridiculous,
Jonah said reassuringly.
But Zane made those calls.
Raven shook her head. Hoping she appeared outraged and indignant rather than anxious and caught completely off guard, she took another sip of her drink before responding, once more reminding herself to speak in the present tense about her father. My parents don't have a great relationship, she said. Daddy used to put his hands on Mom. I told him to stop, years ago, and threatened to go to the police. Jonah nodded slowly.
Listen to me, honey. Robin is my sister, and I've always looked at you like the child I never had.
He reached across the small table for her hands. When he spoke again, his voice was so low she almost couldn't hear him.
Now, I don't know where Zane is. But listen, if something happened to him, and you or your mother had something to do with it, you can tell me.
He looked left and right, checking for eavesdroppers.
Knowing what I do now about how he treated Robin, I'm ashamed to have called him my friend. If something happened, I want to help you and your mother.
Raven stared dumbly at him for a moment. Then she stiffened. Nothing happened, Uncle Jonah. I don't know what you're talking about.
Raven.
He gave her a knowing look.
Come on. The police don't think he was ever in Brigantine. And the last person to see him was that bartender over there. Your friend, Cooper.
She looked away, unable to hold his gaze. Nothing happened. And no matter what, we want to find him. We hope he's alive. He's my father, for God's sake. And what do you mean the police don't think he was there? What about his car and his cell phone?
Somebody else could have driven that car and left that phone.
Who? As soon as she'd asked the question, Raven realized she'd walked right into a problem of her own making.
Only somebody close to Zane would have had access to his vehicle and phone and the shore house,
Jonah said carefully. Raven's insides tightened. She realized the terrible mistake they'd made now, only when it was too late. If Zane had never been to Brigantine, only she and her mother would have had the means to make it look like he'd been.
Think about it,
Jonah went on after a pause.
If someone drove that car to the shore house, they also needed to get away without leaving a trail.
Raven was too panicked to figure out where he was going with this.
So, how did they do that and get back home?
They could have called an Uber. Jonah shook his head.
That would have left an electronic trail.
Or a cab.
Same problem,
Jonah said.
Even if they paid cash, the taxi companies keep records, and all those vehicles have cams now for security reasons.
Raven felt like she could burst. Of course, these were the very problems she and her mother had contemplated when coming up with their plan. They had also figured public transportation was too risky as well, given the dozens, if not hundreds, of cameras in and around hubs. That was why Robin had picked Raven up about a quarter-mile from the house in Raven's car, and they had stayed off toll roads. "We think Daddy was seeing other women," Raven said, hoping to cast suspicion on anyone other than her and her mother. Jonah nodded slowly.
"Yeah, the police asked me about that too. Still, though, would he carry on with another woman at your shore house right in front of all the neighbors?"
She looked down into her drink. It didn't take much to act as if nothing made sense and she was overwhelmed. Raven just hoped she didn't come across as guilty to boot. I don't know what to think, Uncle Jonah."
"Raven?"
She started at the sound of Coop's voice. He'd come up behind her.
"Everything okay over here?"
he asked.
"We're having a private conversation."
Jonah's mug turned prison mean.
"Family business."
Coop ignored him and kept his eyes on her.
"Are you good, Ray Ray?"
The muscles in his forearms were bunched. One vein stood out in his neck. He'd been watching her exchange with Jonah from the bar and hadn't liked what he'd seen. Now Cooper was ready to pummel Jonah. "Fine, Coop." She cast him a smile. "I'll be back over in a minute." Cooper looked ready to explode. Here was the boy she hadn't seen in years, the one who was passionate and loyal to a fault. He'd earned a reputation as a fighter, but in every schoolyard brawl, he'd always been on the right side of the argument. When 6'5" Nevin on the wrestling team bullied 5'0" Greg in junior year, Cooper, who wasn't even that close to Greg in the first place, had stepped in to put things right. When Kent, the most popular kid in school, mouthed off about how promiscuous Raven's friend was, Cooper hunted him down in gym class and laid him out on the hardwood floor of the basketball court, then, with an eerie calm, proceeded to the principal's office, not bothering to explain himself before quietly accepting his suspension. Cooper had shown that same loyalty to Raven. When a friend had turned on her, when that rumor about her father cheating on Mom had circulated, when someone else had wrongfully accused her of stealing French fries in the cafeteria, Cooper had jumped right in. He'd shown that remarkable strength of character throughout their relationship, never fearing the consequences for actions he knew in his heart were moral. He'd been that way until the end, until suddenly he was breaking up with her with little explanation, and hardly a goodbye. Chapter 16. Robin, 1 year ago.
"Hi, is anyone sitting here?"
Robin looked up from the paperback she wasn't actually reading and saw a broad-shouldered man with an inexpressive face carved from stone. He wore a shirt and tie under a heavy winter coat and pointed at the stool in front of the cafe window next to her. With a sly hand, he opened his coat fractionally to reveal a detective's shield. Robin nodded politely, and the man sat and peered out the frosty window that gave a view onto Main Street. It was a bright day, the sunlight's glaring reflection bouncing off the snow-piled sidewalks and icy streets. Robin blew on her coffee to cool it while the man settled his large frame onto the stool. In a low voice, he said,
"I'm Jack Caldwell. We've spoken on the phone."
She recognized his voice. "Nice to finally meet you." His eyes took in the same winterscape as hers, but neither studied the scene with any interest.
"I'm here to listen, Mrs. Kendrick," he said. "Whatever you want to tell me is fine. I won't take any notes, and for now none of this will go into a file."
While all of that was reassuring, the prospect of talking remained daunting. To share her darkest secrets with another human being was terrifying. Who was this man to be her confessor? She hated him suddenly, in a way that she had never hated her husband, the very person who abused her. The feeling passed quickly. Most feelings did these days. Every emotion dulled and muted, with the exception of anxiety, which was ever present. A background sentiment, keeping her slightly on edge, cortisol and adrenaline robbing her of years, probably. "No one can know," she said. "I'm not ready for that, for everything that would follow. Do you understand?" He nodded. "I don't know what will happen if he finds out, you see. Mrs. Kendrick, God, how she'd come to hate that name. Please, call me Robin." "Robin." He wrapped both hands around his cup of coffee and leaned forward as if more interested in the people walking past the cafe storefront than this life-or-death conversation. "Robin," he said again, getting used to it. "Do you believe your life is in imminent danger?" "All the time." "No, I wouldn't say that." Only his eyes moved to pin her with a sidelong glance. "No," she stammered again, and they both knew it was a lie. "But my husband has a temper." "I'm very sorry," he said. "I want to help, Robin. But unless you report a crime, there isn't much I can do." He made it sound so simple. "What happens then? I live with the man, for God's sakes." "Do you have someplace you could go?" he asked. Her sister was within driving distance. But she had her own life, her own problems. Her sister and her brother-in-law were in the process of fixing their own marriage. If Robin inserted herself into their lives, it might be too much. Her father was gone, and her mother was in a home. There's nowhere. "There is a victim's shelter nearby," he said. "We can set you up there." A shelter. Like she was a stray dog. Somehow the idea of bunking with perfect strangers was almost as terrifying as going home. He turned a little on his stool. "Either way, we'd get you out of there and file for a temporary restraining order. He wouldn't be allowed to come anywhere near you." "How long does that take?" she asked. "We can get a TRO in a day," he said. "But we need a statement and preferably some evidence." She hadn't been planning on this, but on a whim, she pulled down the sleeve of her shirt to expose her bruised shoulder. Normally, Zane was more strategic and less forceful with his blows, making sure to leave minimal evidence of an assault. But last night, he'd slammed her into the refrigerator. This morning, she'd woken to a bruised and yellowing shoulder. "How's this for evidence?" she asked. Caldwell grimaced at the sight of her injury. "I'm so sorry." Robin quickly pulled her sleeve back up and glanced furtively around the cafe. No one else had seemed to notice. "But we can't move forward without a statement from you, I'm afraid," Caldwell said. "Without it, there's nothing. Even if someone else were to report the abuse, we'd still need you to corroborate the allegations." For several months they had played this game of tag. The first time Robin had worked up the nerve to call the department, They'd put her through to a young cop who asked for her name and information before they even began talking. She'd hung up immediately. After another false start, finally she'd been patched through to a detective, Jack Caldwell. Anger had made her impulsive enough to call, but by the time Caldwell got on the phone, she'd lost what little momentum her outrage had provided, and she stammered through a veiled confession, pretending to be calling for a friend. Caldwell must have gotten hundreds of calls like this in his job, must have seen right through her. When, after patiently listening and explaining the process to her, he'd politely asked if she was the one in trouble, she'd burst into hyena-like laughter. "Oh, no, not me. Like I said, I'm calling for a friend. You've been very helpful. Thanks." She'd called back some weeks later, once again being patched through to Caldwell. She appreciated his steady, even keel, that professional but sympathetic voice, the way he listened without speeding her up. Robin was so used to a man pushing her around, literally and metaphorically, that her conversations with Caldwell were a breath of fresh air, a stark reminder that not every relationship was about power, an endless Machiavellian chess match played by exploiter and exploitee. She found herself imagining what he looked like, wondering if he was married. She knew psychologists had a term for this sort of maladaptive behavior. Transference, maybe, where the patient begins to develop feelings for their therapist. That must have been how she was feeling. During the next call, Robin continued to insist she was calling on behalf of a friend. Caldwell played along, giving her the space to come to the truth in her own way. "Listen, I might have a problem myself. This isn't just about my friend." Another lie, but a lesser one. Caldwell asked if she'd like to come down to the station and make a statement. "No, and don't come by the house either. I don't want the neighbors or my husband finding out we spoke, okay?" She'd hung up on him again. Finally, she'd agreed to meet in person, but not at the station and certainly not at her house, somewhere public, where it wouldn't look like they were meeting at all. A coffee shop. Perfect. Jack Caldwell looked nothing like she'd imagined. First of all, he was older than his voice had made him seem. The dark brown hair she'd pictured was instead a silvery gray. The short, athletic man was instead a tall, lanky specimen who moved and sat clumsily, as if he had never learned to be comfortable in his own body. "I don't know what I should do," she admitted. "I'm afraid he'll do something really bad to me if I stay, but I'm just as sure he'll do something really bad to me if I leave." "A lot of women say that," he said. "You're not wrong to worry, of course. But I can tell you this. The women who leave have a much better chance than the ones who stay." Good. He was providing her data. Some tangible information she could use to make an informed decision, as opposed to this endless guessing game of horrible what-ifs. "What about the trial?" she asked. "Would I have to testify?" Caldwell took a sip of his coffee to maintain the illusion they were just two customers sitting near one another in a cafe. "Yes. Without it, we couldn't bring charges." "I don't know if I could do that," Robin said, "with him sitting in that courtroom with me." "You'd have help," Caldwell said. "The prosecutors would prep you. You won't be alone." That was exactly what she'd be. Alone. No friends to speak of, no social support network, only a sister she barely spoke to anymore, and a brother she'd done wrong. She wouldn't drag Raven into this. Her poor daughter had enough going on in her own life. The police department and the prosecutor might help Robin through the filings and the criminal trial, and her own attorney would help her through the domestic proceedings also, the divorce, the civil suit involving assault and battery. But once those formalities were over, Robin would be utterly alone again. Caldwell turned fully on his stool now to level his gray eyes on her. Robin. With a great effort, she met his imperturbable gaze. She felt suddenly like this was the moment they'd been working toward for months. 2 years ago, she'd driven to the police station to first report her husband. 2 years. 2 more years of abuse, of living under the looming threat of violence, of seeing her husband's temper grow shorter and shorter, his drinking getting worse. "Okay," she said. Her blood turned cold, matching the ice that fringed the edges of Main Street and hid in plain view on the sidewalk outside. The familiar, hulking figure, the terrifying, lumbering weight, the animal heft of her husband filled the window. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Robin knew she was in serious trouble. Her husband, however, adopted his charming manner, waving happily at her through the glass and then entering the shop. The blast of cold air that followed him in felt like an omen to Robin. "I thought I saw your car parked out front," Zane said, coming over. She rose from her stool and greeted him with a remote hug. Zane frowned down at her. "That's all I get? Aren't you happy to see your husband?" He planted an obnoxious kiss on her lips. When she tried to pull away, he held it a moment longer. Somebody whistled in appreciation. Robin felt Zane smiling, and finally it was over. He tasted of alcohol already, and it was only 11 o'clock in the morning. "Surprised to see me?" he asked. "I thought you were in Burlington today." "Did you now?" He grew thoughtful. "I don't remember saying that. Maybe you misremembered." She didn't forget a thing like that. As absent-minded as Robin had become, she recalled with startling accuracy her husband's travel plans, because she lived for those days when he'd be gone. It gave her the freedom to come and go without needing to account for herself. With mounting paranoid dread, she feared that he'd tricked her. Zane had made up a story about a business meeting, then waited somewhere near the house to follow her. Or perhaps he was tracking her on his phone and had come home early to see what she was up to. There was no way to know. Jack Caldwell was inconspicuously leaving the scene, doing his best not to draw attention to himself. Gathering his coat, he scooped up his cup of coffee and quietly edged behind her husband. But Zane noticed him. He spun around and gave the cop a familiar look. "I know you, don't I?" Caldwell shook his head. "No, really. You're familiar." Zane looked back at Robin. "Where do we know him from, honey?" "I don't think we do," she said. Her husband stuck out his hand. "I'm Zane Kendrick. And you are?" "Jack," Caldwell said, shaking. "I don't think we know each other. I never forget a face." "Jack what?" Zane asked. "Caldwell." "Caldwell." Zane thought it over. "Jack Caldwell.
Your name sounds really familiar, too. Jack Caldwell. Where do I know you from?" "You have me at a loss," Caldwell said. "I don't recognize you, I'm sorry." "Really?" Zane pretended to be astonished. "Because I'm a pretty memorable guy. Not exactly inconspicuous, either." He held out his arms as if to emphasize his size. Caldwell was tall and broad, but her husband was hefty. Decades of manual labor and the right genetics gave him the look of a lumberjack. His belly was bloated from drink, but there was no mistaking the power in that torso and those limbs. "But you two must know each other." Zane pointed at her and back at Caldwell. "You were talking." "Not really," Caldwell said. "I'm going shopping for my wife today and asked if she'd heard about that sale over at the mall." Zane arched an eyebrow. "Really?" "Yes, that's right," Robin said. "Jack is looking for new pots and pans." "Well, you found the right person," Zane said in a condescending tone. "Robin's a homemaker. Pots and pans are all she knows." "Nice meeting you," Caldwell said to him, then smiled at Robin. "Thanks for your help." Zane watched the cop the whole way out of the coffee shop. When Caldwell was gone, his smile slipped, and he turned a malevolent eye to Robin. His voice was a low growl. "Let's go." By the time they were outside in the crisp air, their breaths fogging, his hold of her elbow had turned vice-like and painful. She squirmed, but he did not let go. They walked arm in arm like this to her car, where Zane made a big show of opening the driver's door for her. "Get in." She slid in behind the wheel. Zane glared menacingly at her. He was standing in the road. An oncoming vehicle had to pull into the opposing lane of traffic to avoid him. The next car horned Zane, but her husband didn't care. "If you want to keep secretly sending Raven money, you'll get your ass home right now. See you there in a few minutes, honey." He slammed the door. Chapter 17. Jonah left and Raven went back to the bar, where she nursed her drink. Despite how busy it was, Coop made time to speak to her, coming over between pours and prolonging their conversation whenever possible. The conversation with Jonah had unnerved her, but speaking to Coop made her feel better. While she nursed her drink, Freddie Thorne wandered over and asked politely about her father. When she shared there'd been no developments, Freddie frowned sympathetically and said to call him if there was anything they needed. In the meantime, Freddie assured her that K&B Landscaping would continue to run smoothly. Raven asked generic questions about the business, even though it was the furthest thing from her mind, and pretended to listen to Freddie's answers. When the conversation died down, Raven thanked him for his loyalty and dedication before returning to the bar. Eventually, the crowd thinned out and Raven found herself alone with Cooper. Their small talk came naturally, and Raven felt like someone had turned back the clock 9 years, and she and her Coop weren't in a bar but were actually sitting in the student parking lot outside the high school, in his mother's old Ford Taurus. They had picked up right where they left off, despite the last decade of their very different lives, and found themselves still connected. Cooper had never been one to talk about himself, but she found him opening up while she sipped a glass of ice water. After high school, he'd gotten into one too many fights and found himself in criminal court one day. Though there was no doubt of his guilt,
The judge had all the facts of the case and was willing to be lenient with his sentencing because he knew that Cooper had, as usual, only gotten involved to stick up for a friend. After a brief conference behind closed doors, where the judge encouraged him to commit to some type of public service and Coop agreed, he'd walked out of the courthouse with a slap on the wrist and an appointment at the local recruiter. Coop had gone on to enlist in the Marine Corps. During a brief span of service, he'd gotten to see interesting parts of the world, including Okinawa and Bahrain. He'd enjoyed the camaraderie of the service, but eventually, the anal-retentive rules of the Corps got to him. He'd taken his frustrations out on an asshole of a gunnery sergeant who took sadistic joy in making the lives of the grunts under him unnecessarily difficult, one of those petty people who becomes a petty tyrant when given a little power. There'd been a fight. There was always a fight when the story involved Coop. He would have faced serious consequences if all his brothers and sisters in the unit hadn't spoken on his behalf. After a plea deal before the Judge Advocate General, Coop accepted an early honorable discharge and shipped out, returning back home, where he soon discovered that his 27 months as a basic infantryman in the Marine Corps did not provide him much in the way of civilian job opportunities. But a friend of a friend knew somebody who owned a seedy motorcycle bar in Atco that attracted a lot of hard men who seemed just as eager to fight as they were to drink cheap beer. They didn't need a bartender so much as they needed a bouncer who knew how to work the taps. Coop took the job. Ever since then, he'd gone from one pub to the next, eventually landing at the VFW. His brief stint in the service had finally gotten him a job, though it was one he was already doing and qualified for anyway. He asked her about New York and what it was like being on stage. She explained how exhilarating it was to perform for an audience, and how crushing it was to spend months searching for roles to play and only hearing the word no. He didn't ask her about boyfriends, and she didn't ask him about girlfriends, nor did Cooper volunteer information about a woman or women in his past. She knew there must have been. A man as attractive and loyal as Cooper Young was sure to draw them, so their absence was conspicuous. As much as she wanted to, Raven didn't press him on the topic, not wanting to spoil the good vibes. By the time she had drunk 2 glasses of water, it was after midnight. Coop suggested she stay up just a little bit longer so they could do coffee, but Raven declined. She had to get a good night's rest. Tomorrow would probably be just as difficult as today. He walked Raven to her car. Before she could get the door for herself, Coop hurried in front of her and pulled on the handle, opening the driver's door. She smiled sweetly at him as he moved out of her way.
"I wish it were under better circumstances," Coop said, "but it was great seeing you."
"You too." Raven was about to get in the car when a sudden impulse made her spin back around and get on tiptoes to kiss Cooper on the mouth. He was taken aback at first, but quickly got over his shock. His lips pressed hard against hers, and his powerful arms circled her waist. She wanted him to carry her away, or pin her down in the back seat of her car, and almost said as much, but Coop, panting, pulled away first and smiled at her.
God, I've missed you,"
he said. She looked into his eyes.
"Sometimes I think about how different my life would be,"
Cooper said,
"if I hadn't been such an idiot."
She understood him to mean, if he hadn't broken up with her. "What's done is done," she said, smiling. "It's in the past." He kissed her again, and she melted into him. Cooper pulled away once more.
"I'm sorry, but I have to get back inside before they burn the place down."
She laughed and kissed him once more, this time on the cheek, a good-night kiss. Her encounter with Coop had lifted Raven's spirits, but those bubbly feelings were short-lived, evaporating when she turned onto her street and saw her house. Raven wished she could keep on driving, maybe never come home. While she went through the motions of pulling into the driveway and parking, she imagined making arrangements with Mom for a secret rendezvous, obtaining fake passports, and then leaving the country forever. But none of that was possible without knowing their financial situation. Raven sighed. They hadn't had a chance to get to the bank today, with having to drive back to Brigantine and face questioning. They'd have to do it tomorrow morning, first thing. It wasn't until she'd killed the engine that Raven realized something was different. Her mother's car wasn't parked where it normally sat, in front of the house. She didn't see it anywhere. Raven jumped out of the car and flew into the house, racing into the kitchen. She opened the door to the garage and found that space to be empty. Mom wasn't here. Raven's cell was out immediately. While it rang, all the worst-case scenarios came to mind. She pictured Mom at the Brigantine police station confessing to her crime. She imagined Mom driving to the nearby state park to scale her favorite bridge, looking down into the shallow, rocky river that sat 200 feet below for a moment before plummeting to her death. She even envisioned a surreal nightmare, watching her mother as if in a movie, Robin driving through one long, endless night, her gasoline slowly running out, but never finding a safe haven before the black void closed all around her. "Raven," Mom answered. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Where are you? It's almost 1 o'clock. "I'm sorry, I should have texted." Mom took a deep, sorrowful breath. "I couldn't sleep, so I went for a drive." "A drive?" Raven wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, but it was too vague an answer. "Where'd you go?" "Around town. Nowhere in particular, I mean." "Mom, where are you?" "Everything's fine, I promise. Be home soon." Before she could ask another question, Mom ended the call. Despite how tired she was a moment ago, now a nervous energy filled Raven. She wandered through the house, awaiting her mother's return. When she reached the living room, she noticed they'd forgotten to turn on the back porch light. She flicked the switch. The light stretched to the edge of the property, about 30 yards to the tree line. Raven's eyes were drawn to something back there, a shadow that seemed to move in the darkness. She froze, not wanting movement to attract the attention of some ghoulish creep. Had she just caught the person who'd been watching their house from the woods? Regaining her composure, she edged away from the back door. When out of sight, she raced into the kitchen and snatched the flashlight out of the junk drawer before hurrying back. By the time she'd returned to her spot by the back door, peering carefully out the window adjacent, Raven had lost the place where she thought she'd seen someone. Eyes drifting through darkness, she couldn't spot that same humanoid shadow out there among the pines and maples. She told herself she'd just been seeing things, but in her heart she knew it wasn't true. Half an hour later, Mom returned home. Raven was off the couch immediately, still gripping both cell phone and flashlight. She'd seen no more of that moving shadow in the backyard, but hadn't been able to shake the image from her mind, or the terrifying belief that someone had been lurking. "Where were you?" Raven asked. Mom was barely in the door when Raven lobbed that first question at her. Her mother slowly removed her gloves and scarf and put them away in the closet before removing her coat. "I told you I went for a drive," Mom said. That answer did not satisfy Raven, as she sensed her mother was holding back. But there were more pressing matters to deal with. "I think I saw someone in the backyard." "You did?" Mom's face went white. "When?" "When I got home 30 minutes ago, but I can't be sure. I thought I saw something move after I turned the light on." Raven folded her arms. "Where were you?" "Nowhere," Mom insisted. "Did you call the police?" "No, I didn't really want the police snooping around here." Raven woke late the next morning. She'd had trouble yet again falling asleep, despite her deep exhaustion. It was 10:30 by the time she made it downstairs to find Mom pouring herself a coffee. "Would you like one?" Mom asked. "Please." Mom poured another cup and handed it to her. Raven wrinkled her nose at the strong, bitter smell, but tasted it anyway. A little caffeine would go a long way. "We need to go to the bank and get your accounts sorted," Raven said. Mom nodded. "I'll get dressed." Raven nursed the bitter coffee while waiting for Mom. A text came through from Cooper, asking if she'd like to meet for lunch at 1 o'clock at the diner. He didn't need to specify which place he meant. She smiled at the thought of sliding into their favorite booth at the Simmons Diner, where they always wound up with their friends after dances, and sometimes alone, when they didn't feel like going anywhere else. Curly fries washed down with double-thick chocolate milkshakes. So many memories. "Ready?" Mom asked when she returned to the kitchen. "I'll drive." Outside, the air was chilly again, but didn't carry the smell of coming snow. As they walked past Raven's car, she spotted an envelope wedged under a windshield wiper. "What is it?" Mom asked, not having seen the item. Like it was a bomb she was afraid of triggering. Raven warily approached the envelope. One corner of it fluttered in the weak, cold breeze as she looked down at it, both afraid to open it and also feeling the absolute need to see inside. Mom came up beside her. They shared a look before Raven plucked the envelope free. There was no writing on it, nor was the envelope sealed. Instead, the exterior flap had been tucked in, that side of the envelope pinned to the windshield. Raven pulled out a single sheet of paper. Unfolding it, Raven saw only a single line of awkwardly penned handwriting, as if someone had used their non-dominant hand. "I know you're lying to the police." "Who could it be?" Mom asked. "I don't know," Raven said. Sitting in Mom's idling car in the driveway, they went over it again and again, the conversation turning frustrating when neither could come up with a good answer. That the note had been left on Raven's car made them both believe she had, in fact, seen someone in the woods last night. But even if that were true, it hardly helped them identify the perpetrator, or how they knew Raven and her mother were lying to the police, or what else they knew. "We can't tell the police," Raven said. "Right," Mom nodded. "Should we destroy it?" At that question, they both looked around to see if they were being watched. Seeing no one, Raven hurried inside. She tore up the paper and envelope in the bathroom. While she waited for the toilet to flush away any trace of the note, she wondered if the anonymous message had been left by the police as some sort of trick. Perhaps the detective had left it there to see how they'd react, and by not handing the note back to the Brigantine Police Department, they were in effect admitting to lying to the police. That seemed unlikely, but the thought chilled Raven. Someone had sent that earlier email and left this note. And now she worried she'd played right into their hands, by destroying both messages, rather than turning them over to the police. Chapter 18. As they left the bank nearly an hour later, Raven hadn't stopped thinking about the email or the note. Who could have sent them? Raven asked. And why not just go to the police if they know something? Mom shook her head. Blackmail? The thought had occurred to Raven. But if that's the case, why haven't they made a demand yet? Mom had no answer to that. And how would they know what happened? Raven went on. Maybe they don't, Mom said. They only suspect we did something? Raven considered it. That would explain why they haven't made any demands yet. They could just be trying to scare us into confessing. Raven had to admit that was a possibility. But who would do that? Mom gave her a look. One of Zane's women? Raven's face fell. She hadn't even considered that possibility. But now that Mom had mentioned it, it seemed obvious. A jealous lover, Mom said, completing Raven's thought. Who else could it be? They sat in the car for another minute, discussing their financial situation. At least there was plenty of money in the bank, with a surprising amount in the savings account. Mom had withdrawn $2,000 while they were there just to have cash on hand for an emergency. A large sum, but not large enough, they hoped, to arouse suspicion. Mom drove out of the parking lot. The sky was yet another shade of gray today. I've given this some thought, Mom. We need fake IDs and passports, Raven said, changing the subject. That way we can open new bank accounts the police can't track and be ready to leave the country in a hurry. Raven, just hear me out, Raven said. Somebody within my social circle will know a guy who handles fake paperwork like that. I can make some calls today and get started. Honey, Mom said, raising her voice in the tiny confines of the car. If it comes to that, I'm confessing. I won't have you spend your life as a fugitive, Raven. It's too late for that, Raven said. We're in this together. I'll figure it out, Mom said. Raven said, If you confess, I will too. Mom shook her head. Absolutely not. I will not let that happen. It's not your choice to make, Mom. Her mother suddenly pulled over to the side of the road. The car behind them blared its horn after nearly rear-ending them, the driver glaring angrily at Mom as he passed. She flicked him off and shouted, howling rage at this perfect stranger. He couldn't have heard her through the windows of both vehicles, but he got the message and drove off in a hurry. Mom's outburst shocked Raven. She'd never seen Mom lose her temper before. Her mother turned in the seat. Her eyes were fierce. Raven was almost scared of her. Listen to me. Your father ruined my life. But I won't let him ruin yours. You're my daughter, and I'm going to make sure you're safe. Now, I won't hear another word about it, Raven. If you fight me on this again, I'll drive straight to the police station and give myself up. Do you understand? Mom had never displayed this strength of will before. Raven couldn't hold her intense gaze. She wanted to argue, but no convincing argument came to her. Her mother would brook no dissent here, so she nodded mutely, hoping Mom would be convinced by the gesture. In her heart, however, Raven had already resolved to never let Mom get in trouble. She'd force her mother to leave the country if she had to. She'd find a way. Coop was waiting for her at the diner. He hopped out of his old truck, the same one he'd driven in high school, and met her in the parking lot as she got out of her car.
"Any word?"
he asked. "None.
Sorry."
They embraced before walking arm in arm together inside. Raven leaned against Cooper, feeling his solidity as he rushed to get the door for her. Inside, the familiar smell of the old diner hit them. Pancakes and French fries and grilled cheese and coffee. The pastry counter still boasted all the same delicious treats as before. Donuts, Danish, cinnamon rolls, croissants, petit fours, bear claws, sugar cookies, chocolate chip cookies, peanut butter. The hostess sat them at a booth. Raven looked around. "Is this where we used to sit?" He shook his head.
"Table behind us."
"Are you sure?"
"I'd never forget Ray Ray."
She opened her menu, welcoming this fleeting distraction of an ordinary existence, where her father wasn't dead and the police weren't questioning her, and they weren't worried about getting away with murder.
"What are you going to get?"
he asked. "You can guess." He rubbed his chin theatrically.
"Let me think."
She laughed as he pretended to consult the menu. "I know what you're getting," she said.
"Do you?"
He cocked an eyebrow.
"How can you be so sure?"
"Because I know you, Cooper Young."
"Maybe I've changed."
Her face fell. She didn't want him to change. But he must have. Just like she had. Life experience forced personalities to evolve. When they'd last known one another, she'd been bright-eyed and determined, filled with big dreams and a feeling of invincibility. But those big dreams hadn't materialized. And now her dreams were smaller, more reasonable. A bit part here, a commercial there, an extra in a TV show, maybe. Just enough to get by, to the next gig. And even after all that dream downsizing, Raven had still ended up here. Home again, back in the place she swore she'd never return to. Forced to confront her own purpose and identity. If not acting, then what? She shook her head. There was time enough to worry about that once she and Mom got through this ordeal.
"You okay?"
he asked. "Don't mind me. Just thinking about Daddy." He motioned toward the door.
"If you don't feel like—"
"No." She snatched his hand. "I do. I do feel like..." He grinned ear to ear.
"Great."
"I was just thinking about the last 9 years," she said, "and how much has changed. Do you really think we're the same people?" He tapped the middle of his chest.
"Deep down, yeah. Some parts of us never change."
"I don't know." She looked out the window. "I don't know who I am anymore." He squeezed her hand.
"I know who you are."
"Oh, yeah?"
"Yes."
He gazed into her eyes.
"A smart, sexy, beautiful, talented young woman."
"You think I'm sexy?" He laughed.
"Couldn't you tell?"
A waitress appeared. "Can I get you something to drink?"
"I think,"
he began. "We're ready to order," she finished. The waitress smiled at the two of them and took out her pad. "Okay, what can I get you?" They shared a look, each daring the other to go first. Coop relented.
"The lady will have a triple-decker grilled cheese with tomato,"
he said. "And the gentleman," Raven said in a fake Victorian accent, "will have a cheesesteak with mushroom and onions." The waitress smiled at them again before leaving.
"Was I right?"
he asked. She nodded. "Was I?" He took both her hands.
Of course you were. Dessert?
He asked. She rubbed her stomach delicately. I'm stuffed.
I could go for coffee,
he said.
I'm working tonight. How about you?
That'd be great. They'd shared a leisurely meal. Raven had managed to get some more personal details out of Coop. He'd dated off and on, but only mentioned one ex by name, a woman a few years older than them who lived in Marlton. They'd been together for over a year. What happened with her? Raven asked. Cooper blushed.
She wanted to get married.
Raven frowned. I thought you said you'd never gotten close to the altar. He nodded.
That's true. I never did.
But if she...
I couldn't marry her,
Cooper said, growing uncomfortable. He didn't want to talk about it, so Raven let it go.
What about you? How many boyfriends since me?
That sly smile of his was back. Oh, I don't know. 4 or 5, maybe.
Times 3, right?
No, she swatted his arm. That rule isn't true. The waitress came by with coffee. Coop thanked her as she left the check, a signal they needed to wrap this up so the diner could turn over the table.
This was fun,
Cooper said. Thank you. It was just what I needed.
What are you going to do about your father?
We'll have to talk to the media at some point, I think. But the police want to control the message we send to the public, so it doesn't interfere with their investigation. But other than that, Coop, I have no idea what I should be doing.
There's something I have to tell you.
His grave tone scared her. What is it? Cooper shifted uneasily, looking down at his hands for a moment.
I was texting with a coworker this morning,
he said slowly.
He overheard a couple of idiots talking about your mother at the bar yesterday afternoon.
Raven braced herself. Okay.
They said she's been seeing a guy named Alistair Lennox behind your father's back, and that the police have already spoken to him.
Raven's jaw dropped. What? Coop reached for her hand.
I'm sorry. I didn't know how to tell you, but thought you needed to know.
No, you did the right thing. The name was vaguely familiar to her. Alistair Lennox. She'd overheard her parents discussing him before, though she couldn't recall the context or details. All she could conjure was a vague feeling that Alistair and Mom had been friendly and Daddy hated the guy. Coop grew even more uncomfortable.
There's something else.
She squeezed his hand. You know you can tell me anything. He looked out the window for a moment and watched as a few cars dawdled past on the street. The glass of the window was beginning to fog.
Your father and I got into it Monday night,
Cooper said. What happened? He looked back at her with a grimace.
Nothing,
he assured her.
But he spoke poorly of you, and I wasn't about to let that go.
What did he say?
Zane said you'd finally come to your senses and had left New York.
Over the years, Raven had grown accustomed to the callousness of strangers, and even friends and family when she shared news of her career struggles. Few people could muster any sympathy, often shrugging away her hardships, as if they had expected her to fail all along and come crawling back home to take proper jobs. After years and years of this rough treatment, she had gotten used to it. But her father's words stung. If anyone other than her mother should have sympathized with her, it should have been Zane Kendrick. But not even Daddy had truly been on her side. She hated him all over again, and with renewed passion.
"I'm sorry," Coop said. "He was drunk by then, and—"
"Don't make excuses for him," Raven muttered. Coop nodded.
"Anyway, I said I'd knock him on his ass if he ever spoke about you like that again."
"You said that?" Teary-eyed, Raven couldn't help but smile. "To my father?" He gave her an apologetic shrug.
"I know I shouldn't have."
Raven giggled. "You're the best, Coop." They stared into each other's eyes, and for a moment, just a moment, she was a teenager again. They were back in high school, at the diner after final period on a cold winter's day, sharing curly fries and a hot chocolate, talking about everything, talking about nothing, or not talking at all. She wondered if they could ever get that experience back, or if such a reality was gone forever. Her phone buzzed. Raven's face fell when she read the caller ID.
"What is it?"
"The detective from Brigantine," she answered. "Hello?" "Hi, Raven," Almeida said. "How are you?" "Getting more and more worried," she said. "I understand. Listen, I was in the area and wondered if we could meet for a few minutes. Would that be all right?" In the area? Raven's defenses were immediately up, but of course she couldn't say no. "Sure. Where would you like to meet?" "We can be at your house in 15 minutes. "We?" Chapter 19. Robin, 2 weeks ago.
"Robin, how are you?"
She almost hadn't recognized Freddie Thorne. Though he wore a K&B landscaping shirt, it had been several years since he'd last stopped by the house, and he'd lost weight in that time. Now rail-thin with his long, shaggy brown hair turned gray and cut short, Freddie somehow managed to look both older and younger than he should have been. Robin stopped her shopping cart at the end of the aisle and smiled up at him. "So nice to see you, Freddie." She smiled politely, but Freddie came in for a hug. Her husband would not approve of her making physical contact with another male, especially not the manager currently handling the day-to-day business of K&B landscaping. But fortunately, Zane wasn't around.
"How have you been?"
he asked with genuine interest. Striking a delicate balance between being rude and not overly friendly was a tightrope walk that Robin had perfected over the years. Either extreme was cause for Zane's anger, though the punishment for being too nice was usually physical. "Doing well, thank you. Raven came home. Did Zane mention?" Freddie nodded, but his smile slipped at the mention of her daughter. "What's the matter?" Robin asked. Freddie shook his head.
"Nothing."
She wondered if Zane had mouthed off to his colleagues about his ungrateful daughter, a recurring theme in their conversations about Raven. "How have you been?" she asked. Robin had always liked Freddie. He was a good, honest, hard-working man who now managed the business well. She suspected that her husband was somehow taking advantage of the man because, after all, that was what Zane did to people. But Zane also didn't talk about business with her, so she remained mostly in the dark. All she knew was that there was more than enough money coming in. That was one thing she never needed to worry about, in a life filled with other crippling anxieties.
"Did Zane tell you?"
Freddie asked.
"We landed another big account last week, a business complex in Mount Laurel, and we've got a meeting with Lenape High School as well."
"That's great, Freddie," she said.
"Yeah,"
he nodded.
"It is."
"You and Zane have really done a great job." He had been happy, but only for a moment. His face began to fall.
"I always liked you, Robin,"
Freddie went on. As true as that might have been, it was an unusual thing to say. She grew uncomfortable under his nervous gaze.
"Never mind,"
he said, looking away.
"It was really nice seeing you, Robin."
As he began to leave, Robin's long-dormant curiosity got the better of her. "Freddie, hold on." He stopped at the next aisle and slowly turned. Freddie wouldn't meet her gaze. Robin pushed her cart forward, scared by what he had to say, but drawn to the man all the same. She feared it had something to do with the business. Perhaps it wasn't going as well as Zane represented? She couldn't deal with that, not on top of everything else. "What is it?" she said.
"Zane has been checked out for the last few years, and—"
He half turned. "And what?" she asked. Freddie shook his head.
"I shouldn't say anything."
Her eyes pleaded with him.
"He's cheating on you, Robin."
Freddie muttered a curse under his breath.
"He doesn't even try to hide it from us anymore. I overheard him bragging about it to half the staff the other day."
Robin put her shopping bags in the back seat, then drove to the other side of the parking lot, where she found Freddie smoking a cigarette. It was a cold day, the weather raw, but he wasn't wearing a coat over that K&B work shirt. Perhaps years of working outside had hardened him to the elements. Freddie kicked away from the brick wall as she pulled up and flicked his half-smoked cigarette away. She'd agreed to speak with him privately a few minutes ago, still shocked by what he'd revealed. But now Robin began to fear this was a bad idea. He got in the passenger seat.
"Cold out there."
Robin nodded mutely. The truth was, she'd always suspected her husband of infidelity, but having it confirmed as fact hit her unexpectedly hard. The more she thought about it, she realized it wasn't just the cheating that hurt. In fact, she felt so little love for Zane anymore, the thought of him being with another woman didn't sting the way it should have. No, what hurt was Zane's being so callously indiscreet. Not only was he unfaithful, he didn't care that he was a known philanderer and actually seemed to enjoy flaunting that fact. It would have been one thing if Zane had confided in a close friend. That she could almost understand. But it sounded like the entire staff of K&B Landscaping were in on the joke. And she was the joke.
"It's not right,"
Freddie said, peering over at her. Robin maintained her 1,000-yard stare out the windshield.
"The way he carries on. And everybody laughs along because he's the boss and can do anything,"
Freddie continued, his words coming faster and faster.
"I always thought of you as a friend, Robin, and I just couldn't go on anymore keeping Zane's secrets for him. It made me feel terrible."
She nodded.
"The business is worth a lot of money,"
Freddie said, giving her a knowing look.
"Half of it would be yours if you left him. It's worth millions."
She didn't care about the millions.
"Don't feel bad about taking the money,"
Freddie said with a rueful laugh, mistaking her silence for reluctance.
"Zane hasn't truly earned a paycheck in years. He just shows up for important meetings because it makes him feel big."
She remained quiet.
"I could help,"
Freddie said, his cadence slowing.
"If you need help, I mean. If you're scared. If you're worried. My sister has a spare room at her place, and—"
His voice trailed off. Robin took a deep breath and hid her shame. So Freddie at least suspected the abuse. If you're scared, if you need help. She was a joke to the staff, a charity case to Freddie, a little human being, very small. Finally, Robin looked over at him. How often had she dreamed of leaving her husband? How many times had she almost reported his abuse? And how many times had she thought what life would be like if Zane were gone? She had imagined accidents, something going horribly wrong at work, heart attacks, car wrecks, her husband getting drunk and falling or wrapping his car around a telephone pole, some rare, untreatable condition, cancer even. All horrible things. Things she wouldn't wish on her worst enemy. Things she did wish on her worst enemy. But she had never thought of killing her husband before.
"If you need help," Freddie said, "just let me know."
Chapter 20. As she waited for the traffic light to change, Raven took a deep breath and reminded herself that Detective Almeida was sat in the sedan directly behind her and was no doubt watching her closely. She had to appear anxious but not nervous, worried but not suspicious. After not picking up twice, her mother finally answered the phone. Raven put her on speaker. "The police want to check the house." "Check the house?" Mom's voice trembled over the line. "Don't they need a warrant? How will it look if we refuse to let them in?" Mom didn't have to think long about it. Not good. Both police vehicles followed Raven through the intersection after the light changed. She tried not to think about how many cops would be through their house this afternoon, telling herself over and over again that they'd gotten rid of all the evidence and the police would find nothing. In another moment of panic, her mother offered to confess to the crime, but Raven remained adamant that they stick to the plan. When Raven did not budge from her position, Robin decided to quickly look over the master bedroom one more time before the police arrived. Raven used the snowy roads as an excuse to drive slowly, giving Mom more time to prepare, as well as herself. Detective Almeida remained glued to her tail. Raven felt the other woman's eyes on her the entire time. As she pulled onto her street, taking the rise slowly, that nagging question returned. Had they missed any evidence? Detective Kim Almeida was dressed in jeans and a long gray overcoat. She introduced Raven and Robin to another detective and 2 crime techs, all of whose names went in one ear and out the other. Almeida suggested the 3 men get started looking around the house while she sat down with Raven and Robin. Raven ignored the temptation to follow the men around, as it would only make her appear suspicious. She and Mom had been through the house dozens of times now. They couldn't have missed anything. Mom led her and Almeida into the dining room, where the 3 women sat at one end of the table. "I hope this isn't too much of an imposition," Almeida said. "Of course not," Robin said. "We want to find Zane." Robin offered Almeida something to drink. "No, thank you," Almeida said quickly. "I'd like to speak with Raven alone for a few minutes, Mrs. Kendrick. Would you excuse us?" Robin shot Raven a nervous look behind Almeida's back before leaving the room. Raven studied the detective while she pulled a file out of her bag and consulted some notes on her phone. Yesterday, the woman had been warm and friendly. Today, she was all business. "Are there any updates?" Raven asked. "I'm afraid I can't share anything with you at this time," Almeida said, then scooted forward on her chair.
But I did have a few more questions. I apologize in advance, Raven. These things won't be easy to discuss.
Okay. Almeida nodded before plunging in.
When you mentioned your father's abuse yesterday, were you being completely honest with me?
With a question like that, the detective might as well have slapped her. Of course I was.
The thing is, Almeida said, one of the reasons I came by today was to speak to local law enforcement. Your mother never filed any complaints.
Most abuse goes unreported.
That's true, Almeida allowed. But the problem is, we do have several reports from your father.
Raven's heart stopped. What?
He called Tabernacle PD 3 times about your mother.
Raven shook her head. That doesn't make any sense.
Every call is documented. Your father even came in for an interview once.
He was
what?
Raven swallowed hard. He must have been lying. Almeida continued, like she hadn't called her father a liar.
Each time, he decided against pressing charges.
That's because none of it was true.
Did you ever see your father strike your mother?
Raven fought hard to keep herself under control. She wondered why Mom hadn't told her about this, then figured her mother didn't know. It was just like her father to file phony complaints with the police, only revealing the secret when he needed to further manipulate her mother.
I told you this at the station, Raven said.
I saw him the one time.
The one time.
Almeida pondered this.
But you also said you didn't see how the argument started, yes?
No, but what does that have to do with it? Almeida shrugged.
Maybe you missed something important. Context. What led up to your father doing that?
When is it okay for a man to strike a woman?
When he's defending himself?
Have you seen my mother? Raven shook her head angrily. She's 5'3" and weighs 100 pounds. Daddy could pass for a linebacker. Are you taking any of this seriously? Almeida didn't answer.
There's a reason he didn't press charges, Raven said.
Because it's all a lie.
Like you say, he's a large, athletic man. He might have been too proud to admit publicly that his tiny wife was assaulting him.
No, Raven shook her head. That's not what happened. He must have contacted the police to get his version of the story out first. Those 3 times he called are probably close in time to bad altercations between him and Mom, I'll bet. Before she worked up the nerve to report him, he got out in front of it by making these things up. Almeida folded her hands.
Your father didn't seek legal action because of your mother's conditions. He thought it better to continue her treatment instead and work things out with her.
Conditions? What are you talking about?
Almeida frowned, looking puzzled. Her mental health.
She sleepwalks, Raven said. That doesn't make her crazy.
Right, I know about the sleepwalking. Do you do that as well?
Almeida asked. Raven got the feeling Almeida already knew the answer to the question. I've done it a few times, Raven admitted.
By the way, is that condition treatable?
Raven didn't know where the detective was going with this, but it struck way too close to home. Mom is on medication for it.
Are you?
Raven shook her head. Like I said, I've only done it a few times.
What's it like, sleepwalking?
Kim asked. It's not like anything, Raven explained. You don't realize you're doing it.
What do you think you're doing?
Why was she asking about this? Did they know that Daddy was dead? Did they already suspect her mother? Or her? Sometimes nothing. Other times you're acting out or think you're acting out what's happening in your head.
How do you mean?
Raven felt an immense tightening in her chest. I found Mom vacuuming downstairs one night. She was pushing the vacuum back and forth but had forgotten to plug it in.
Really? That must be something, all right. What about you? What happens when you sleepwalk?
I don't ever remember doing it. My roommate could never wake me up. The few times it happened, she coaxed me back to my bed somehow. I woke up the next morning with no idea.
That must be scary.
Raven decided not to share the story of her waking up one morning on a park bench near their apartment, a homeless man eyeing her strangely from only 10 feet away. The memory still sent shivers down her spine. Like I said, I don't usually realize I've been doing it, Raven said.
So if you'd been sleepwalking, say, Monday night, you'd have no idea?
Raven felt the trap closing before the detective had finished the question. I guess not, but I don't have any reason to think I was. I woke up in my bed.
You usually wake up somewhere else?
Kim asked. I don't usually do anything, Raven answered. I've sleepwalked maybe 4 times in my life. Almeida nodded thoughtfully. Why are you asking me about this?
Background is all. Now, back to your mother. You say she's medicated?
Yes, Raven said.
Sounds like she has it worse than you. What else did she used to do in her sleep?
Raven tried not to think about that night she'd found Mom, hovering outside the door to the master bedroom, running a kitchen knife up and down the wood, like she was carving a turkey. Usually things around the house, passing the vacuum, but most of the time she's just walking around, not doing anything.
Must have been scary.
When I was younger it was, sure, Raven said, but now I know it's harmless.
Sorry to have gone off on a tangent there, the detective said, but a moment ago I wasn't referring to your mother's sleepwalking.
Raven was having trouble keeping up with Almeida. She frowned in confusion.
Oh,
Almeida stiffened.
I apologize, but I thought you knew.
Knew what?
Your mother was diagnosed with intermittent explosive disorder years ago,
Almeida said. Raven had never even heard of the condition before, nor did she know how to respond. Who told you that?
I'm sorry, Almeida answered, but I can't share that information with you.
Raven stood. This is unbelievable. We came to you for help. My mother shared the most intimate and embarrassing details of her life, only for you to accuse her of being the abuser in their relationship? Almeida remained aggravatingly calm.
I'm sorry, Raven, but in a missing persons case, I have to explore every angle.
Raven glared at her. Almeida was unfazed.
Did you know that your father is having an affair?
Raven swallowed hard, pretending to be upset about it.
A woman named Tegan Farrelly?
Almeida's eyes never wavered.
Did you know?
Raven shook her head. We suspected he was, after we went through his phone.
What about your mother? Did she know?
I doubt it, Raven said. Daddy comes and goes as he pleases. He doesn't tell Mom where he's going half the time. Almeida considered that. Do you know a man named Alistair Lennox? Raven sat back down at the table, giving herself extra time to respond. I think he went to school with my parents. The detective regarded her. Has he ever been to the house before? Not that I'm aware of. Almeida grew thoughtful. Do you think Alistair's the man who's been watching your house? How did the detective know these things, and know them so quickly? It was incredible how much she'd turned up in so short a time. I don't know. Alistair Lennox has been in love with your mother for 30 years. What? Almeida leaned back in her chair now, like they were in the police station, and not the room where Raven had eaten Thanksgiving dinner growing up, not the place where one Christmas Eve she sneakily unwrapped her presents to peek and quickly rewrapped them to not get caught. The detective was more comfortable than she was in her own home, totally in control of the conversation. Robin was his high school crush. Your mother broke his heart, from what I hear, then married Zane. She and Alistair reconnected at some point a few years back and became close again. Raven shook her head. The detective seemed to be implying that Alistair might have had something to do with Daddy going missing. Had he? Penny for your thoughts, Almeida said. I'm trying to take all of this in. Almeida studied her. Raven couldn't hold her gaze and looked away, her mind a whirl now. What if Mom had written Alistair letters? Unsigned love letters. The only way to not leave an electronic trail was to utilize analog methods. So what if Mom had written to Alistair to profess her love, to beg for his help, to share the sordid details of her marriage? That man, the one who had loved her from afar for 30 years, would treasure those letters. Read and reread and reread them. A lovesick, somewhat obsessed man might even begin to trace his fingers over that handwriting. Imagine the feel of Mom's hand as it glided over the paper. He might memorize the endearing idiosyncrasies, intentionally or not. He might adopt them as his own, for every time he signed a check or jotted a note to himself, he would be reminded of the woman he loved. Why don't you tell me what's on your mind? Almeida prompted. But what about those 2 words, scrawled in blood on the wall above the bed's headboard? Never again. Why would Alistair write a message like that? Unless 30 years of unrequited love had driven him mad, nobody would intentionally leave behind evidence of their having murdered someone. It's a lot to take in, Raven said. I don't know what you want me to say. Alistair had to be the man watching the house. Though Raven found it difficult to believe, from what Almeida was saying, Mom had been in a relationship with Alistair for several years. What if he'd gotten tired of waiting for her to leave her abusive husband? What if Mom had shared her deepest fears with him? What if Mom had told the man who had loved her for so long that her husband might kill her if she tried to leave? Almeida leaned forward again, this time very slowly, and waited until Raven was looking her in the eye. I want you to think a moment before answering my next question. Raven could barely swallow, never mind think coherently. She felt like an idiot now, having thought she could act her way out of legal troubles and fool competent police officers. And if she felt ready to cave under the pressure, Mom must have been even worse off. It's still early days, Almeida said.
I have several leads to follow, but once I get deep into an investigation, the district attorney is less likely to offer any deals. After we put in the work, he doesn't see the point.
Raven couldn't believe she was hearing this. Did the detective honestly think Raven would give up her own mother?
So, before we get to that point, I want to ask you a question. Take a moment to think about it first.
Raven nodded. Almeida seemed only a few inches away from her now.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me, Raven?
What if Alistair had killed her father? What if Raven had gotten it all wrong? If Mom had been sleepwalking at the time, she wouldn't have heard a thing. She might have walked right into Alistair, coming or going, and would now have no recollection of the fact. Or, what if Mom knew? What if she had only been pretending to be sleepwalking, so she could...
Raven, Almeida said, is there anything you'd like to tell me before I leave today and continue my investigation? Remember, the window for helping us out is closing. If you know something, you should tell me.
It took Raven a moment to find her voice. No. While Almeida questioned her mother, Raven went to her room and lay on the bed. Replaying her interview in her mind, she cringed at how she'd reacted to the detective's difficult questions. Though some of them had thrown her for a loop, now she regretted not maintaining her composure and answering more thoughtfully. The stress of the situation was getting to her. She heard the 3 policemen moving about in the master bedroom. They spoke sparingly while they worked, stopping only occasionally to make remarks she couldn't quite hear from where she was. They were in there rooting around for a long time. Staring up at her ceiling, Raven felt like the walls were closing in. The police suspected Daddy hadn't gone to Brigantine. They knew Zane was having an affair, and her mother's mental condition, fake though it was, only added to the problem. The picture that emerged was of a potentially jealous wife with anger management problems, whose husband had been made to look like he'd gone somewhere he'd never been. The policemen's voices grew louder as they came down the hallway. She heard them in the guest bathroom, nosing around for a few minutes, silently. Then they came to her room and asked to look around. As 3 strangers entered her room, she couldn't help but feel the stinging invasion of privacy. Raven returned downstairs, avoiding the dining room where Almeida was still questioning her mother, and went outside. The air was damp. Her breath came out in long strings of fog. The front door opened behind her. Mom appeared on the porch. The detective and her colleagues came out behind her.
Thank you for your time, Almeida said. We'll be in touch.
Raven and her mother watched the 4 members of the Brigantine Police Department back out of their driveway and leave. We have to talk, Raven said. Chapter 21. Their neighbors across the street watched with naked interest. No doubt the lengthy police presence this afternoon would only add to the neighborhood gossip that was sure to be flying around. Raven and her mother ignored them and went back inside, standing in the foyer. Raven said, I know about Alistair. Mom squeezed her eyes shut. It's not what... Don't, Raven warned. It's exactly what I think. Why did you lie? Mom's eyes bulged. Don't talk to me like that. Raven ignored her mother's unusually threatening tone. We have to be honest with each other. Mom turned away sharply. She took several deep breaths and hugged herself. You have no idea what it's like, Mom said, her back still turned to Raven. What I had to do, just to survive, just so he wouldn't hurt me. Why didn't you leave? Raven asked, knowing it wasn't a fair question. I had my reasons, Mom said cryptically. But the point is, I had no one anymore. I'd pushed Jonah away, I had no friends, and you were gone. I needed someone. I needed a friend. Raven said nothing, not wanting to break the spell. Mom continued. More than a friend. I needed to be loved. Alistair is a good man. I love him. Mom turned back around. Her eyes were filled with tears. Even after how your father treated me, it still felt wrong. Going behind his back and meeting with another man. It's not, Raven said. Her mother continued as if not hearing her. I felt like the villain. That's what Zane did to me. I was the bad person, not him. Raven's heart broke. You're not. Zane was smart. I'll give him that. Mom laughed ruefully. He suggested we try marriage counseling. I thought he was sincere, but once again it was just another means of manipulation. He told the therapist all about my outbursts. At first I thought he was joking, but then he gave me that look. The one no one else ever seems to recognize, but the one I know so well. The look that says, there'll be trouble if you don't go along with what I'm saying. So I played into this fantasy at therapy, and the doctor diagnosed me with intermittent explosive disorder. Zane went on to use it against me when he contacted the Tabernacle police to report and withdraw his made-up complaints. Raven closed her eyes. It was unbearable. I'm sorry I lied, Mom said. But you have no idea what it's been like. Raven took a deep breath. They know about your affair, about Daddy's affair, and they don't think he ever went to Brigantine. You can see how all this looks. Mom nodded miserably. I know. A thought occurred to Raven. Wait, did you see Alistair the other night? Is that where you went? Mom looked away. Alistair isn't involved in this. He is, whether you like it or not, Raven said. They're probably on their way to his house right now. He's not involved, Mom repeated. Raven folded her arms. Look me in the eye and tell me that. Mom drew herself as tall as possible. She was still an inch or two shorter than Raven. Leave him be. Please. Just leave him be. Mom looked ready to burst. Normally, Raven would give her space and not press further, but they were in dire straits. The way this was going, she half expected the police to come back tonight to arrest them. Mother and daughter needed to have this conversation out now. Alistair is the man who's been watching the house, Raven said. No, Mom answered. She plowed ahead, unconvinced by Mom's response. You've written him letters, haven't you? This time, Mom didn't try to deny it. Then he knows what your handwriting looks like, Raven said. Mom's face turned scarlet as she comprehended what Raven was driving toward. Alistair loves me, Raven. He wouldn't kill Zane and then leave that note on the wall to make it look like I'd done it. That makes no sense. Raven was nearly derailed because Mom had made a good point. Alistair wanted to be with Mom. Unless... "Did you end the affair?" Raven asked. "No," Mom said. "No, You what?" Mom pulled a face. "I was going to leave your father." "And Alistair knew that?" Mom nodded. Raven believed her this time. So if Mom had planned on being with Alistair, the man would not have set her up for murder by mimicking her handwriting. Still, that didn't preclude the other terrible possibility, the one that worried Raven even more. "Are you protecting him?" Raven asked. "What? Did Alistair kill Daddy? Or help you kill Daddy? And now you're protecting him? Did you write those words on the wall and then pretend to be sleepwalking so I'd think it was you?" Mom was speechless. "Just tell me the truth, Mom," Raven said. "The police are circling like sharks, so we need to be completely honest with each other." "Alistair would never. And I wouldn't," Raven pounced. "But you would, Mom. You've been protecting Daddy all these years." "How dare you?" Mom snapped. "You have no idea what sacrifices I've made. I stayed with him for you." Raven held out a palm. "You can't put that on me, Mom." "You have no idea," Mom repeated. "How many times I dialed 911 but stopped short. How many times I drove to the police station. How many times I called and withdrew my complaint. How I met with a detective once, and your father spotted us in the coffee shop. Every time I changed my mind because I was worried about what would happen to you." Hot tears burned Raven's eyes. Mom was speaking the truth. Although Raven had just demanded as much, she discovered she wasn't ready for it. Putting two and two together, Raven realized how unfair she was being to her mother. "I don't blame you, Mom," Raven said. "You did what you had to do to survive. You did what you had to do to send me money every month to help with rent. I understand that now. That means this is on me, too. I'm sorry." Mom touched her shoulder. "And I'd do it all over again." Raven closed her eyes for a moment. "But I'm worried that you're protecting Alistair now." "I'm not." Mom's hand slipped away. "I promise you. All these years of abuse, they've turned you into a battered woman. That's why you'd feel like you have to protect Alistair. You'd lie for him. You'd write those 2 words on the wall. You'd go so far as to take the blame for killing Daddy." "No." Mom shook her head and backed away. No, you're wrong." "I need you to tell me the truth," Raven said. Mom turned away from her and faced the wall. Raven followed her, hovering over her shoulder. "I don't blame you for anything, Mom," Raven said. "What Daddy did to you is unforgivable, and I'm not sad he's gone. But you shouldn't take the blame for something you didn't do." Mom whirled. "Alistair didn't kill your father, and he didn't help me do it either." "How can I believe you?" Raven clasped her mother's arms and looked pleadingly into her eyes. "I need to know the truth, Mom. Please tell me." "Raven, please." She felt Mom's hands on her own arms now, fingers clutching. "I know Alistair didn't kill your father." "Because you did?" "No." Mom shook her head. "Because you did." Chapter 22. Robin, 1 week ago.
I don't care what it will look like,
Alistair said.
I want to be with you.
Robin's heart fluttered. It had been a long time since she'd fallen in love with anyone. She'd forgotten what it was like. Though she wondered if she'd only just fallen in love with Alistair, or if she'd had feelings for him the whole time. Emotions were so complicated, coming and going as they did under her oppressive circumstances. Her life with Zane had left her numb, most of her days spent in a fearful haze. She barely registered the blaring of a TV or the ringing of a phone. On those rare occasions when she ran into an old friend at the grocery store or the pharmacy, their words went in one ear and out the other, passing so quickly that her brain never had a chance to register their import. Just the other day, she'd accidentally run a stop sign because she'd been off in her own world. An angry driver whom she'd pulled out right in front of had horned her, but the discordant blare made no impact. She might as well have been deaf. But the sound of Zane's car crunching the gravel driveway, or the tread of his heavy footsteps outside, or his malevolent laugh, these sounds were like shotgun blasts. The creak of the front door, the way he announced himself as he came in, those were like nails on a chalkboard. She no longer drank, because the stench of alcohol was now associated with so many terrible things. The instinct for self-preservation had heightened her sense of smell so much that she could pass for a human breathalyzer. With one whiff, she could tell with startling accuracy how much her husband, with his mythical tolerance, had had to drink. But now, standing before a lovesick Alistair, who stared at her with those puppy-dog eyes, all her senses were coming back online. She was aware of the scrape of chairs in the lounge, the hiss of the coffee machine, the gentle laughter hooted by a group of friends at a nearby table. As she proceeded down the mystery and thriller aisle of the bookstore, the colors and titles of the novels she passed popped, called for attention. She stopped at the end of the row, and after checking for eavesdroppers, she turned to face the man who had just admitted to loving her for 30 years. "I want to be with you too," she said, admitting out loud what she had known for quite some time. "But Raven's just come home. She has to get settled. Then—"
"She can live with us," Alistair blurted out. "I've got plenty of room."
"It's a lot to ask," Robin said, though she desperately wanted to take him up on the offer.
"I'm worried about you," he said. "You're risking your life by staying there."
"Shh." She looked around again, worried someone would overhear. "We have to be careful."
"Screw being careful," he said. "Where has that gotten you?"
"Alistair—" He seized her, and before she realized what was happening, his lips were upon hers. He didn't kiss like her husband. Zane liked to smash her face, gnash her teeth, and grind his alcohol-touched lips against her. There was force and passion behind Alistair's kiss, but he was gentle and considerate. She realized a moment later that his hand was on the back of her head, and she pressed her body against his.
"Tonight,"
he said.
"Leave tonight."
"I can't."
"I'll come get you,"
he said. "What about Raven?"
"You told me she's safe. He's never hit her before, right?"
"Yes, but—"
"But what?"
He smiled and gripped her hands. His palms were so warm.
"Once she knows what's happened, she'll come to live with us. Or I can help her get an apartment, whatever she wants. I have money. You don't have to worry about that.
Robin's throat tightened. You'd do that?
I'd do anything for you.
Her mind was racing as quickly as her heart. Could she go through with this? Could she leave Zane after all these years? The answer was yes.
You said he goes to the VFW for Monday Night Football,
Alistair said.
Pack some things and be ready.
Zane announced his departure with his customary abruptness.
I'm going out,
he said, shooting up off the couch.
Headed over to the spot to drink with the guys and watch the game.
Okay, she said. He stopped on his way out of the living room.
What's with you?
Me?
Yeah, you. Is there anybody else in here?
He looked around and laughed like she was the world's biggest idiot.
You. What's your deal?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You've been acting weird all night.
He came up behind her on the couch and rapped the top of her head with a knuckle.
What's going on inside that brain of yours?
Nothing. She kept her eyes down on the half-finished crossword puzzle, but his proximity had rendered her illiterate. Unable to read any of the unsolved clues, she pretended to be deep in thought.
Hey.
He knocked on her head again, harder.
I'm talking to you, Robin. Look at me.
Like the dutiful and long-suffering wife she was, Robin folded the crossword book and put it on the coffee table, then rose and turned to face him. The whole time she was expecting a little hit. Nothing serious, nothing painful enough to make her scream. Just a love tap, as Zane would call it. A gentle, hurting reminder of her place in this relationship. But something stayed his hand. Maybe it was Raven's presence. Since she'd come home, her daughter and husband had avoided each other. But maybe the mere fact she was upstairs in her room running lines while looking for jobs forced her husband to be on his best, though still deplorable, behavior.
I know when something's going on,
Zane said.
You'd better tell me.
She scratched behind her neck, a nervous tick not lost upon him. There's nothing. He seized her ponytail and yanked hard. She fell forward onto the couch and wrenched her back under his Herculean grip. Please, Zane, there's nothing.
If I find out there's another guy,
he said,
I'll fucking kill him. You hear me?
He was going to rip her hair out. Yes, there's nobody, I swear.
I mean it,
Zane said.
I know people. I can make a guy like Alistair Lennox disappear, and nobody will ever find out. Do you understand?
My God, did he know? Or was he just fishing? There was no way to tell, and her scalp was on fire. 1,000 strands of hair about to be ripped out at the root. There's no one, she said. Nobody, I swear. Please let me go. He held that painful grip for a moment longer to assert his dominance. When he let go, Robin dropped onto the couch and rubbed her throbbing scalp while her husband stomped out of the room. She waited till she heard the front door close behind him before daring to get up. Zane was still out when a text came through from a blocked number without a caller ID.
Coming now. Meet me.
Her heart began to race. She wanted to respond with an admonishment or a warning or her own demand to stay away. But then she remembered her husband might later review this text exchange. So instead she wrote, "You have the wrong number." Robin hoped that admittedly veiled reply would send the right message. Stay away. They couldn't run off together. Not only was it irresponsible madness, it was dangerous. Her husband would kill them both. But she feared that she'd let this relationship go too far. Now that she thought about it, they'd been building, slowly, but building, toward this moment for decades. Though she'd never kissed Alistair until today, Robin knew she couldn't feign innocence. The truth was they'd been having an emotional affair for the last 6 months, ever since she accidentally ran into Alistair at the bookstore. So now, how could she expect Alistair to stay away, especially when she'd finally admitted to her husband's abuse? Alistair was a good man, and that knowledge now obligated him. She couldn't insist he keep his distance after telling him Zane terrorized her on a regular basis. Things were coming to a head, and Robin could not act the victim or pretend that she was a mere spectator in this deadly triangle. Quietly, she slipped out of bed and donned her sweater. Listening at the bedroom door, she didn't hear any noise coming from Raven's bedroom. Tiptoeing past her hopefully sleeping daughter, Robin went downstairs and slipped on her winter coat. She turned off the back porch light, then went outside. The night air was bitter and damp. Picking her way through the backyard, Robin hugged herself and shivered in the cold. When she was far enough away from the house, she activated the flashlight app on her phone and cut through the tree line. An old access road was about 200 yards to the north. These days, nobody used it except teenagers with ATVs. Alistair was waiting for her in his sedan. The heater was blasting when she got in. Alistair took her hand.
"Are you okay?"
"You shouldn't be here," she said. "I told you to stay away."
"Why? What's happened?"
She regarded him miserably. "Zane will kill you." The silence was heavy. When she tried to pull her hand back, Alistair didn't let her.
"Let him try,"
he said. She smiled at his bravado, finding it endearing. But they both knew if it came to a fight, her husband would pummel this bookish man. Neither of them raised the subject, but Robin assumed Alistair was thinking back to that day in high school, when a boy half his size had jumped him in the hallway and thoroughly embarrassed him in front of dozens of other kids. Alistair had been the laughingstock for weeks. But Alistair loved her so much, he was willing to risk his life. It was up to her not to let him. "I can't do this," she said. "I'm sorry."
"What you can't do is go back to that house."
Robin had spent most of her adult life not doing what she wanted, only thinking of others and of suppressing her own desires. She couldn't live that life anymore. But Raven's presence complicated matters. "I have to tell my daughter first," Robin said. "It's not right. I have to make sure she's safe." Alistair was disappointed but had to concede the point.
"You're right."
"I'll tell her tomorrow," Robin said. "Zane usually goes to the shore for poker tournaments. I think there's one." His eyes lit up with excitement.
"Tomorrow?"
"Hopefully." She couldn't help but match his mood. "Hopefully." He threw his arms around her. It was dangerous to embrace this man. Robin knew that things might go beyond mere kissing. It had been so long since she'd desired a man. With Zane, she had sex infrequently and only out of obligation, only to avoid a quarrel, so she didn't give him more ammunition for his bottomless resentment, provide another reason to explode into violence. But Alistair's lips were upon her. Next thing she knew, it was much too hot for the heavy winter coat, or his pants, or hers. Time reversed itself, seemed to transport them both back 30+ years, the last time Robin had made love to someone in a car. Though she wasn't sat on the seatbelt buckle, she remembered how it had dug into her back that time, how she didn't care. Like before, she didn't care about anything else, except the sensations Alistair provided. He was so gentle with her, tender. None of the men she'd known had ever been like that. Those 2 boys in high school had been vigorous, but inexperienced and too in their own heads. That one man she'd met at her first job had left her own enjoyment up to her. But with Alistair, it was different. It was how she'd always imagined it could be, back when she still dared to dream. By the time they were done, she was amazed to discover an hour had passed. Feeling both giddy and guilty, she kissed him goodnight and promised to contact him tomorrow, one way or the other, and slipped out of his car, both of them laughing at the obscenely fogged-up windows. He waited while she groped through the darkness, cutting through the woods to reach the back of her property. Robin was still smiling as she relived that delicious experience with Alistair when she re-entered the home and realized immediately something was different about the place. Quietly, she opened the door to the garage and froze in abject fear when she discovered Zane's car parked inside. Years ago, she had begun sleeping in the guest bedroom. Her husband kept odd hours, coming and going as he pleased, so his returning home in the middle of the night was incredibly disruptive to her sleep. Zane also snored terribly, but of course refused to see a doctor about it, or even consider trying an over-the-counter device to address the problem. After hearing her complain one too many times, he suggested she sleep in the guest bedroom. Robin had been happy to take him up on the offer. Now, that decision might have saved her life. Her husband was not in the habit of waking her up. She hoped this wasn't one of those rare occasions where he'd stumbled into the guest room, drunk and horny. The house was quiet. From the foot of the stairs leading to the second story, Robin couldn't hear her husband stirring in the master bedroom. Though that didn't mean much. He might have been sitting in the armchair in the guest room, ready to demand an explanation regarding her whereabouts. As she crept upstairs, her anxiety was almost crippling. She'd never been a convincing liar, and she feared if Zane confronted her, he'd see right through to her heart. Her husband would know she'd just been with another man. The beating would be something else. Raven's presence might stay his hand, at least for the night, but once she was out of the house, there was no telling what he'd do. Zane might drag her into the car, drive to a secluded place, and... Terrified, she reached the hallway. There was no noise coming from any bedroom. The door to the guest room was still closed as she'd left it. Robin dared to hope. Clinging to the wall to avoid the creaky spots in the middle of the floorboards, Robin edged toward her room. The door to the master bedroom was cracked. Something felt wrong about that, as Zane normally closed it when he went to bed. But she wasn't about to check on him and risk waking her husband. A bumping sound in the master bedroom froze her. Robin covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Utterly panicked, Robin couldn't move a muscle. If Zane caught her in the hall, she was done for. He'd know she was lying. He'd smell sex on her. Smell. There was another bump in the master bedroom, from right behind the door. Thinking about smell, though, gave Robin an idea. It was her only chance. With one long stride, she ducked into the guest bathroom. With lightning-fast movements, she stripped out of her clothes, balled them up, and shoved them behind the toilet. Then she started the bath. Normally, she'd wait a moment for the hot water, but tonight she didn't have that luxury. The icy cold water was painful, but Robin fought the urge to cry out and immersed herself. If Zane heard the water running and burst into the bathroom, she had the perfect, ready-made excuse. She'd pretend to be sleepwalking. It wouldn't be the first time she'd washed herself while somnambulating. He'd found her once before, standing under the shower, but without having turned the water on. She recalled waking up with the usual confusion. One moment the merged vision of dream and reality, the next moment only real life, finding herself standing in a completely dry tub with her clothes still on. The water had turned warm, the bathroom steamy, by the time she dared to relax. Perhaps those odd bumps she'd heard had only been Zane stumbling drunkenly around the room, and in his stupor he couldn't be bothered to wake his sleepwalking wife. Or maybe he'd just passed out, clothes still on, in bed, the loud roar of the bathwater in the guest bathroom not even registering. Robin let the water continue to run through the unplugged bath, just in case Zane woke and tottered into this room to check on her. She had to maintain a semblance of the illusion. Sleepwalkers did all kinds of things while in their unusual states, but usually they missed a step in the process, like not turning on the water for a shower, or not plugging in the vacuum to clean. Tonight's corroborating clue would be her failing to plug the bath. As Robin began to relax into the water, her mind drifted inevitably back to Alistair. The memory still fresh in her mind, she recalled with vivid detail the way he'd felt, his gentle but passionate lips, his... "Mom?" Robin started, sending water splashing out of the tub. Raven was calling to her from the hall, then knocking. "Mom!" Just before Raven threw the door open, Robin remembered that she had to convincingly play the part of a sleepwalker. Raven couldn't know what she'd been up to, of course, and she might need her daughter to corroborate her story tomorrow if Zane asked her why she'd gotten a bath in the middle of the night. So Robin let her eyes glaze over as she sat in the bath. Grabbing the body wash, she tipped it over her palm, but did not uncap it to add to the performance. "Mom!" Raven barged in. Though Robin was naked, Raven did not worry about her modesty. Instead, her daughter knelt beside her on the wet mat and gripped her shoulder in the hot water. "Mom, wake up! Wake up!" Despite Raven's worried tone, Robin inwardly smiled. She'd at least fooled Raven into thinking that she'd been sleepwalking. Pretending to come out of a stupor, Robin slowly sat up in the bath. What is it?" Once Raven knew she was awake, her daughter turned away and offered her a towel. "Mom, you were sleepwalking. You've got to get up, now, hurry." "What?" Robin blinked and faked a yawn. "What's going on? What time is it?" "It's late, Mom, but you have to get up, right now, right now." Robin took the offered towel, still moving slowly as if coming out of a dreamlike state, despite her daughter's urging. Raven's tone was beginning to frighten her. Her daughter's hair was messed from sleep. Raven wore pajama bottoms, and that old black t-shirt, the one her ex-boyfriend Cooper Young had given her years ago. She must have fished it out of the bottom of her drawer. "I'm sorry. I must have been—" Robin looked around the room, adopting a confused expression. "I don't know how I got in here. I thought my medicine—" "Mom, are you awake?" Raven peeked to make sure Mom had covered herself with the towel. Then she seized Mom's shoulders. "Are you awake? Please, I need you to wake up. Mom, something's happened." She feigned confusion a moment longer, icing on the cake of her performance. Then Robin focused on her daughter. "What's the matter?" "It's Daddy," Raven said. Her first thought was that Zane had finally broken the only rule Robin had ever dared impose upon him. She feared her husband had at last put his hands on Raven. The thought threatened to drive her to a murderous rage until she took another look at her daughter. Raven was panicked but not injured. Though wide awake, she appeared to have just woken up, that residual puffiness around her eyes still lingering. "Did he hit you?" Robin asked, wanting to be sure. Raven frowned. No, it's not that." Robin wondered if Zane had suffered a heart attack, or there'd been some other accident in the home. His heavy drinking finally catching up with him. With not a little joy, she considered the prospect of Zane being gone. All her problems suddenly gone, too. A terrible thought, one she felt guilty over, but nevertheless one that brought her a savage peace of mind. Raven was wrapping a bathrobe around her and now taking her hand. Whatever had happened, it had robbed her daughter of the power of speech, and Raven could only show Robin. In the hallway, Raven led her toward the master bedroom. She recalled that feeling from only a few minutes ago, seeing the door cracked open and thinking that odd because Zane always closed it before he went to sleep. Robin instinctively slowed. Sensing that something had gone terribly wrong, she tried to pull back from that bedroom. But Raven was insistent. She turned with wild, pleading eyes to look back at Mom in that electric darkness. The light spilling out of the guest bathroom provided just enough illumination for their eyes to meet. Caught in her daughter's stare, Robin surrendered to Raven's will and followed her toward the bedroom. Raven stopped in the doorway, blocking the terrible view. She swallowed hard before taking out her phone. The flashlight app was active, and Raven played it into the room. "The running bath woke me up," Raven said. "I came out to check on you, thinking you were sleepwalking, but Daddy's door was open and something didn't feel right." Somehow, Robin already knew what she was going to find. "Watch where you step," Raven said. She followed her daughter at last into the master bedroom. At first, her mind could not make sense of what she was seeing. Her eyes were working fine. Robin was able to take in the whole scene and focus on the salient parts. She could see her husband, splayed on the bed in just his boxer briefs, his beer belly distended from yet another night of heavy drinking. She could see the blood on his chest and how it had run down the sides of his torso. She could see that unmistakable slash in his neck, a second mouth under his chin, a big, red, ugly mouth. A horror of blood and viscera, and other things never meant to be outside of the body or seen by another living soul. "He's dead," Raven said. "He was already dead when I—" Robin heard her daughter speaking. Her ears, like her eyes, were working fine. But again her mind could not comprehend the incoming stimuli intelligibly. Raven played the light from her phone onto the wall above the headboard of the bed. In big letters, inked presumably in her husband's own blood, was an ominous 2-word message, which simply read, "Never again." Robin made a guttural cry, the sound of a wounded animal just trapped who intuits in that primal way that they will soon be dead. "Mom," Raven said, casting her a miserable glance. "You were sleepwalking." The import of Raven's words did not strike Robin for a moment. But then her eyes took in those 2 blood-scrawled words on the wall above the headboard. Never again. It was not Robin's doing, but it was, impossibly, her handwriting. It was the lowercase r, Robin's idiosyncratic manner of cursive. When finishing the letter, she had always left the end of the r in the air, as opposed to bringing it back to the bottom of the line as they had taught in school. One of her grade school teachers had given her a bad score on her handwriting exercises because of it, but Robin could never bring herself to change how she wrote that letter. To her, it just didn't look like an R. But it was more than just that one letter. A person's penmanship evolved with age. Over time, Robin had reverted to block printing certain letters, like the V and the G written on that wall. It was her handwriting. It was hers. And yet, she hadn't murdered her husband. Though, in her darkest imaginings, never to be shared with anyone, she had dreamed of doing it. Not because she was a cold-blooded killer. Not because she thirsted for revenge. Robin had imagined murdering Zane so the abuse would stop, and for no other reason. But she hadn't killed Zane. Robin had been with Alistair. She could still feel his hands upon her, those pleasing lips, all of him. Robin had dreamt vividly while sleepwalking before, one time imagining she was back in 8th grade, standing before her sneering classmates and reciting the Gettysburg Address. But that time spent with Alistair had been no hallucination. It was real. Too real. She still burned with both guilt and pleasure at the thought of it, while her husband lay dead only feet away. Robin had been sleepwalking through most of her life for the last 20 years, and she was certain tonight hadn't been another wild antic of somnambulance. "You came to the bathtub," Raven said. "After." Even if Raven hadn't spoken those elliptical words at all, Robin would have been able to tell what was going through her mind. Her daughter believed, with all her heart, that Robin had murdered her husband in his sleep and then had the wherewithal, conscious or otherwise, to wash away the stains of that horrible crime in the guest bathroom. But that wasn't what happened. There must have been someone else in the house. Zane had angered them, a man he'd made a fool of one too many times at the bar, a jealous husband he'd cuckolded, a business partner he'd screwed over, and they'd... But the handwriting belonged to Robin. No erstwhile drinking buddy or murderous spouse or impoverished entrepreneur would know Robin's scrawl well enough to mimic it convincingly. And the message itself was telling. Never again. Never again would Zane hurt anyone. Never again would he put his hands on his wife. As Robin met her daughter's nervous eyes, the terrible truth came to her. She pictured Raven, aged 9, complaining about her 4th grade homework, Her precocious daughter had correctly pointed out it was a waste of time for her to learn cursive. When she was old enough, she'd simply use a laptop to take notes. Cursive would be no more. Bridling at having to learn this antiquated form of writing, she'd stubbornly refused to do the work until Robin had promised to do it along with her.
"Your R's are funny,"
Raven had said, going on to imitate her. Robin had warned that the teacher might give her a poor grade if she didn't make the R the way she was supposed to, but her daughter had refused. And later, she pictured herself writing those long letters. Raven would have read them in her senior year of college, and later, as a struggling actress in New York, seeing her mother's writing again, with its funny R's and unexpected block letters. And finally, she remembered that phone call from Raven, when her daughter had revealed that she, too, was sleepwalking. Raven had done this. She must have. There was no other plausible explanation. She knew about the abuse and loathed her father. The poor girl had lived through it and now suffered from guilt over having done nothing, even though she'd only been a child and couldn't possibly have been expected to interfere. How snidely Zane had treated her since her shamefaced return home. How those sarcastic, barbed remarks must have cut her to the quick. How satisfied he was to see her humbled, begging for help from the father she'd spurned years ago. All her righteous indignation crushed, pulverized. In a fit of rage, while sleepwalking, Raven must have done this. Not for a moment did Robin suggest that Raven knew she had killed her own father. Though she was a great actress, her eyes were too innocent, her fear too abstract. Raven wasn't worried about herself. She was worried about her mother. A mother's loving instinct decided it for Robin immediately. She resolved to keep the truth from her daughter. It was the only way she could protect Raven. In that moment, she let herself become the villain and allowed Raven to decide what should and would happen next. "Oh, my God," she muttered. "I must have been... You're right. What are we going to do?" Raven looked ready to burst, but then her jaw set and the skin around her eyes hardened. Her daughter forced herself to gaze at her father's corpse again. Then, in a voice beyond her years, she said, "I won't let you go to prison for this, Mom." Chapter 23. Raven stumbled backward as if she'd just been stabbed herself. Before Mom could catch her, Raven's bottom hit the opposite wall in the foyer and her knees gave out. Sliding down the wall, she ended up in a pile on the hardwood floor, Mom enveloping her. "But I don't remember a thing," Raven said. Mom rubbed her back. Raven shook her head. "I would know if I..." She didn't complete the thought because she knew it was a weak argument. Sleepwalkers never remembered what happened while they somnambulated. Mom held on to her. "Are you sure?" Raven looked her mother in the eye. "Are you sure it was me?" Mom couldn't bring herself to say it again. She watched as her mother backed away from the terrible truth. "I didn't want to tell you," Mom said. "I'm so sorry." Raven hung her head. Ever since that awful night, a secret resentment toward her mother had been building inside her. How many times had she thought to herself they wouldn't be in such and such a predicament if Mom hadn't killed Dad? How many times had she quietly felt pride at covering up a crime for her mother, thinking it revealed some greatness of her character? Her embarrassing sentiments had been built on a lie. She'd gotten it all backwards. Raven wasn't rescuing Mom from herself. Her mother was protecting her, just like she always had. "Oh, Mom." Raven broke down and cried. Her mother held her like she was a little girl again. At some point, Mom ushered her to the living room. Raven realized she was on the couch but had no recollection of how she'd gotten there, swaddled in her favorite blanket. Mom forced Raven to lie down as she ministered to her. The natural order had been restored, mother taking care of daughter. Only now Raven felt like a powerless child again, homesick with the chicken pox, lovesick over some silly boy who wouldn't give her the time of day, feeling bad about an unexpectedly poor test grade. Dimly, she was aware of Mom bringing her a glass of water, later preparing dinner, placing food in front of her. She wasn't hungry, but Mom made her eat. When the meal was over, Raven sank back down on the couch, still swaddled in that blanket. Mom sat on one end so Raven could rest her head in her mother's lap. It had been difficult enough having to come to terms with the idea that Mom had killed Daddy in her sleep. But now having to face the reality that she herself had been the murderer was too much. She'd taken a secret pride in being willing to risk prison time to help Mom. It showed she was a good person. At least, she was a good daughter to her long-suffering mother. Now that pride was gone, and she felt like she was a burden, dead weight. 27 years old, and what had she ever accomplished? She'd barely supported herself for a few years before she'd been forced to swallow her pride and call Mom for help. And what had Mom done? Rather than leave her abusive husband, she'd stayed to ensure Raven got the money she needed to chase her selfish dreams. When even that hadn't been enough, Raven had moved back home, further tying her mother to this house, to this life, to Dad. And after Mom couldn't possibly do anything more for her, Raven had killed her father in her sleep, and her mother had found yet another way to sacrifice, lying to her own daughter about what happened. Eager to confess to a heinous crime she hadn't committed, Mom had been perfectly willing to spend the rest of her life in prison. She would have gone to her grave, with the whole world thinking her a murderer. Mom rubbed Raven's head and ran her hand through her hair. It reminded her of sweeter days, simpler times, when she'd skinned a knee playing in the driveway, or when her allergies were acting up, or when they used to sit on this couch together and watch their girly shows, as Daddy condescendingly called them. An hour passed. Another. Raven finally found her voice. "I'm sorry, Mom." Her mother leaned down and kissed her forehead. "It's all right, girlie. We're going to get through this." That night, Raven suffered terrible nightmares. Daddy haunted her sleep. He would come into her room to wake her. She'd see him standing in the dark corner, watching. He was following her in New York as she hurried home from an audition. He was in her apartment in the city. He was bellied up to the bar at the VFW, gleefully telling Cooper that Raven had killed him. He was in the front row of her first Broadway play, heckling her. She woke early. For a moment, Raven considered contacting a friend in New York. There were always people who knew how to get fake IDs and passports, maybe even new untraceable bank accounts. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. Raven's phone buzzed. "Hey, Coop." She tried to sound like a human being, but it was difficult. "How are you?"
"Hey, Ray Ray."
She heard the smile in his voice.
"The police stopped by the bar last night while I was working."
Her stomach dropped. What did they want?
"A few people witnessed my exchange with your father and must have told them. They asked me a lot of questions about you, our relationship. They think I might have been the last person to see your father alive."
Raven shook her head. The idea that the police might suspect Cooper Young of having done something to her father was too much to bear. Knowing what she did now, that she had been the one to kill Zane, guilt weighed her down. "I'm sorry," she said.
"Are you all right?"
he asked.
"You don't sound yourself."
"I'm fine." She bit back tears. "Everything is just getting to me."
"Ah, hell, I didn't mean to make you upset."
"No, I'm glad you called."
"You don't sound it."
The urge to blurt out the truth nearly overwhelmed her. "Hey, can I call you back later? We're about to sit down to breakfast."
"Are you sure you're okay?"
She laughed. "Definitely not." He grew serious.
"What can I do?"
"Just let me call you later, okay?"
"I'll be around."
Downstairs, Mom was in the kitchen, whipping up breakfast. Raven headed to the table when there was a knock at the front door. Giving each other a frightened look, they went to answer together. Raven feared it would be the police, come to arrest them. If that was the case, she'd immediately confess to the crime, so the detectives would leave her mother and Coop alone. But it wasn't the police. Uncle Jonah stood on the porch when they opened the door.
"Robin."
He looked over his sister, whom he hadn't seen in years.
"I'm so sorry."
Without a word, Mom stepped forward and embraced her brother for a long time.
"I've been meaning to call, but I didn't know what to say,"
Jonah said. Mom nodded slowly before offering a flimsy smile. "I should be the one who's apologizing."
No.
Jonah shook his head.
"Forget about that. You were right."
"I can't believe how long it's been," Mom said. "I'm so sorry." Raven didn't know what they were referring to, but she assumed it had to do with Jonah's legal troubles. After their heartfelt reunion, Mom ushered her brother inside, and the three of them sat at the kitchen table.
"Sorry to show up unannounced,"
Jonah said as they sat at the kitchen table.
"But I wanted to see how you were both doing."
"You didn't need to come all this way," Mom said. "But thank you."
"I've got a meeting with that property group later today. Gonna swing by with Freddie Thorne. They're still interested in working together, and I thought Zane would want us to keep moving forward. It'd be good for K&B."
"That's good of you, Jonah," Mom said. Raven's uncle shrugged away the compliment, looking very uncomfortable. "The police were through here yesterday," Raven said, "but they didn't share much. Have you heard anything?"
"They haven't told me anything. How are you two holding up?"
"As good as can be expected," Mom answered.
"Raven,"
Jonah said.
"how about you?"
She shrugged.
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
coping." He nodded sadly. Mom rubbed his shoulder. "I was just making eggs and bacon. Would you like to join us?"
"I don't want to impose."
"Your family, Jonah," Mom said. "It's no imposition." Mom went to the stove and worked on breakfast. Jonah gave Raven a concerned look.
"You don't look yourself. Are you getting any sleep?"
"Not much," Raven admitted.
"Me neither."
Jonah shook his head.
"I'm beginning to really worry."
Raven said nothing.
"Sorry, a stupid thing to say."
Raven changed the subject. "What did Mom mean when she said she should be the one apologizing to you?" Jonah shifted uneasily in the chair.
"I got into some trouble with the law. I was in a bad place, and I tried to blame everybody but myself for my problems, your mother included. I said some things I now regret. I wish I could take them back."
"But that's all behind us," Mom said, coming back to the table with the food. "A lot of water under the bridge."
"Sure is,"
Jonah said, giving his sister a meaningful, tender look.
"I just wish I was here under better circumstances, sis."
Raven watched as her mother and uncle shared a nice meal together. If she didn't know any better, she'd think Mom was happy. Rid of her abusive husband, she had a chance at a new life. But only if the police left her alone. Chapter 24. Raven had no plan in mind as she drove to the Shady Run Apartments, a complex on the other side of town. She had no idea what she'd say, how much she'd tell him, if she wanted his help or not, if she wanted to leave town. She knew she still had feelings for Coop. Maybe they'd never gone away, and she had to let him know that, just in case everything went horribly wrong. A blue sky appeared overhead in what felt like the first time in months. A hard wind sent sparse, thin clouds scudding. She parked in the bumpy parking lot, the pavement cracked in places from bulging tree roots attempting to resurrect. The complex was one rectangular building with about 20 units accessed from the outside. Following the one sign out front, she located apartment number 17 on the right side. The 3 stairs leading up to the door were uneven and coming apart. The thuggish wind pushed her around and seemed to slice right through her coat as Raven tapped the bell. The door opened almost immediately, a tired-looking Cooper Young standing before her in a t-shirt and sweats.
"Ray,"
he gave her that killer smile.
"I'm glad you called. Come in."
She entered a tiny hall where they were basically pressed up against each other. She looked into his eyes and wondered once more how everything had gone so wrong. Thinking back through the long chain of events, Raven could never have imagined this was how things would end up. Her father dead, his blood on her hands. Coop knew something was wrong.
"Let me take your coat."
She hugged him first, her hands hard against his back. He kissed the top of her head.
"Come on,"
he said. He hung her coat in the closet by the front door. The living room was so Coop. 2 mismatched couches, an armchair held together by duct tape in places. Raven almost expected to find the same posters that had decorated his bedroom in high school. But it was neat and tidy, no frills. The only decorations were some pictures of his parents and older sister, who posed with 2 young children and a man who looked like he had a good job.
"Marnie,"
Coop said.
"those are my nieces."
Marnie got married?
6 years ago.
Wow, your nieces are beautiful.
I know.
Coop smiled at the picture.
I don't see them enough. They live in California. He's a chemical engineer.
Raven took in the rest of the space. The smell of coffee reached her from the kitchen. Something felt off about the living room, and Raven finally figured out what it was. Where a TV might have gone, there was a bookcase instead, filled to the brim with classic novels and nonfiction.
Sorry,
he said, scratching the back of his head.
Maid's day off.
She pointed at the bookcase. I thought you couldn't stand Gatsby. He grinned sheepishly as if embarrassed.
I'm an avid reader now. Better way to pass the time than watching TV.
Raven stepped closer to examine the titles. You've read Stanislavski?
Yeah.
Cooper grew red-faced.
I wanted to expand my horizons.
Raven ran her finger down the spine of the old book on acting. She once had a copy, though had no idea where it had gotten to. The book probably hadn't survived one of her many moves since college graduation. Still, it was surprising to see the title among Cooper's things. It was a textbook for actors, not something a layperson would even know existed, never mind read for fun.
You were never far from my thoughts,
Cooper said.
I started going to the bookstore in town because it reminded me of you. Remember how you used to drag me there? Anyway, I bought the book because I wanted to understand what it was you did. I always thought acting was just memorizing some lines and then pretending to be somebody else. But it's more than that, huh?
Raven nodded. I always wondered about you, too. He smiled.
My life ended up pretty much the way every guidance counselor ever said it would.
Raven looked away. Funny thing was, she would have gladly traded her life situation for Coop's right now.
How about a coffee?
He asked. That'd be great. They sat on the couch. The cushion had lost whatever softness it once had. It was hard against her bottom. When Cooper returned, he motioned for her to come over.
That's the better side,
he said. She shifted over, and he took her original place on the couch. The cushion she sat on now was a little softer. He put her cup of coffee on the table in front of them. Their thighs were touching. He stifled a yawn.
Sorry, late night.
She leaned against him, and he put his arm around her. Next thing she knew, Raven was curled up on the couch, her head in his lap. Cooper ran a hand through her short black hair.
God, I've missed you, Ray Ray.
She smiled up at him sadly.
Why don't you tell me what's wrong?
Burning with shame, Raven could hardly look him in the eyes right now. She wished so many things. One change in her life might have made all the difference. If she'd just gotten that part in that pilot, if she'd taken that other class instead and the producer had seen her, if Mom had only reported Daddy's abuse years ago, if the police had brought proper charges against him, if Raven had only called them herself instead of running out of the house before senior year of college. If only. Why did you break up with me, Coop? She asked. Raven hadn't come here to have that conversation, but her mind was looping. Unable to make sense of the present, perhaps she could find some logic in her past. His hand stopped running through her hair while he composed his thoughts.
You had your whole life ahead of you,
Cooper said, his voice a little thick.
You were going places. I was destined to sling drinks at the VFW. I knew I'd only hold you back. You were better than me, and I didn't want to bring you down.
The terrible irony of it all almost made her laugh ruefully. She wasn't too good for Coop, just the opposite.
You needed to be free of this place,
Cooper said.
of this town, of your parents, of me.
Look where that got me, she said. I ended up right back here. Cooper smiled down at her.
You won't be here long, Ray Ray. This is only a pit stop. You're destined for bigger things. I'm just happy I got to see you again. I never thought I would.
She clung to him. I'm sorry to come here like this. After 9 years without any contact. I'm sorry, but I need your help.
Anything.
She wondered how true that was. The police think my mother and I had something to do with Daddy's disappearance. His body stiffened.
Why?
It's a long story, but they don't think he ever went to Brigantine. She swallowed hard. Raven hadn't intended to burden Cooper with the whole truth, but she was ready to explode. I killed him. Chapter 25. Robin, 2 nights ago. As soon as she heard Raven leave to meet her old boyfriend at the VFW, Robin got out of bed. She didn't bother putting on nice clothes or doing her makeup or even looking at herself in a mirror, instead opting to pull on a pair of old sweats, her favorite flannel, and a mismatched pair of wool socks for warmth. Downstairs, she checked out the windows. A new habit immediately formed after learning some man was watching their house from the woods behind the property, but saw no one skulking in the darkness. Donning her winter coat and gloves, Robin hurried to her car in the driveway through the bone-cold evening. She had been planning on waiting for Raven to fall asleep before sneaking out of the house, but with Raven at the bar, she seized upon the opportunity. Robin didn't plan on being out long, and even if Raven came home to an empty house, Robin could always say she'd had trouble sleeping and went for a drive. She was halfway to her destination before the car's engine was properly warmed up to heat the interior. Shivering as she made a series of turns through familiar neighborhoods, Robin methodically checked her mirrors for tails, another newly acquired but quickly ingrained habit brought on by their circumstances. Robin flicked her high beams as she drove past the house she wanted. Proceeding onward, she made a left turn at the stop sign and headed for the 24-hour grocery store around the corner. Robin parked as far from the store as possible, without leaving too much space between herself and the few customer cars in the lot at this late hour. A miserable-looking young man in a bright yellow vest with reflective stripes pushed a long, uncooperative chain of shopping carts toward the store. Alistair's car parked beside hers. Robin got out of her vehicle and jumped into the passenger seat of Alistair's car. She slid down so anyone looking in would have to be right on top of the sedan to see her.
"What's wrong?"
Alistair asked.
"Are you all right? God, I've been worried sick."
Robin swallowed hard. The time had come. I have to tell you something. Alistair listened quietly and looked into her eyes while Robin told him everything. His initial shock lingered, only reluctantly giving way to a vague disbelief. She feared she'd put too much on him. But when she was done with the story, the truth, Any misgivings Alistair might have had vanished, giving way to a fierce determination.
I never cared for Zane,
Alistair began. It was probably the worst thing he'd ever said about anybody in his whole life.
There were times when I imagined he was gone, so you'd be free of him. But I never wished this upon him.
Robin watched him carefully.
But he's gone now, and all that matters to me is that you're in trouble.
He seemed to come to a decision.
So, tell me I can help.
Alistair, I didn't ask you to...
Tell me,
he insisted. At this point, the police are treating this as a potential homicide and will be looking for suspects, Robin said. Our relationship gives us both motive to murder Zane. We need to get rid of any evidence of our affair. The letters, you have to burn them. They have to disappear.
I'll do it the minute I get home, he said. But what about Freddie? Could he have done it? He told you he wanted to ruin Zane, right?
Ruin, not kill. Freddie wanted to embarrass Zane. His goal was to bring the big man down to his level, expose Zane to the community so that I could leave him. He planned to get hard evidence of Zane's affair with Tegan, and once that went public, he wanted me to come forward with my allegations of abuse as well. He thought that by ruining Zane's reputation, it would free me to escape my marriage. She shook her head ruefully. Little did he know that Zane would have never let me go.
Still, Alistair said, maybe when you wouldn't commit to his plan, Freddie got desperate. He was always a jealous type, and it sounds like Tegan is the type of woman to mock an ex.
Freddie seemed resigned to it, in a way. Besides, he has money problems, and Zane owed him for a big bet. Killing him wouldn't help. Robin put her hand on Alistair's shoulder. It's all hypothetical anyway. I know Freddie didn't do it because of the handwriting. As much as I don't like the man, I don't want to see him convicted of murder. If that happens... Her voice drifted off, but they both knew what she was thinking. Robin would come forward with a confession, rather than let someone else take the fall.
God forbid, Alistair said. But how do we prevent that from happening? They're going to talk to Freddie if they haven't already done so.
It's a problem, Robin nodded. When I spoke to the detective by myself, I told her about Freddie and Zane. But I downplayed their falling out because I didn't want to give the police any more reason to suspect my husband was dead. I can't stop them from coming to that conclusion, and in time that's what will happen anyway, but I won't help them get there either.
Wait, Raven doesn't know about Freddie and Tegan?
She suspects Zane was having an affair and has probably connected the dots to Tegan. But no, she doesn't know about my conversation with Freddie.
Why didn't you tell her?
Robin sighed. Right now, she thinks I killed Zane. I don't want her getting any ideas and looking for someone else to blame. So far, Alistair had listened to her story and only showed concern for her. He hadn't asked about their future, once more putting himself second. Robin felt tremendously guilty. If this hadn't happened, Robin said, I would have come to you already. He nodded absently. I mean it. She squeezed his hand until he looked at her. Truly.
That's not important right now,
he said. It's important to me, she said. I want you to know that. After we found Zane, I remember seeing him sprawled on the bed and not knowing what to think or feel. Part of me wanted to celebrate, but a bigger part of me knew how much trouble we were in. And then there was still that part of me that felt terribly. He was a bad man, but he didn't...
He deserved what he got,
Alistair said. She was startled by his harsh words. Alistair had never said a bad thing about anybody in his life.
God forgive me,
Alistair went on regretfully, as if his saying that were as horrible as the murder itself.
But he had it coming. The way things were going with your marriage, Robin, you were in serious danger. That kind of abuse only escalates over time until one day it turns deadly.
For so long she had pretended that her husband's torments had maintained the same level of surprise and viciousness. But it wasn't true. In the beginning, Zane had shoved her around, even defending himself by arguing he hadn't struck her, he'd only pushed her. At some point he'd abandoned that pretense, the shoves turning into little backhanded swats, usually in the side or on the shoulder.
Just love taps,
he'd said, his malevolent smile giving the lie to his words. Still later, those swats became whacks and finger jabs, vice-like grips, joint locks, arms pinned behind her back. Even now, she still felt that shoulder popping out of place, and how she'd been forced to lie to the kind nurse in the emergency room about it, with her husband sitting only a few feet away and pretending to be worried about her injury. Finally, though, the punching had started. Always in the body. She'd learned the hard way how to avoid getting the wind knocked out of her, by twisting her torso at the last moment, taking the blow on the side or even in the back. How had she forgotten all these things? The gradations of evil, the injuries. Once she'd been surprised to find her urine pink, one of her husband's love taps damaging a kidney. The abuse had steadily and inevitably escalated, but while enduring it, she had never noted its progress. The thought was chilling. She'd been like that proverbial frog dropped in a pot of water that is slowly brought to a boil, not realizing she was going to die until it was too late. My God. She started to cry, and Alistair threw his arms around her. He held her like that for a while. She lost track of time, though Robin knew she should return home before Raven did. One less thing to explain. Still, she couldn't tear herself from Alistair's embrace. Once she composed herself, Robin wiped under her teary eyes and sat up again. They held each other's hands for a minute in silence. "I wanted to tell you right away," she said. "But like I said, I went a little crazy, and Raven had to take care of me."
"You mean lock you in the basement?"
The sour note in his voice was unmistakable. "Raven did what she had to do. I wasn't right. But now that a few days have passed and I've processed everything, I'm finally coming out of my fog. Everything's in focus again. I know what I have to do, and that's protect my daughter." He swallowed hard.
"You're certain Raven did it?"
Robin got choked up. "No one else could have. She was in the house and she knows my handwriting."
"But recognizing your handwriting and being able to mimic it herself are two different things. Besides, why would she want to make it look like you killed Zane?"
"She wasn't trying to do that at all. When Raven was learning cursive, she copied how I wrote some of my letters," Robin said. Ever since, she's been writing her R's the same way as me and blocking some letters when otherwise using cursive. That's why I know it's her.
But how could she not realize?
It's the sleepwalking, Robin said. She killed Zane in the middle of a night terror, then went back to bed and woke up a few minutes later when I ran the bath. She has no idea what she did. And she'll never find out. As far as the three of us are concerned, I killed Zane and nobody else. I drove his body to Brigantine and dumped him in the bay, and that's that. Do you understand?
Of course.
He nodded.
I'll do anything for you.
She was overwhelmed by how well he was taking all this. You've always been so good to me, Alistair. I never deserved any of your kindness.
But you did. You always have, Robin.
Chapter 26. When Raven was finished telling Cooper everything, she got up off the couch and headed for the closet where he'd hung her coat.
Where are you going?
He asked. She'd come to see if he knew anybody who could get her fake IDs and passports. Having served a lot of drinks at a lot of shady bars, Coop had likely encountered people involved in that sort of enterprise, but now she couldn't even ask that of him. I'm sorry, she said. I shouldn't have told you, it's too much. He grabbed her arm and spun her around.
You were sleepwalking, Raven. It wasn't murder.
No one's going to believe that, she said. Not after we tried to cover it up. She tried to break free of his grasp, but he held on to her.
Wait.
It was an order, not a request.
Let's think this through.
I've done nothing but think this through, Raven said, and it's gotten me nowhere.
You've told me,
Cooper said, still clinging to her.
Maybe I can think of something.
No, she said. I shouldn't have told you. I'm so sorry. It's not fair to put this on you. Cooper wouldn't let her go. He pulled her into his arms.
I don't believe it, he said. That's not who you are, Ray Ray. You're not a killer, not even in your sleep. Are you sure?
It wasn't Mom.
I know, he said. But it could have been somebody else.
Who? Raven finally broke out of his embrace and flung her arms. Who could have gotten into the house and slit Daddy's throat like that? Who would leave that message on the wall? Who would know my handwriting?
Or your mom's handwriting.
Cooper put his hand on the closet door so she couldn't open it.
Come back inside. Let's talk about this.
I came here because I need to leave the country, Raven said. Do you know anybody who could get me fake identification?
Whoa, Raven, hold on.
He reached for her again, but she'd pushed away from him.
If you run, then it's over.
It's already over, she said. I looked into sleepwalking defenses, and they rarely work in criminal trials. And now that I covered everything up, there's no chance. Cooper held out his palms.
Sleepwalking.
What? He was trying to remember something.
Wait, don't go, please.
What? Cooper rushed back into his living room. He returned a moment later with a book. Raven couldn't make out the title, though she caught the word sleepwalking on the cover. Cooper consulted the table of contents and then flipped through the pages in a frenzy. What are you doing? He stopped flipping so rapidly. His eyes scanned the text in front of him before he turned to the next page. Putting his finger under some text, Cooper began to read.
Sleepwalkers can do unusual things, but they typically do not act out of character. One patient was found pulling on the newel of a banister, atypical behavior for sure, but only when not taken in the larger context. With his keys in his other hand and muttering that he had to get to the store, it became obvious he was attempting to open a car door.
Cooper stopped reading and looked up at her. Raven was at a loss.
"You couldn't have killed your father," he said. "Think about it. You went down to the kitchen to get a knife, then entered Zane's room without waking him?"
"It's possible."
"Then wrote that message?" he said.
She had no answer to that. Why hadn't she thought of that before? A sleepwalker was unlikely to leave such a legible note, never mind one inked in blood on a wall.
"I know you, Raven Kendrick," Cooper said. "You're not a murderer. So you couldn't have done this in your sleep, either."
Raven couldn't poke any holes in Coop's logic, but all the same, she didn't agree. Her ex-boyfriend, whose feelings for her clearly colored his opinion, would never be able to admit that she could be a killer. Cooper didn't know anyone off the top of his head who could help her, but he promised to find someone reliable today. He prevented her going until she agreed not to turn herself in or flee the area before he got back to her. Raven only told him what he wanted to hear so she could leave. She felt awful about burdening her ex-boyfriend with her problem, and she was determined to solve it herself without his further involvement. Raven went back home. Mom met her at the door, a nervous look on her face. "I thought you'd—" Mom didn't complete the thought. Raven hugged her and apologized once more. "There's no need." Raven pulled back from her mother. No more secrets. "I told Coop," she admitted. "I don't know what came over me." Mom nodded. There was no judgment or disappointment in her expression, only understanding. "You don't have to worry about him," Raven said. "Coop is loyal, to a fault." "He's a good man," Mom said. "I always liked him." Raven went upstairs. She still didn't know if she could go through with her plan of running away. It broke her heart to think she could leave her mother again, after all those years apart. But deep down, she figured it was for the best. Raven sat on the edge of her bed and looked around her bedroom as if for the last time. Only a month ago, she hadn't been disheartened to think she'd never be back here. But now, she felt the loss of this place, like this room were somehow attached to her, and she was preparing to rip those invisible connections out, leaving herself scarred and incomplete. Her eyes drifted over everything, seeing again those things that had become part of the landscape and disappeared from her. The tickets to her first concert, pinned to the corkboard. Her yearbook, stuffed into her bookshelf between her old Babysitter's Club books. The framed playbills from her many high school performances on the wall next to her bed. She decided to pack a small bag, just in case she had to leave in a hurry. A lump in her throat formed when she opened her dresser. Not knowing where she would go, Raven selected a change of clothes for each climate. After bundling jeans and a sweater, 1 pair of pajamas, 2 pairs of shorts, and 3 days' worth of underwear, she opened her t-shirt drawer. This one held the most memories of all. T-shirts from all her plays, concerts she'd attended, high school, college, T-shirts she'd borrowed from friends and had forgotten to return. But the one in the front made her breath catch. The black T-shirt from Cooper. It had been his favorite senior year. Fitting him perfectly, the T-shirt had shown off those big shoulders of his. One night, she'd asked if she could borrow it to sleep in. They'd traded that shirt throughout the school year. It just so happened Raven had the shirt in her possession when Cooper had ended the relationship. She recalled how close she'd come to cutting it up and throwing it out after. But now she was grateful she hadn't. It was a piece of Cooper she'd get to take with her. Even though she'd been wearing it to bed the night Daddy had died, the shirt still retained its sentimental value. Something about that fact made her pause. She looked down at the shirt, as if the garment could offer an explanation. But no answer came. She folded it neatly and put it in her bag. Raven selected an extra pair of sneakers to bring with her and some socks. Her wardrobe, her life, had been reduced to the size of a backpack. Chapter 27. Another dinner, another meal Raven hardly touched. She helped Mom with the dishes in the kitchen, neither woman saying much as they moved mechanically through their lives. They were both acting like nothing bad would happen, so long as they were quiet and went about their business, but Raven didn't believe it. Just as Raven was about to check her phone for the umpteenth time, wondering if Coop had messaged her, the doorbell rang. Mom ordered her to stay at the table and went to answer the door herself. Raven fidgeted until she heard Coop's familiar voice. He came into the dining room wearing a black winter coat and ski cap.
"I didn't want to text or call," Cooper explained. "Less of a trail that way."
Coop gave Raven a quick hug before unzipping his winter coat. Reaching for an inside pocket, he pulled out a 1-gallon Ziploc bag.
"I got what you needed,"
he said. Raven was astonished. "Already?" He nodded.
"Take a look."
Raven opened the bag and emptied the contents onto the dining room table. With the three of them huddled around, Raven went through the various documents: driver's licenses, social security cards, passports. All the IDs had recent pictures of Raven and Robin, though their appearances were slightly different. Whoever had done this had tinkered with images they must have gotten online and repurposed them. Raven was no expert in forgery, but everything looked genuine. "How did you—"
"Don't ask," Cooper said, turning to Mom. "Raven told me everything, Mrs. Kendrick, and I have to say I don't think she did it."
Mom was at a loss for a moment. "I wish that were true, but I don't know who else it could have been." Cooper was insistent.
"She's not a killer."
Raven wanted to avoid an argument. "What do we owe you?" Cooper waved.
"Nothing."
Raven's eyes bulged. These things couldn't have been cheap, and Cooper didn't make much money slinging drinks at the VFW. "You have to let us pay you." He refused to take any money and pointed at the driver's licenses.
"I made sure you two have different last names, so it'd be harder to find you if you have to travel together."
"You've thought of everything," Mom said.
"There's something else,"
Cooper said, giving her a meaningful look.
"Could you and I speak for a moment, Mrs. Kendrick?"
Both Raven and Mom were surprised. Cooper and her mother had been on good terms when he and Raven had dated in high school, but they hadn't been close. Why he would want to speak to Mom privately now mystified Raven. "Sure," Mom said. "I don't know what this is about," Raven said, "but I'm not going anywhere. There's no more time for secrets." Cooper swallowed hard before facing Mom once more.
"Mrs. Kendrick,"
he said, sounding a little stiff.
"I'm in love with your daughter. I always have been. Not a day has gone by in the last decade where I haven't thought about her. Breaking up with Raven was the worst mistake I've ever made in my life. I did it for the right reasons, not wanting to hold her back, but I've regretted it ever since.
Raven went weak in the knees. Mom managed to keep her composure a little better. I've always liked you, Coop. They continued speaking as if Raven weren't present.
So, I got fake IDs. For myself as well, Cooper said. With your permission, and only if Raven wants, I'll go with her. I'll make sure she's safe. Forever. You will never have to worry.
Despite the dark hour, Raven was suddenly overcome with joy. She'd never stopped loving Cooper, not for a moment, even though she'd tried to deny it every chance she got. Every man to come after him had paled in comparison. That their breakup 9 years ago still stung was testimony enough to her feelings. I can't ask you to do that, Raven said. Mom held up a palm. I will always have to worry, Mom said. If someday you become a parent, you'll understand. I'll always check the news or look for her online. I'll always expect that phone call from out of the blue, some sergeant or detective or lieutenant informing me they've arrested her. Running is no kind of life for my girl. Raven is only 27 and has many years ahead of her. Everyone went still while Mom composed her thoughts. But if I had to pick anyone to watch out for my daughter, it'd be you. I can't give you permission because Raven is her own woman, and ultimately the decision is hers. But you do have my blessing. Raven was overwhelmed. She didn't want Cooper to throw away his life for her, and yet she couldn't imagine going on the run alone. At the same time, she desperately wanted to be with Cooper. The idea of being apart from Mom after they'd finally reconnected pained her, too. As grateful as she was to Coop for this romantic gesture, she also didn't want to go unless Mom came with her. Coop, I love you too, she said. He looked relieved. But what about your life here?
My life here? He snorted. There are plenty of bars elsewhere.
I mean your friends, your parents. What about your sister?
It would be hard to leave them, but I'll figure something out. Maybe in a few years I can get in contact with them.
I can't ask you to do that.
You haven't asked, he said. I've offered.
That's so nice of you, she said, hating how puny that word sounded compared to what Cooper was actually doing. I'm overwhelmed right now. It's a lot to take in. I don't know what to do. He took her hands.
Take as long as you need. I'm not going anywhere without you, Ray Ray.
Then his arms went around her and Coop lifted her up. In that weightless moment, Raven actually dared to believe that everything might still work out. Later, after they'd both gone to bed, Mom came to her bedroom. Raven sat up, fully awake, even though she'd laid down nearly an hour ago. Her mother couldn't sleep either, apparently. Mom entered, wearing her old, tattered bathrobe. An end on one of the sleeves had come undone, and the loose belt had gone missing, lost in the laundry, so that Mom had to hold it closed if she was cold. Raven turned on her bedside lamp and scooted over on her twin bed. She expected Mom to sit on the edge of the mattress, just like she'd done when she'd read to Raven as a little girl. But instead, Mom asked if she could lie down beside her. Mom lay down, facing away from her. Raven squeezed her. If you decide to run, Mom said, you should go with Coop. Raven put her forehead against her mother's back. I've lived most of my life, Mom said, but you still have all yours ahead of you. The last thing any new couple needs is to drag around the bride's mother. I'd be a third wheel. No, you wouldn't, Raven said. I want you with me, Mom. I know you do. Mom reached behind her and squeezed Raven's hand. But, as your mother, I also know what you need, Raven. And what you need is to be free of the past. Move on. Make a life with Cooper if that's what you want, and be happy. Don't come back. Don't even look back. Just get away from this place and all these ghosts. And don't worry about money. I don't need much. I'll sell this place as soon as the dust settles and get an apartment somewhere and live simply. We'll figure out a way for me to send you however much you need. I just got you back, Raven said. I can't lose you again. I know, honey. Mom squeezed her hand once more. But it's for the best. Raven clung to her mother. She woke the next day with a clear mind. At some point in the night, Mom had left her bedroom, sneaking out quietly, as if Raven were a little girl again and she hadn't wanted to wake her. Raven went downstairs and brewed coffee and toasted English muffins. While she ate, Raven took in the kitchen. The counter by the sink bulged where Daddy had accidentally drilled a screw from underneath too far. A foot farther down, closer to the stove, was that burn mark Raven had accidentally created when she'd put a cookie sheet directly onto the counter, straight from the oven. Finished with her breakfast, she walked from room to room. Distant memories surfaced as she took the place in, startled by their vividness, as if these things had only happened yesterday. Over there, in the corner of the dining room, Mom used to place a giant monstera plant. As a little girl, Raven had loved jamming herself behind it, her mother pretending not to see her while they played hide and seek. In the living room, she used to sit with her feet touching the tiles in front of the fireplace, getting so close she sometimes felt like her eyebrows would burn. In the den, where she came to read to escape the blare of the television whenever Daddy was home. Late nights spent in a rickety old armchair as she crammed for upcoming tests and final exams. Those afternoons where she and her friends would gather here to prepare for the SATs, all of them complaining about the advanced math on the test they'd never go on to use in their daily lives. A lot of good things had happened here, she had to admit. Only now, when she had decided to leave forever, could she see them. Are you going? Mom asked. Raven hadn't heard her come downstairs. Mom stood in the foyer in a pair of sweats and an old sweater. She looked like she'd hardly slept. Only if you promise not to turn yourself in, Raven said. I promise. She wondered if her mother was lying. Probably. And if Raven fled the area, it would only bring suspicion down on them both. Even if Mom kept her promise, the police still might arrest her anyway. Please come with us. Mom shook her head. No, girlie, I want you to go. And be happy. But what about the police? Raven said. I'll tell them you got a call about an audition and went back to New York, Mom said. I'll say it was for a TV pilot, the chance of a lifetime that you couldn't pass up. Raven nodded sadly. Her theater career was over now. she'd never go on another audition for the rest of her life. Raven was full of big emotions as she drove to the Shady Run Apartments on the other side of town. The backpack she'd crammed with clothes and a few toiletries was in the back seat. She realized suddenly that she'd have to ditch this car, her car, the one that was falling apart, the one that had gotten her through so many major life events, from the end of high school through college and after. She was already giving up so much. Raven didn't know if she could part with anything else. The air today was cold and damp, another thread of snow in the forecast. As she drew near the complex, a nameless, heavy dread descended upon Raven. Not knowing where it had come from, she tried to write it off to superstition, a psychological defense mechanism to cope with a bad turn of events possibly lurking around the corner. This morning she dared to hope, and her subconscious was now reminding her that was a dangerous thing. Life could be beautiful, but it was just as often nasty and brutal. And she had better be prepared for that. Raven ignored the terrible feeling as she turned onto the street leading to the apartments. At first, her eyes didn't register what they were seeing, but as she turned into the lot, there was no mistaking the sight before her. 2 local police cruisers were parked behind Cooper's truck, blocking it from leaving its parking space. Another unmarked sedan, one she recognized from the other day, was parked beside the truck. A uniformed police officer pushed away from one of the cruisers as she drove up and peered in her window. Raven wanted to keep driving, but the cop had spotted her and a quick departure would look suspect. So she parked farther down in front of another unit and got out of her car. Cooper's apartment door was open. The police officer keeping an eye on things outside approached.
"Can I help you?"
he asked. She pointed. "I was coming to see my friend, Cooper. Is he all right?" The man hooked his thumbs through his belt loops on his olive trousers.
"What makes you think Cooper isn't all right?"
She groaned. "Because there are 3 police cars parked outside his apartment." He nodded reluctantly.
"How do you know Mr. Young?"
"He's my boyfriend? He's my friend. I've known him a long time, since high school."
"I see. What brings you here today, then?"
"I was coming to see him."
"Why?"
"We're friends," Raven said. She tried not to think about the backpack in her car, especially not the fake IDs inside.
"Friends, huh?"
"I've said that 3 times now," Raven said, folding her arms. "What's going on here?"
"Raven."
At the sound of Coop's voice, Raven turned toward his door. The detective, Kim Almeida, was ushering him out of the apartment, 2 other plainclothes cops in tow. "Coop!" She rushed toward him, but the cop she'd been speaking to got in between. "What's going on?" His wrists were handcuffed behind him.
"Just a misunderstanding," Coop said. "Don't worry about me."
Raven turned fiery eyes on Almeida. "What are you doing? What is this?" "Mr. Young is a person of interest in our investigation," Almeida said. "He resisted arrest, so unfortunately we had to cuff him."
"You know me, Raven."
Cooper gave her a lopsided smile.
"Can't help myself sometimes."
Now that she was up close to them, Raven noticed some swelling around an eye of one of the uniformed cops. "Coop."
"I don't know how long I'm going to be,"
Cooper said as the 2 police officers struggled to get him in the back of a cruiser.
"Don't wait for me. Go see that movie yourself, okay?"
Movie? What was he? Then it dawned on Raven what he meant. Oh, God. The two cops manhandled the struggling Coop, finally forcing him into the cruiser before slamming the door. The detective came over and spoke to the uniformed cop standing in front of Raven.
"Could you take him to the station?" Almeida asked. "I'll be along in a minute."
"Yes, ma'am,"
the officer dutifully said before hurrying along. Raven stepped around Almeida so she could watch the squad cars leave. Cooper turned once in the back seat. He couldn't wave with his hands cuffed behind him, but he nodded at her. The gesture had a finality to it that broke her heart. Chapter 28. "What is the meaning of this? Why have you arrested Coop?" The detective was unfazed by her attitude.
"How long have you known Mr. Young?"
Raven shook her head. "Detective, I have a right to know what's happening in the investigation into my father's disappearance. Now, would you answer my question?" Almeida's look was colder than the wintry air that was beginning to gust around them.
"I can share some things with you," Kim said, "but I have questions of my own first."
"This is unbelievable," Raven said, her anger real now. "What the hell is going on here?"
"Why don't you join us down at the station?" Almeida suggested slyly. "I'll be able to answer more questions, I think, after I've spoken to Mr. Young."
Raven was trapped. She could hardly refuse without coming across as suspicious, especially with Coop in their custody. "I'll be right along."
"You could ride with me. I'm sure one of the—"
"I'll drive myself." Almeida smiled.
"Great."
The detective drove off, leaving Raven alone in the parking lot for a moment. She dialed Mom frantically. "They've arrested Cooper," she said. "Oh, God," Mom said. "Almeida was here. She asked me to meet her at the station and promised to share more details. I'm going there now." "Wait, do you think that's a good idea?" Her mind was racing. Mom added, "Maybe you should leave now." That was what Cooper had been slyly telling her when he'd suggested she not wait for him and go to the movies herself. He wanted her to flee. But that could only mean he suspected the police were going to charge him. Where would they have gotten the idea that he could have murdered Dad? "I can't do that to him," Raven said. "Coop will try to protect me. He might even—" A terrible thought occurred to Raven. Now that she'd confided in Cooper, he knew all the details. He could give a credible, though false, confession to the crime. "I'll meet you there," Mom said. "No," Raven said, not trusting Mom to keep quiet either. "I'll be home later, okay?" She jumped in her car and headed to the police station. The municipal lot was almost full, the plows having pushed the little snowfall into a pile in one corner. Raven managed to fit next to that cold, graying hill, then trudged through the parking lot as the first flakes in the next storm began to fall. She identified herself to the desk sergeant and was ushered into a small conference room. There was no two-way mirror in here, at least, though Raven still had to assume she was being watched, if not recorded. She wondered where Cooper was right now, what they were asking him, and most importantly, why they had been to his apartment in the first place. Her phone buzzed while she waited. Seeing it was Jonah, she pushed it to voicemail. Raven wasn't in the mood to talk to anybody right now. Too busy bracing herself for a difficult conversation with the detective. Someone knocked gently on the door before entering. It was the same detective who'd been by the house before to report someone having been seen in their backyard, Jack Caldwell. "Hi, Raven." He closed the door behind him and sat across from her. Caldwell folded his hands. His expression was unreadable, though she assumed he was more foe than friend.
"First, let me express my condolences," he said. "I'm sorry your father has gone missing."
"Thank you, Detective," she said. "I was expecting to meet with Detective Almeida, though." He acted as if he hadn't heard her.
"What I'm about to tell you stays between us."
The tiniest crack in his expression appeared. For a moment, some light got out, or got in. Raven couldn't be sure. It made her want to trust him.
"I know your mother,"
Caldwell said. "How?"
"She came to me a few years ago,"
Caldwell said,
"to report domestic abuse."
So that was how Mom knew Caldwell. "My father."
"I hate wife-beaters."
Caldwell gnashed his teeth.
"They deserve a special place in hell, next to pedophiles."
Raven said nothing.
"When I heard your father was missing, I connected with Brigantine PD,"
Caldwell explained.
"They kept me at arm's length initially, because it was their investigation. But now that has changed."
He shifted in his seat and looked over his shoulder, like he feared someone was listening.
"They don't think your father ever went to Brigantine," he said. "I'm inclined to agree with them."
Raven kept quiet.
"We talked to several people who were at the bar that night. Zane mentioned this week's tournament was canceled, so he wasn't going down."
Raven said nothing.
"Your father has a mistress," Caldwell went on, "but we've ruled her out for the night in question. Airtight alibi."
Raven squirmed in her chair.
"I'm going to level with you, Raven," Caldwell said. "I don't know if Cooper did anything to your father, but it isn't looking good for him."
Raven held her breath.
"It was common knowledge that you'd come home, and he made a joke about it. Cooper overheard and took exception."
"He told me," Raven said. "Cooper threatened to beat him up." Caldwell shook his head.
"Not exactly. Coop threatened to kill him if he ever talked that way about you again."
That wasn't what Coop had told her. Raven's head was spinning now as she tried to sort through the mess of the situation. Had Cooper lied to her? Or was Caldwell lying now? Or had the people who'd told Caldwell this exaggerated? If this was true, had Cooper... No. Raven didn't think for a minute that Cooper had killed her father. If he had, he would never have scrawled those words on the wall. Raven swallowed hard. "It's just an expression. I'll kill you if you ever do this again. You've probably said as much yourself."
"Nobody I ever said it to went missing not long after."
"Come on. Cooper's a fighter, but he's not a killer."
"A fighter?"
Caldwell's eyes bulged.
"He's put 2 guys in the hospital."
"Yes, as a bartender," she said. "Ask anybody from school. Ask Mr. Ryan, our principal. Is he still there?" Caldwell nodded.
"I know Jerry Ryan well. He had a lot of good things to say about Coop."
"See? There you go."
"Except Coop threatened to kill your father and might have been the last person to see him before he vanished."
Raven bit back what she was going to say. The urge to confess was rising within her again. She couldn't stand the thought of Cooper being interrogated right now, and she feared he would simply take the fall for her if he felt it was the right thing to do. She wished she could have 5 minutes alone with him so they could sort this out. But of course that was impossible now. Caldwell leaned forward.
"I have a good relationship with the district attorney. She feels the same way I do about wife-beaters."
His words were distant at first, taking an extra moment to reach her. Raven matched his posture unintentionally, tilting forward as well.
"A wife has a right to defend herself," Caldwell said, "and a daughter should be able to protect her mother."
Raven studied the man. Did Caldwell truly sympathize with their situation because he knew Daddy was an abusive monster? Or was this detective setting a trap for a confession? With her boyfriend locked in another room and potentially facing criminal charges, surely Caldwell appreciated the fact that she was in a vulnerable position. Raven couldn't tell what this man thought. She looked into his face for answers but found none. His cynical eyes ultimately tipped the scales. She just didn't trust him enough to place the fate of her mother, herself, and Coop in his hands. "I agree," Raven said. "And, like I told Daddy when I came home, if he put his hands on Mom ever again, I'd report him." Caldwell held her gaze, drawing out the moment to see if she'd open up, but Raven held her composure. After making her wait another hour, Almeida entered the conference room. She asked Raven many of the same questions Caldwell had, pressing her about Cooper's violent history. But Raven insisted upon Cooper's innocence. Eventually, Almeida told her she could go. "What about Coop?" Raven asked. "Is he under arrest?" Almeida was slow to answer. "We are holding him a little bit longer before we make that decision." Raven pressed the woman for more information, but the detective refused to volunteer any. Ongoing investigation. They had to keep things close to the vest. Outside in the parking lot, Raven remembered her backpack was in plain view in the back seat. She moved it to the footwell of the passenger seat and covered it with a blanket she kept in the car for those wintry days when the heater wasn't working its best. She thought about everything she'd packed, the precious few items besides the fake driver's license and passport, and thought about how little she could take with her if she heeded Cooper's advice and ran. Not that she could flee now, with Cooper in trouble. The drive home should have taken 10 minutes, but the storm had strengthened while she'd been in the station. Fat flakes came down heavily, reminding her of the powdered sugar Mom had taught her to sift when making crescent cookies. The snow was already sticking to the roads. In her mind, she went through those items in the backpack. The jeans, the sweater, the pajamas, Coop's t-shirt. Once more, something like a sonar ping sounded in her mind. Her subconscious was trying to impart a message, but she couldn't decipher it. Raven hit every traffic light and had to double back when she was close to home because of an accident. A minivan had skidded off the road and another car had hit a tree. As she sat in a long line of slowly moving cars, the snow continued to pile around her. Raven's eyes fell on the police officer directing traffic ahead. Paranoid, she made sure the backpack was covered by the blanket before pulling past the freezing man. She couldn't let Coop get in trouble for something she'd done. It wasn't right. Raven found a safe place to pull over and activated her left turn signal. Traffic was light but steady enough to force her to wait to make a U-turn on the snowy streets. Coop. How could she have just driven off like that? Leave him to rot in that police station, knowing he hadn't killed her father. She pictured him being taken out of his apartment, wearing only that old t-shirt in the cold... T-shirt. Once more an alarm sounded in her mind. Coop's t-shirt. Not the one he was wearing today, but the black one he'd given her years ago. The one she'd been wearing the night Daddy was... the one she'd crammed into her bag to take with her. What about the t-shirt? There was something there. She had to figure it out before she did anything else. Raven got back on the road and drove on. By the time she reached her neighborhood, the roads were in terrible condition. Raven had difficulty cresting the tiny rise on her street, but eventually skidded into the driveway. Her mind refused to allow her to stop thinking about the t-shirt. She unzipped the backpack and took the garment out to examine it. The shirt was unremarkable. Most of its lettering had flaked off in its lifetime of washes. She stretched it out in front of her, determined to figure this out. It was Cooper's shirt. She'd taken it to college with her, then forgotten it when she'd stormed out of the house the summer before senior year. It had sat in her childhood dresser for years untouched until she returned home 2 weeks ago. The t-shirt was threadbare, and wanting to extend its life, Raven had only worn it to bed twice in that span. The night she'd found it folded neatly in her next-to-top drawer, she'd put it to her face and inhaled, her nose tricking her into thinking she could still smell Coop on it. The only other time she'd worn it had been the night she'd woken to find her father dead. Her mind buzzed again, this time the ping louder. The front door of the house opened and Mom appeared as a silhouette in the frame, backlit by the kitchen lights. Her mother hadn't expected her back and so must have been surprised and worried. Raven still hadn't figured out what her brain was trying to communicate about the shirt, so she stuffed it into her backpack and got out of the car. The snow was cold on the back of her neck as she hurried to the covered porch. "What are you doing here?" Mom asked. Raven went inside and dropped the backpack on the floor of the foyer. "What's happening with Coop?" Mom asked. "They won't tell me, but he threatened Daddy on Monday night," Raven said, "and he was one of the last people to see him." She went on to explain, providing what few details she had learned. "Something's been bothering me," Raven said, looking at the backpack near her feet. "It's about Coop's t-shirt, the one I've kept all these years." "What about it?" Mom asked. "I don't know." Raven shook her head. "My mind keeps trying to tell me something." Mom was puzzled. "Why do you think it's important?" "I was wearing it the night we found Daddy, and..." Suddenly it hit her. Raven stepped back, one shoulder bumping against the cold surface of the front door. "What is it?" Mom asked. Her mind raced dizzyingly. Raven palmed the door with one hand to steady herself while she tried to make sense of it. "We changed, remember?" Raven said. "Before we decided what we were going to do, we changed into old clothes that we knew we'd have to get rid of. I got out of Coop's shirt and put on old sweats and that long-sleeved wicking shirt." Mom nodded. "We got rid of those clothes," Raven said. "The next morning, you took them away." "Yes." "But I kept the t-shirt," Raven said. "We just put it through the wash." "I see what you mean," Mom gasped. "We should have gotten rid of it, too, to be safe." "No," Raven said. "We didn't need to put it through the wash." Mom's eyes bulged. Raven said, "There was no blood on me." Her mother gawped at her, but then slowly nodded. "You're right." Mom looked down, trying to recall those dark moments more vividly. "There was no blood on you." Their eyes met. "I didn't kill Daddy," Raven said. Mom frowned. "I don't understand. It was only the two of us in the house, and I didn't do it either. I was with Alistair." Raven ran her hand through her hair and paced. She felt like they were so close to the truth now that she couldn't stop, couldn't sit down, had to keep thinking until they had this problem solved, once and for all, especially now that Coop was in trouble. "I would have had to get close to Daddy to do that," Raven said, thinking out loud. "The blood would have sprayed, I would have been covered, and my hands—" Mom's face went white. "My God, you're right. Why didn't I think of it?" "I didn't think of it either until now," Raven said. "We've been so worried about covering up a crime, we didn't have time to think everything through." "Raven, I'm sorry." "It's okay, Mom," Raven said. They could forgive each other later for all the terrible things they'd done, said, and thought privately about one another, for keeping secrets, for doing what they thought was best for the other person without communicating properly. For now they had to sort this mess out. "But who, then?" Mom asked. All at once, Raven's mind made the same jumps in reasoning as before when she'd briefly considered Alistair a suspect. Only this time, she was thinking about someone else. Coop. They'd written to each other in high school. Coop was familiar with her handwriting. And, like Alistair had with Mom, Coop had remained in love with Raven for all these years. Now she pictured Coop's fingers wistfully tracing the letters of Raven's handwriting, her ex-boyfriend even practicing her penmanship in his quiet, lonely moments. What had he taken with him when he joined the service? What precious few mementos would he have selected from his personal belongings to help him get through those arduous years in the military? Probably letters. Reminders that there were people who cared about him back home. That was what all soldiers did. Oh, God. Mom read her horrified expression. "What is it?" Raven didn't say. Her mind whirred with more horrifying logic. Cooper was that guy who did the right thing. Consequences be damned. If someone was hurting a friend, he'd step in without thinking twice. How many times had he been suspended for fighting? How narrowly had he escaped a dishonorable discharge from the service? How many brushes with the law following bar fight after bar fight? And that was how Coop acted when it came to friends. How would he act when he thought a loved one was in danger? "No," Raven said, arguing with herself. "He wouldn't." "Coop," Mom said. Raven looked her in the eye. "I don't believe it." "I don't want to either," Mom said. "But what if—" She didn't complete the thought. "The writing," Raven said. "Coop wouldn't have done that." Mom thought about it. "I can't imagine why he would." But Raven wasn't sure, teasing out another tortured strand of logic. She imagined a lovesick Cooper. Over time, he'd resigned himself to never seeing her again. The closest he'd come to Raven was serving her asshole father drinks a couple of times each week. She imagined how much that must have pained him, to be so close to the woman he still loved by being near her father, and yet still have no chance of seeing her again. It could have driven him mad. But then Raven had come home, and word had gotten to Cooper. She was back. She was close. What better way to show his love than to slay the monster of a father she had, the man everybody knew was wicked but did nothing about? He'd leave her a message, too, so she knew Cooper had done the deed. A message in blood. Never again. "The police must have more," Mom said. "They wouldn't arrest Coop just because he threatened to hurt Daddy." Raven hardly heard her mother. Cooper wouldn't have left a mess, she told herself. He wouldn't have made the killing my problem. Her phone rang. It was Uncle Jonah. He'd tried her earlier, but she hadn't had a chance to listen to his voicemail yet because the day had gotten away from her. "It's Jonah," Raven said, pushing him to voicemail. "He tried me earlier too," Mom said, "but I didn't answer, what with everything going on." "What are we going to do?" Raven asked. "I can't let them arrest Coop." "He wants you to leave," Mom said. "You should listen. I'll stay and help." Raven shook her head. "We will figure this out together. I won't leave you both." Mom crossed the foyer and put her hands on Raven's shoulders. "Sweetie, this has gotten out of control. Now listen to me. I'm your mother. There is still a way out of this if you'll just let me confess. That way, you can have a life with Cooper." "What about you? You could have a life with Alistair," Raven said. "More importantly, you didn't kill Daddy." "Neither did you," Mom said, sounding like she was still wrapping her head around the idea. "And I don't think Cooper did either, but things can't go on like this." Mom's eyes turned watery as she began to plead. "You have to let me do this for you," Mom said in a thick voice. "Let me get one thing right, Raven. Please." Headlights briefly lit up the interior of the foyer as another car pulled into the snowy driveway. Mom let go of Raven and went to the front door. "Is it the police?" Raven asked. Mom put her eye to the peephole. "It's Jonah." She opened the door before Jonah could ring the bell. He stood on the porch, looking a bit of a mess, his hair wet with snow, his old jacket ripped, his jeans wet.
"Sorry,"
he smiled.
"I tried calling you both. I got stuck in town because of the storm and can't get back home. Could I stay here tonight?"
Chapter 29. Jonah shoveled another wad of pasta into his mouth, spattering more sauce on his stubbled cheeks in the process.
"Delicious,"
he said.
"Thanks again, Robin. You're the best."
Mom smiled warmly before nibbling on some Italian bread.
"I hope this is okay,"
Jonah said for probably the 6th time.
"Me being here, I hate to impose."
"Of course it is," Mom said. "Your family." He dabbed at his mouth and grinned ear to ear, no doubt anticipating another home-cooked meal for breakfast in the morning. His smile slipped before he turned to Raven with a grave expression.
"Word got around about Cooper,"
Jonah said.
"I'm sorry."
"He didn't do anything," she said. Jonah made a face like he disagreed.
"I know you two are close, but Coop's not a good guy. I've asked around about him and got the same story. A hard ass with a hair trigger. Did you know he got dishonorably discharged from the Marines?"
Raven shook her head. "That's not true."
"That's what I heard."
Jonah mulled that over.
"But either way, he left the service early, which is really suspect. The military needs bodies and doesn't much care where they get them. They don't usually let anybody go, unless they're a real problem."
"Jonah," Mom said in a firm voice, "let's change the subject." He realized he'd blundered.
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean..."
"Coop's a good man," Raven said, getting back up. "I don't know what the police think, but he doesn't have anything to do with Daddy going missing."
"I'm afraid they think he killed Zane,"
Jonah said. "How do you know that?" Raven asked.
"Why else would they arrest him?"
Jonah said. Raven couldn't argue with his logic.
But maybe you're right, Jonah said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Because there's still the problem of getting Zane's car to Brigantine, having the keys to the shore house, leaving his phone there. How could Cooper have done all that?
Raven wanted to scream. The man had asked an honest question, not realizing how incriminating the answer was for them. Mom's face took on a horrified expression before she composed herself. Jonah realized what he'd done and turned his eyes down to his plate.
I didn't mean that,
Jonah said.
That either of you helped him? I would never think that.
Raven dropped her silverware onto her plate. I can't do this right now. I spent 3 hours at the police station this afternoon being grilled. Could we leave it be for tonight? Mom looked stricken. Jonah froze, his fork suspended halfway between his plate and mouth, one strand of spaghetti dangling precariously.
You're right, of course, Jonah said. I'm sorry, Raven.
Raven took her dinner plate into the kitchen. She scraped her uneaten food into the garbage disposal, then loaded the dishwasher. She heard Mom and Jonah speaking quietly in the dining room. The whole spectacle drove Raven crazy. The truth was inside her, trying to get out, crawling up her throat, making her skin want to burst. In a moment of sheer madness, she got the urge to charge into the dining room and tell Jonah everything. But after a few deep breaths, the lunacy passed. Her phone rang. She groaned when she read the caller ID, Detective Kim Almeida.
Hello? Hi, Raven. Sorry to bother you again.
It's no bother, she lied. Is Coop still at the station?
I'm afraid he is,
Almeida said, almost sounding like she meant it.
We're working through a few things.
Raven knew better than to ask. Almeida wouldn't tell her anything. The detective went on.
I've been trying to reach your uncle. Have you talked to Jonah recently?
Raven's ears quirked at the name. He's here, actually.
At your house?
Yes, Raven said. What's this about?
We were able to recover some more deleted text messages from your father's phone,
Almeida answered vaguely.
I'd like to stop by and speak to you all about them.
What messages?
I'll show you when I get there,
Almeida said.
Please tell Jonah to expect me.
Almeida ended the call, leaving Raven even more worried. What deleted texts could the police have found on her father's phone? Only she and her mother had access to Zane's cell. Raven hadn't erased any of his messages. Had her mother? And why? Trying to puzzle it together, Raven stared down at the kitchen counter in front of her, the phone still in her hand.
Was that the police?
Jonah asked. Raven jumped at the sound of his voice. She hadn't heard him enter the kitchen. Detective Almeida, she's on her way.
Sorry.
He offered a weak smile.
I didn't mean to startle you.
Jonah carried his plate to the sink. He scraped his leftovers into the garbage disposal.
What did she want?
He asked. Before the detective arrived, Raven needed to speak with her mother privately. If Robin had deleted messages on Zane's phone, she wanted to know why. Almeida's on her way, Raven said, looking past him, and has questions for us. Something to do with Daddy's phone? Jonah stooped to put his dish and silverware in the dishwasher.
What about his phone?
Raven didn't answer. Would you excuse me for a moment? I want to let Mom know they're coming. Raven attempted to walk past Jonah, but he latched onto her wrist, his grip strong.
I think the detective's been trying to get a hold of me, but I had my ringer off. I saw a few minutes ago that I'd missed several calls from her.
Jonah didn't let go of Raven's wrist.
But I was so busy today.
Raven looked down at his hand. You're hurting me. Jonah smiled apologetically before releasing her.
Sorry.
Raven rubbed her wrist. You were busy?
I went to your father's office and talked to Freddie Thorne, then went around to some of your father's favorite spots to see if I could turn anything up.
Jonah got a faraway look in his eyes and sighed.
I know the police are doing their best, but I can't help it.
Raven didn't want her uncle snooping around in addition to the police. What if he stumbled upon something they missed, and it only served to get her and Mom in trouble? She gave him a sad smile. I know you want to help, but you might inadvertently foul up their investigation by talking to the wrong person and saying the wrong thing. You should let them do their job.
I know, you're right.
Jonah sighed again.
But I just want to find whoever killed Zane.
Raven stopped in her tracks and looked back at her uncle.
Oh, God.
Jonah grew red-faced and went very still.
I'm sorry. That was so insensitive of me. It's just with Zane missing for several days now, I'm assuming the worst.
His voice trailed off. Jonah said nothing for a moment. Then he leaned against the counter. He seemed lost in thought. She could hardly blame Jonah for thinking the worst. When someone didn't turn up for several days, it was only logical to conclude they were dead.
How long do you think it will take the detective to get here?
Jonah asked. Raven didn't understand the change in his tone. There was something final about it, his words edged with an unusual and intense precision. In this weather? Raven felt uncomfortable under his penetrating gaze. 10 or 15 minutes?
What did they find on his phone?
Jonah said. His right hand had inched away from his body, crawling across the countertop behind him. Why was he acting so strangely? Her uncle's mood had changed. Though the detective had shared information with Raven, her intuition told her to say nothing. I don't know.
No wonder you didn't make it in New York. You're a mediocre actress.
She laughed nervously. He was making her uneasy, even though there was nothing threatening about his posture. But she spotted something feral in his eyes, and then when his right hand inched farther away, she realized what he was doing. The knife block was right there. I'm a good actress, she said defiantly, forcing the nervous laughter to stop. She raised her voice so Mom would hear. What are you doing, Jonah? He snatched a knife out of the block and held it out in front of him.
Let's cut the crap, he said. All three of us know what happened Monday night.
She was practically yelling now, hoping to get Mom's attention. I don't know what you're talking about. Raven pinned herself to the refrigerator, fear paralyzing her as Jonah pushed away from the opposite counter. Jonah, put the knife down, she screeched.
Robin,
he called out.
Get your ass in here, or I'll cut your daughter up.
Mom didn't answer.
Where'd you put Zane?
Jonah asked.
In the bay?
It all came to her then. In a moment of blinding clarity, Raven somehow understood what had happened. Jonah had left the body with the note on the wall to incriminate her and her mother. Jonah was the man who'd been watching the house. He'd sent the cryptic email and the note. His poor choice of words a moment ago when he expressed his desire to find Zane's murderer had been a telling slip of the tongue. He knew her father was dead. Jonah knew because he'd killed Zane himself.
Robin?
His face was turning red.
Get in here!
Jonah? Raven's legs trembled. Why did you kill Daddy?
Because the son of a bitch ruined my life. I lost what little money I had in that coin-op business, and Zane wouldn't help me out.
Okay. Now her whole body was shaking. That knife was so close. But why did you frame us for it then? We didn't do anything to you. My mother and I are innocent.
Innocent?
He spat out the word.
Robin lied to the police and shut me out when I needed her the most.
Jonah lunged forward, and Raven thought she was going to die. But instead of stabbing her, he put the knife to her throat and got behind Raven.
I don't want to hurt you, Raven, Jonah said, but Robin isn't leaving me much choice.
He wrapped his free arm around her almost in a headlock, while the blade with its cold steel continued to press against the side of her neck.
Robin! Where the hell are you? I've got a knife to your daughter's throat.
Please, Raven said, hating how pathetic she sounded. Only now that she was in his grip, the instrument of her own demise pricking the delicate skin above her raised jugular, did Raven think of all the ways she should have acted instead only moments ago. She should have screamed. She should have run. She should have attacked. She should have told her mother to go for help or call the police. Raven could have done any one of a dozen different things. Each would have been better than how she'd acted. Or not acted. The police are coming, Raven reminded him. Put the knife down and let's talk.
Talk?
He laughed nastily as he shoved her out of the kitchen. For a moment, Raven was free of him and thought to run, but before she could act, he was upon her again, driving her toward the dining room. We don't care that he's dead, Raven said. He was an abusive asshole. You've done us a favor. Let's make a deal. Everybody keeps quiet, okay? That way no one gets in trouble.
What about your boyfriend?
Jonah asked.
Do you think I'm an idiot? If they charge him, you'll open that mouth of yours and throw me under the bus.
No, Jonah, we can work something out.
Robin!
He barked again.
I'm going to kill your daughter in 5 seconds if you don't show your face.
Please, Jonah.
5, 4.
Jonah, you don't have...
3, 2.
Jonah.
1.
Chapter 30. Jonah. Before.
I told you, Zane said in that condescending way of his. I gave you $2,000 and a list of contacts. The rest was up to you.
Jonah stared into his beer, unable to come to terms with what had happened. He'd left a job, not a great one but a steady income, to sell coin-op video games to local bars. It hadn't even been his idea. One night when they were out drinking together, Zane and he had been playing a photo hunt game at the pub, both men laughing while they tried to spot the difference between 2 pictures of naked women. The machine was always on the fritz, and it crapped out mid-game on them, frustrating Zane, who'd had his eyes set on the high score.
You know what?
He'd said.
We should sell these games to bars. I'll bet we can find old used ones on eBay and some jackass to spruce them up. The startup costs wouldn't be terrible.
Though he'd been intrigued by the idea, perhaps as a result of all the alcohol he'd had that evening, Jonah was reluctant.
I don't know, Z. I don't have a lot of money.
Zane had shrugged. What was money to a guy who had more than enough and had never worried a day in his life about paying the rent?
I'll back you. he'd said. "Just look into it for me, all right? I'm too busy running a business already, and you've got time."
He didn't really have the time. He worked full-time at the grocery store and picked up another 10 here and there doing odd jobs. But since Jonah couldn't contribute a lot of money to the enterprise, he promised to search for old coin-op games online. Zane pressured him over the following weeks, wondering what was taking him so long. Finally, Jonah found a handful of used but functional consoles, some old-timer who liked to restore them, and some geek who could patch the inevitable software bugs that had caused them to periodically malfunction.
"It's not cheap," Jonah had said. "If you want to make money, you've got to be willing to spend it," Zane had answered. "Look, business wasn't as good as I expected this summer, but I'd still like to help you out."
Jonah wanted to point out that Zane had offered to fund the entire enterprise. But he wasn't in a position to beg, having little money himself. He tapped into his savings, spending his rainy day money, and then maxed out a credit card, thinking Zane would at least reimburse him for that so he could avoid the crippling interest rates and the disastrous effects on his credit rating.
"Did you go over to Polly's bar?"
Zane had asked.
"He wasn't interested." "How about that place on the Black Horse Pike?"
Jonah had shaken his head. Zane sighed.
"Great. Now I'm out $2,000. Jesus, Jonah. I guess I'm not getting my wife and daughter anything for Christmas."
Sorry, Jonah had said.
"But Zane, I'm in real trouble. I can't make rent."
Zane had thought it over.
"I'll see what I can do."
Now, as they sat at the bar together, the nearby coin-op console an irritating reminder of their failed business venture, Jonah asked Zane for help once more.
"I'm getting kicked out of my apartment," he said.
Zane acted like he was surprised, even though Jonah had kept him informed throughout the last 3-month ordeal with the landlord.
"What about the grocery store? Did you call them for your old job back?"
"They filled my position," Jonah said.
"Well, there are a lot of other grocery stores out there," Zane said dismissively before checking his phone. "Oh, hell, the wife is looking for me. You know how she gets. Gotta hit the road, Jonah. Let me know what you need. I might be able to help you out."
Before Jonah could say another word, Zane left the bar in a hurry, not bothering to finish his drink and leaving Jonah with the tab. The judge peered down from the bench at Jonah.
"Before I sentence you, is there anything you wish to say on your own behalf?"
Jonah shot the public defender a nasty look before rising. He hadn't been able to afford an attorney, so the state had appointed one, some bumbling kid fresh out of law school whom the prosecutor had easily pushed around. Even though Jonah was guilty of dealing in stolen goods, he still blamed the kid for this mess. Any competent attorney could have gotten the charges tossed, or at least pleaded down to misdemeanors. Now he was looking at real prison time, cooped up with actual criminals, terrible men who'd try to kill him for any reason, for no reason, or who'd come to his cell to... Meanwhile, his brother-in-law just got to shrug the whole thing off. Though he was involved as much as Jonah, Zane had managed to avoid legal troubles, in part because Robin, Jonah's own sister, had lied to the police, placing the blame solely on her brother.
"Yes, Your Honor,"
Jonah said, having to clear his throat to be heard before proceeding.
"I fell on some hard times, and that led to a self-destructive pattern of behavior. I couldn't support myself, and the job market is terrible for a guy like me, someone without a college degree and with no technical skills. I'm not a criminal by nature. I was pushed into this by circumstances beyond my control. I hope you'll take that into consideration when sentencing me."
The judge looked down at some paperwork and grew thoughtful before answering.
"It's important," the judge began, "for a man to take responsibility for his actions. In this day and age, people are too quick to pass the buck and blame their circumstances for their choices. Mr. Huntington, you could have done any number of things differently. You could have taken out a loan to attend a trade school. You could have gotten a job at another grocery store. You could have—"
Jonah tuned the judge out while the old hawk-nosed man lectured him about life choices.
"Need to learn responsibility, so that's why I'm sentencing you to 42 months in prison. You'll be eligible for parole in 24 if your behavior is exemplary, Mr. Huntington."
His behavior was exemplary, but 24 months came and went, and Jonah was still locked up. It was amazing what human beings could get used to. Prison life, as terrible as it was, had been normalized for him now. Just the other day, he'd watched another man get stabbed in the neck with plasticware in the cafeteria because he'd given some deranged psycho a strange look in the hall before lights out last week. Said psycho was inside for aggravated assault and had been due to be released in a month's time, but now he was facing murder charges and would probably spend most of the rest of his life behind bars. Any normal man would have gotten post-traumatic stress disorder over witnessing something like that, but Jonah had instead tasted a savage excitement. Any break from the routine made him feel alive. By the time he returned to his cell after the guards converged on the cafeteria, bringing the lunch hour to a premature close, Jonah realized just how unhinged his response to the whole episode had been.
"Mail."
A fellow con pushed a cart with squeaky wheels in front of his cell.
"Mail, Jonah." "Huh? Mail."
He didn't recognize the handwriting on the envelope, but he was able to read the neat cursive and was familiar with the return address. R. Kendrick, Tabernacle. His sister.
"Who's writing you?"
his cellmate asked from the top bunk.
"Shut up,"
Jonah said. They were new to each other. The guy had tried to come at him last week, and Jonah had been forced to lay him out in the yard. Important to establish the pecking order right away, lest some lunatic get ideas. The guy rolled over on his cot. Jonah opened the envelope. He was surprised that Robin had decided to write him back. Though her apology would be too little too late, at least he'd get one. Perhaps he could convince his sister to leave Zane, take half his money and half his business, and take pity on her poor older brother. The same brother who'd knocked out some guy's teeth for getting too frisky with Robin back in middle school. But the letter contained no apology. Zane is running a business and has a reputation to maintain. You need to stop spreading all these lies about him and take responsibility for what you did. Please do not contact me or my family again until you've done that. In his heart, Jonah knew that her husband had put Robin up to writing the letter. He knew she did whatever her husband asked, knew that Zane controlled his sister, knew that Robin had grown into a shell of a woman. But still, she was his sister. He couldn't help but blame her for everything as well. She could have been brave, left her asshole of a husband, and helped Jonah get back on his feet. But instead, she'd chosen to remain comfortable, in that house that must cost $1 million now, in her expensive clothes and car, living a charmed life while he rotted away in prison. It was just as much her fault as it was Zane's. Despite his nominal good behavior, Jonah served out nearly his full sentence. It was snowing the day he got out, and no one had come to pick him up. He took a bus into the city and checked in with a halfway house where he found employment, making just enough to rent a tiny one-bedroom apartment in a bad neighborhood. They wouldn't take him back at his old store, not even as a cashier or stocking shelves. A priest came by the halfway house from time to time. Jonah liked the man, despite his general disregard for the clergy, because the priest did not condescend or offer unsolicited advice. They struck up an acquaintance, never quite a friendship, and smoked cigarettes out in the backyard, and sometimes had to raise their voices over the squawking chickens the owner of the place raised in handmade coops. One day, Jonah asked jokingly if the priest were ever going to quote some salient excerpt from Scripture that would avail Jonah. Smiling, the priest shook his head, explaining that he rarely did that outside of church because people did not care for it in everyday contexts. Jonah pressed him anyway, in a kind of teasing manner, but the priest refused to recite a passage for his benefit. After much urging, the priest half conceded. He didn't quote the Bible, but he offered advice.
"Forgive everybody," the priest said. "First yourself, then everybody else who you think wronged you. But do the latter part quietly, only in your mind. Seek them out and try to meet them where they are, so they can meet you where you are."
Jonah didn't think much of the advice, but hid his opinion behind an easy smile, so as not to offend this priest he'd grown to like. That day happened to be his last at the halfway house. He never encountered the priest again.
"Jonah!"
Zane's eyes popped.
"You're out!"
His brother-in-law slid off the bar stool and staggered over to give him a big hug. Jonah was no small figure himself, not tall, but built like a fire plug. Zane, though, lifted him easily. The smell of alcohol on his brother-in-law's breath was strong.
"It's good to see you,"
Zane said, setting him down like a child.
"How long's it been?"
"Since before the trial," Jonah said.
"You know, I meant to come see you,"
Zane said.
"but every time something or other came up, whether it was work or Raven and I had a dust-up, that ungrateful little. She went back to school and after graduating got a place in the city and hasn't talked to us in years. Can you believe it?"
Jonah said he couldn't believe it.
"How's Robin?" "Who?"
Zane was joking. Jonah forced a laugh. Zane patted his back.
"Sit down and have a drink with me." "Are you buying?"
Jonah asked, recalling the last time they'd met at a bar. Zane had stiffed him then.
"Of course."
Zane made a big production out of getting Jonah a drink. They sat at the bar together.
"When did you get out? What have you been up to?"
"You know, this and that." Jonah told Zane about his struggles to find meaningful employment and make rent. His brother-in-law nodded sympathetically from time to time.
"Anyway, I've been trying to do my homework."
Zane's ear quirked.
"Homework?"
"You know, reconnecting with the people I care about and admitting to my mistakes. I'm sorry, Zane, for blaming you for what happened to me." Here it was, the big moment. Zane's opportunity to take responsibility as well. Jonah had been the bigger man, the first to admit to his mistakes. If Zane did the same, all would be forgiven, and perhaps they could talk about Jonah coming to work for him in the landscaping business. Zane chewed on Jonah's words, took a big swig of beer, then clapped him on the back.
"It takes a big man to admit when he's wrong,"
Zane said.
"Good on you. I'm proud of you, Jonah."
Jonah gripped the pint glass so tightly it nearly broke. He wanted to smash it over Zane's head.
"You took advantage of me, you asshole. You had money to spare and I had nothing. Then I served for a crime we both committed and you still take no responsibility for it."
But instead of doing something rash, Jonah choked back his rage and screwed up a smile in place. He pretended to be proud of himself and grateful that Zane had accepted his apology. He washed his bitterness away by chugging the rest of that beer. When he was done, Zane pointed to their glasses.
"Next round on you?"
Zane asked casually, completely ignoring everything Jonah had told him about his financial situation.
"I can't pay for everything, you know."
It was there, in that dingy bar in Atco, after he'd ordered the next round and while Zane was in the bathroom, that Jonah realized the priest was a fool. Forgive Zane? He'd tried, but his brother-in-law hadn't reciprocated. On the spot, Jonah decided he wouldn't grovel in front of Zane for a job, abandoning that plan. He'd never ask for his help again. Jonah was going to kill him. Jonah's hand began to cramp. This was his fourth attempt at the letter. The first had been terrible. The second, still terrible. The last hadn't been bad, but he hadn't been satisfied with it either. It was important to keep the text relatively short. 2 paragraphs. No more. He'd practiced mimicking Robin's cursive handwriting before attempting to fabricate this letter. He was familiar with her voice, at least her written voice from their correspondence while he was in prison, so he was able to choose his words, her words, well. By the time he was done, he was convinced the fake letter would fool anyone, even the police. "I'm scared of him sometimes. If he ever tries to hurt Raven, I'll have to do something about it. Sometimes I imagine he's gone." All things that a desperate woman in Robin's position would say. All things that would later incriminate her. The problem was, the actual letter he'd received in prison from Robin was several years old now and looked it. This fake one he'd just drafted did not, and merely folding it several times and tearing off an edge or two didn't do the trick. But a quick Google search gave him some ideas about how to prematurely age a document, applying the right household chemicals in the right ways, intentionally leaving the page on the windowsill so the sunlight bleached it, staining it with coffee, and voila! After quite a bit of work, the letter in which Robin Kendrick hinted at murdering her husband was born, and looked as genuine as the other.
"These guys are serious,"
Jonah said. Zane continued to half listen, his eyes riveted to his computer screen. They had met in Zane's office about the group from Mount Holly.
"Do you know how many times a day I hear that?"
Zane asked, yawning.
"They want to meet,"
Jonah said.
"Can you do Tuesday?" "I was thinking about playing cards. Go with Freddie. He can handle the meeting."
Cards? Not now, goddammit. Not when Jonah was so close to ruining all their lives.
"They want to meet you,"
Jonah said.
"Ah, hell."
Zane finally looked away from his computer and met Jonah's eyes.
The goddamned poker room is closed. Can you believe that? All the money those bastards are making, and... Anyway, you want to do it tomorrow? Yes.
Zane mulled it over.
Not early. Tell them I'm busy until the afternoon. Okay?
Jonah was both relieved that his plan was moving forward and even more nervous about it. If he could arrange a meeting, then that meant he was only a few hours away from murdering his brother-in-law. In prison, Jonah had learned how to palm things. At first, he thought he'd never develop the dexterity for it, but he kept working at it. He had plenty of time to practice, after all. He'd never be a magician performing on stage, but he was good enough to swipe things in a crowd without attracting attention, and he was good enough to snatch Zane's keys when his brother-in-law was drunk at the bar. Driving furiously down the road to a hardware store, he'd gotten a duplicate made of Zane's house key and was back at the bar only 20 minutes later. When Zane got up to use the restroom, Jonah dropped Zane's keys on the floor beside his chair.
They must have fallen out of your pocket.
That had been months ago. Now, Jonah used his duplicate to quietly enter the house. Zane had told him everything he needed to know, bragging in that customary way of his.
I got Robin to sleep in the guest room. Makes it easier to come and go whenever I want without a fuss. Figured out the best way to enter late is through the side door to the garage. Nobody can hear that door from upstairs, not even Raven.
Jonah also knew about the access road in the woods behind their property. Zane couldn't help but tell the same story, over and over, about how he used to sneak out in the summer to meet a lady back there who'd suck him off in her car and didn't expect anything in return. That was how Jonah had been able to access the property without anyone seeing him. While he waited, Jonah texted Zane about the football game and also reminded him about the meeting. Zane responded that he was trying to catch the end of the game at the bar before leaving, but he'd be in fine shape for tomorrow. 10 minutes later, another text came through from Zane.
Raven's fucking ex-boyfriend. I used to like the kid, but he's turned into an asshole. Thinks he's a hard-ass. Motherfucker just threatened me. I don't want to hurt the kid, but I might have to teach him a lesson.
Jonah told Zane to let it go. He stood a lot more to lose than some 20-something nobody slinging drinks at the VFW for a living. In truth, Jonah would have liked to see the kid, Cooper was his name, put the much larger Zane in his place, if he weren't already waiting inside his sister's house to do much, much worse.
One shot. That's all I need, and the kid is done.
Jonah urged Zane not to do anything stupid. A few minutes later, Zane wrote again.
Kid said he'd kill me. Kid has no idea.
Jonah was able to talk Zane off the ledge, not by appealing to logic or emotions, but by reminding him of the business meeting tomorrow, and how it wouldn't look great if he walked in there looking like he'd been in a bar fight the evening prior. Zane reluctantly agreed, though he vowed to have it out with Cooper later this week and set things straight. Nobody threatened Zane. Nobody. Once the conversation died down, Jonah realized these last texts might become a problem later. He deleted that part of their exchange from his phone and made a mental note to do the same on Zane's phone.
If you were here, we could just jump his ass in the parking lot, just like we did with Bart. Remember that asshole?
Jonah erased that text as well. He was beginning to get fidgety when, 20 minutes later, Zane's headlights briefly illuminated the garage through the door windows. It was after 1 o'clock, and Jonah hadn't heard anybody moving around upstairs. It was going to be tricky, but he hadn't come all this way to back out now. Before Zane slipped in through the side door Jonah himself had used earlier, Jonah padded quietly into the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the block next to the sink, and preceded Zane upstairs. He ducked into the office, not closing the door all the way. Zane, reeking of booze and staggering drunkenly, lumbered down the hall to the master bedroom. Jonah waited a few minutes for him to get settled in bed and for anyone whose sleep might have been disturbed by Zane's noise to settle back down again. Then he went into the master bedroom. Zane was snoring on his back. He'd kicked off his work boots, discarding them on his way to the bed, along with his socks, jeans, jacket, and flannel shirt, leaving a messy, drunken wake behind him. For a moment, he studied the man he'd come to murder. Though he'd been looking forward to this, Jonah was shocked by the overwhelming, jittery feeling of glee consuming him in this moment. Smiling hideously as he tiptoed toward Zane, he relished the thought of Robin taking the fall for his crime. An abusive husband found murdered in his sleep, his throat cut from jugular to jugular, the words "never again" scrawled in the man's blood above the headboard. Who else but the wife would have done it? Means, motive, opportunity. No matter how much Robin protested her innocence, no matter how sympathetic a character she portrayed as a long-suffering wife, the police would have to charge her. He wondered if Raven would get caught up in this mess, but felt no way about it. Zane had ruined his life, and Robin had coldly turned her back on him when he was at his lowest point. If their daughter suffered for their sins, so be it. Jonah took a deep breath before he killed his brother-in-law. Chapter 31. Please, Jonah. The knife was cold and hard against her neck. Raven feared if she moved just an inch the wrong way, he'd accidentally cut her. Jonah began to count.
5, 4.
Jonah, you don't have to.
3, 2.
Jonah.
1.
Raven knew she should have tried something. Grab the knife, or at least grab the wrist holding the knife. Fall to her knees, wrench her body, elbow Jonah in the solar plexus, hammer fist him in the groin, stomp a toe, kick out a knee, scratch his eyes. But she did nothing. Everything had happened so fast. Though there was no mistaking the steel pressed against her throat, Raven still couldn't comprehend her life was about to be torn from her, ripped right out of her throat. Tensing against her killer, Raven squeezed her eyes shut. In this last moment, she hoped that her mother would get away. But the pressure on her throat decreased. Jonah staggered away and then crumpled to the floor behind her, the knife scraping his jeans as he toppled. Raven was free of the man who clutched the back of his head. "Come on!" Mom grabbed Raven's arm. She'd smashed Jonah on the back of the head with a bottle of wine. Miraculously, the bottle hadn't shattered. Raven turned to leave, but Jonah's fog was lifting. Lunging, he struck her with the knife in her side. Raven shrieked as Jonah withdrew the blade. Her mother screamed bloody murder as she pulled Raven, too late, away from the man. They staggered into the foyer, the back of Raven's head hitting the front door with a dull thud. Jonah reeled toward them, not all the cobwebs gone from the unexpected blow to the back of his head. Mom screeched at him to stay away as she held the wine bottle by its neck in front of her. The pain in Raven's side was excruciating. Somehow she got to her feet just as Jonah and Mom crashed into each other. "Mom!" The blade flashed, but Jonah couldn't drive it home. Mom lost her grip on the bottle. It shattered on the tile floor of the foyer, red wine spraying like blood everywhere. Mom and Jonah were tangled up. Raven moved forward to help, but her mother and uncle slipped on the spilled wine. They separated as they fell, Jonah toppling backwards, Mom spinning wildly out of control. Raven moved away from the door to break her mother's fall, while Jonah unintentionally backrolled into the opposing wall. Feet shooting out from under them, Raven and Mom landed on the stairs leading to the second story. Her mother gasped. The fall had punched the wind out of her. Go! There was nowhere to go but up. The fall had turned the tables, leaving Jonah blocking their exit. Raven didn't think racing upstairs was a great idea when they had to get out of the house, but in that frantic moment she couldn't think of anything better. Biting down against the pain, she hurried upstairs, her mother in tow, Jonah scrambling at the foot of the stairs. "Your room," Mom said. Raven turned the corner on the landing and raced. She flew into her room. Mom was a second behind her. Raven closed the door just in time to stop Jonah. He slammed into the other side of it. "Move," Mom said. Raven saw what Mom intended. She held the door for one more second, then jumped out of the way as Mom heaved. Raven's dresser fell onto its side, flush against the door. Jonah ran into it with a shoulder. The door shuddered in the frame. "Chair!" Mom yelled. Raven grabbed her desk chair and put it on top of the dresser. Mom added whatever she could find to the blockade while Jonah continued to ram the door. With the next judder, it cracked near the top hinge. For a moment, Raven met the wild-eyed gaze of their would-be murderer in the hallway before Mom pressed against the door with all her might. "We can wait for the police," Raven said. Now that she'd stopped running and had a moment to stand still, the pain came back. It was one throbbing wave after another, with little reprieve between. She nearly passed out when she made the mistake of looking down at her side. Her hip and thigh were covered in blood. "It won't hold that long," Mom yelled. Jonah charged again. The crack near the top hinge worsened. Her mother was right. Raven moved beside Mom and pushed against the door. "Hold him," Mom ordered. Raven closed her eyes and grunted against the pain. Her mother disappeared from view. Raven didn't dare take her eyes off the door to see what Mom was doing. She assumed Mom was searching for heavier objects to add to the blockade. Jonah kicked and shouldered and charged the door. It gave a little more with each successive ramming. Raven ground her teeth against the terrible agony in her side. The blood was warm on her leg. Her shoe felt squishy from it now. "Mom, I can't hold the door." "I need more time," Mom said. "You can do it." Jonah screamed and threw himself at the door. The crack near the top ran to the middle of the door, almost joining another that had appeared on the opposite side. The top half of the door was going to come off. "Mom!" Raven braced as hard as she could, anticipating Jonah's next charge. The force of his body against the door nearly threw her backward this time, the blow sending another shockwave of pain ripping through her. "Mom!" Raven's legs were weak. She felt herself fading. Jonah battered the door again. Somehow it held. Raven took great, gasping breaths. Her calf was cramping from the exertion. She felt a draft of cold air on her back and wondered if that was her body reacting strangely to the loss of blood and physical strain. Then Mom was beside her. "Go, now!" Go. What was she talking about? "Raven, open your eyes. You have to go, now." Raven did as ordered, turning her head in the direction of the cold air. Her bedroom window was open. Mom wanted her to jump. "It's too high," she said. "If I don't kill myself, I'll—" "The fire ladder." Mom gritted her teeth and deepened her stance as she strained against the door. It's safe. You have to go." The fire ladder? Her mind a whirl, Raven was slow to understand. Mom had kept a rope safety ladder under Raven's bed ever since she was a little girl, in the event of fire. Now her eyes adjusted to the darkness. Raven saw one end of it tied to a bedpost, the rest of it dangling out the window. Jonah slammed the door. The two cracks met, and for a moment the top half of the door looked ready to come off, but Mom pushed it back into place. "He'll be in here any minute," Mom said. "Now go!" Raven pressed harder against the door. "I can't leave you. I'm right behind you. Mom!" Her mother took a hand off the door and slapped her hard across the cheek. "Go, goddammit!" The slap cleared Raven's head for an awful moment. Her mother was right. Jonah was almost inside the room. He was much stronger than them and would easily overpower both, even if he didn't have a knife. They couldn't fight him off, not even together, not with Raven leaking so much blood. "Promise," Raven said. "I promise. Go!" Raven pushed away from the door. Her legs weren't fully cooperating. She slammed into the windowsill. She didn't think the pain could get any worse, but it did as she slung one leg out the window, and even more when she shimmied her body through it, and even more so as she descended the rope ladder. The snow froze her fingers, and the ladder twisted on itself, tangling into a helix. Raven didn't think she had the strength to descend it the whole way like this, but the ground was too far to let go. If she broke a leg, she was dead. Mom, too. Mom would try to help her rather than leave her, and Jonah would easily catch up to both. As she took her eyes off the ground, determined to hold on for her mother, she fell. Chapter 32. Raven screamed as she dropped, but she didn't have time to prepare for the crash landing. Her body jerked to a stop, somehow miraculously still suspended in the air. Looking up, she saw the mattress pressed against her bedroom window. The bed hadn't been heavy enough to support her weight, and must have shifted against the wall and then onto its side. That meant Mom was trapped in the bedroom. She had to climb back up. But she couldn't. She was barely able to hang on, never mind ascend this unsteady, twisted ladder. And even if she managed to get to the top, the mattress and bed frame were in the way. Would she be able to push them aside with one hand while dangling with the other? She had to get down, enter the house through the ground floor, and race upstairs to help Mom. There would be nothing between her and Jonah and the knife, and she had to hurry. Raven looked down. The ground still looked too far away to let go. Her mother's scream galvanized her into action, hands shaking from the cold and the exertion. She went down one rung, then another. Then her foot got stuck. Her ankle was somehow twisted in the ladder. Trying to yank it free, she got nowhere. Raven slammed into the house, banging her fingertips against the siding. She dropped again, but managed to arrest her fall by latching onto another rung at waist height. Now her foot was tangled in the ladder, and the ground was still 10 feet below her. Raven screamed in frustration, which only served to worsen the pain in her side. Her cramped hand clawed at her tangled ankle. "Raven!" Mom's head was sticking out the window. Somehow she'd moved the mattress aside. She was coming out. Raven didn't think the rope ladder attached to the bed could support both their weights. She had to get to the ground. Looping her free leg over a higher rung, she leaned backward to take some of the weight off the trapped ankle. Her hands were shaking and numb. "I'm coming," Mom said. "Hold on." Raven pulled at the twisted ladder. The motion rocked her against the house again. She nearly fell, but somehow her foot came free, and her other leg held her in place. Raven pulled with all her might to right herself. "Raven, he's in the room." Mom yelled. She shimmied down the ladder, not descending so much as slowing her fall. Her feet found rungs and her hands burned on the frigid ropes, and Raven ended up on her back on the cold ground. She must have dropped the last few feet. Straining to focus, she saw a dark shape coming down the ladder. "Run, honey!" Mom's voice somehow reached her through the storm and through the fog shrouding Raven's mind. She got on hands and knees and stumbled away from the house. Through the snow, she felt the gravel under her sneakers. Raven banged into the trunk of her car, twirled, went down. She didn't know where she was going, only that she had to continue. There were car lights somewhere. Almost blindly, she groped toward them in the darkness. A neighbor must have been coming home. In a teetering crouch, she rushed to the end of the driveway to flag them down. The car was coming too fast. Raven tried to blink away the dizziness as she stood and flapped her arms. In that last moment before impact, she saw the wide-eyed expression of the familiar driver as she feebly tried to jump out of the way of the vehicle. Chapter 33. When Raven woke up, she was looking into the eyes of the driver who'd hit her. Detective Kim Almeida smiled. "Thank God you're all right." Were they here to arrest her? Did they already know what she'd done? A familiar-looking man standing slightly behind Kim shifted his weight and leaned forward as if suspecting Raven's eyesight was not working well. He gave her a tight nod. That face of his, so familiar, and yet she couldn't place him. Did they know? She came to, remembered she was in a hospital, but she didn't recall how she'd gotten here, or how she knew that. She felt like she was waking up for the first time in this place. Next to her bed, machines whirred and beeped, medicine dripped. The detective wasn't the only one in the room, nor was she even the closest to Raven. A woman in scrubs was futzing with the machine next to Raven, while another woman stood on her other side and consulted a tablet. The two healthcare professionals worked silently. Mom was also there, sitting in a chair beside the bed. Raven realized the pressure on her hand was her mother's hand. "Raven, honey, it's okay. You're safe." Safe? She didn't feel safe, not with the police in the room with her. Did they know? Did they know what Mom had done and what she had done? And were they just waiting to arrest them both? Did they arrest people who were hooked up to machines in hospitals? When Raven tried to sit up, she experienced a muted pain in her torso. Her insides didn't feel right. Something stretched along her flank, pulled. Stitches? She got the idea her attempted movement should have hurt more. Dully, she realized she had to be on painkillers. Her mother laid a hand on her shoulder. "Lie down, honey." Raven did. Her side remained angry. She wouldn't move so quickly again, not for some time at least. The detective stepped forward. Kim Almeida looked her in the eye, and Raven knew what was coming. Knew she was in trouble, and Mom was in trouble, and the police, out of professional courtesy or whatever, were simply waiting for her to heal enough, to be cognizant enough before they officially arrested her. She could move her arms now, but it was only a matter of time before she'd be cuffed to the bed. Perhaps already there was a uniformed cop sitting outside her room, passing the time by doom-scrolling on his phone. Raven imagined the machinery of the state working silently but steadily, that great, unstoppable, grinding force just waiting to press charges against her. Almeida smiled, but Raven saw no joy or vindication in her eyes. Nothing celebratory, like the detective was about to close her case. Instead, she detected something else, a look of apology. "I'm so sorry," Almeida said. You ran right out into the street, and we couldn't stop in time in the snow." Raven remembered the wide-eyed faces of the two people in the car bearing down on her in the snow. She remembered somehow finding the strength in her legs to jump at the last moment. She remembered her hips slamming into the hood of the car. But that was all. My God, had she been thrown? "We'll give you two a moment." Another voice. It belonged to that familiar-looking man who stood behind Kim. Raven had met him. But where? And why was he giving the orders? This was Kim's case. But the detective from Brigantine didn't bristle when the man, Caldwell, Jack Caldwell, led her out of the room. Now it was just Raven and Mom. "You're going to be fine," Mom said. "If you want to go back to sleep, you can." What? Her throat was sore. Had they put a tube inside her? "Where am I?" "You're in the hospital," Mom said. Why had Raven asked? She'd already figured that out. Her brain was so slow, taking forever to come online, like an old computer. Mom looked over her shoulder, then faced Raven again. "They arrested Jonah. The police are going to ask you some questions, but don't worry. I won't let them until you're ready." Mom, she was so tired. "Go back to sleep, honey. I'll be here." She was fully awake the next time the detectives returned to her hospital room, though Raven didn't feel any better prepared to speak to them. She and Mom had gone over it this morning for several hours, in between blood pressure checks and lousy hospital food and doctor's rounds and nurses' shift changes. Raven's mind was much clearer than it had been last night, when she'd woken heavily drugged and half-coherent, but she was still worried. The police were here, and this was the moment of reckoning. Mom moved out of the chair beside her bed and leaned against the wall. Detective Jack Caldwell took Mom's seat. Raven peered into that inscrutable face of his, seemingly designed to leave everyone confused about his allegiances. Mom had assured Raven she could trust him, but Raven still wasn't sure. She feared trusting him would be a fatal mistake. Caldwell gave her a tight nod before turning in the chair. "Would you give us a moment alone with your daughter, Mrs. Kendrick?" he asked. Mom hesitated, but ultimately relented. She and Raven had already discussed this moment. They knew the police would ask to be alone with her. "I'll be right outside, Raven." After Mom left, Almeida came up on the other side of Raven, so the two cops were flanking her. She felt horribly boxed in, almost claustrophobic.
"Raven," Almeida began, "let me say again how sorry I am. I slammed the brakes and cut the wheel, but the roads were terrible and the car went into a slide. I'm so sorry."
She nodded, not trusting her voice yet. Fortunately, Almeida had only been going about 10 miles per hour right before the impact, and Raven miraculously had avoided a direct collision, launching herself into the air with the last of her strength. She'd apparently landed on the hood and rolled off the car into the street, though she didn't remember that. "Raven," Caldwell said, his voice avuncular now, "we have to ask you some questions." "Okay." "Let's start with what happened when Jonah came over." Raven swallowed hard. She explained to them how Jonah had peppered them with questions, making them uncomfortable as he grew more and more combative. How he'd panicked when Raven had told him the detectives were on their way to speak to him. How he'd pressed her for more information, insisting that Cooper or someone else or someone working with Cooper must have killed Daddy. But he'd grown leery of them, fearing they suspected him of having to do with Daddy's disappearance because they knew about his complicated history with her father. Grabbing a kitchen knife, he'd attacked. "He didn't say what he did to Daddy," Raven went on, "or where he took him, and we didn't get a chance to ask. He was relentless with his questions, and the moment he knew I suspected him, he came after us." Raven got choked up. It wasn't a performance. Her tears were real. She hated how scared she'd been, how her body had locked up, the feeling of helplessness. If it weren't for Mom, Jonah would have sliced her throat wide open, the same way he'd done to Daddy. She felt ashamed for ever thinking Mom wasn't brave.
"Jonah tells a different story,"
Almeida said. Caldwell shot her a sharp look, but Kim ignored it.
"He says you admitted to killing your father," the detective went on, "and that you moved the body and his car to Brigantine so it'd look like he never came home that night."
"That's not true." Raven shook her head. "He's lying."
"He also said your mother begged for his help. She was terrified of Zane and couldn't leave him. She was afraid he'd kill her if she tried, and the only way out was for Zane to die. We have a letter from her saying as much."
"She didn't write it," Caldwell interrupted. "We also know that."
Almeida ignored him and waited for Raven to respond. "It's a lie." Caldwell shifted in his seat.
"We also know that Jonah deleted the texts Zane sent him about Cooper on his own phone. He didn't want Coop to look suspicious for some reason."
Caldwell paused as if pondering this for the first time before going on.
"He also said you and your mother attacked him in the house. Even though he outweighs the two of you combined, you're the one who almost died, and we witnessed the two of you fleeing him."
Caldwell and Almeida shared a pointed look before Caldwell spoke again.
"We've also been through your house, Raven, and didn't find any evidence of a crime, like Jonah said we would."
Raven understood the dynamics of the situation. At least, she thought she did. Caldwell was on her side while Almeida was skeptical. She just hoped that Caldwell wasn't tricking her, playing the good cop to the other detective's bad cop. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. "I set Jonah off when I mentioned you were coming," Raven explained. "That's when he tried to kill us." Almeida didn't address what she'd just said.
"What's also strange, assuming it was Jonah who erased those texts from your father's phone as well as his own, why would he do that? He'd want us to look at other people, and those messages didn't point at him."
Raven hesitated.
"They also didn't point at Raven or Robin," Caldwell added.
"He wanted to pin a murder on us," Raven said. "Not Cooper." Almeida didn't shake her head, but the thought was there. Raven saw it in her eyes. The woman didn't believe her.
"We also have good reason to believe it was Jonah watching your house," Caldwell added. "Your neighbor's description, though vague, matches his body type."
Almeida had nothing to say to that.
"Raven,"
now Caldwell's voice was gentle,
"did you or your mother have anything to do with your father's disappearance?"
She shook her head.
"I need you to speak up," Almeida said.
"No."
Caldwell studied her a moment.
"Is there anything else you'd like to tell us? Now is the time."
Was this it? Raven drew a breath and felt light, like she'd float off the bed. No, Raven said. Almeida folded her arms, clearly not buying the story.
You know, this is how killers behave, Caldwell cut in. I've seen it before. The murderer makes a big show of trying to help the police out, going so far as conducting their own investigation, in the hopes they can pin it on somebody else. Textbook stuff, really.
Almeida did not look happy.
If he wanted to pin the murder on you, where's the body? Wouldn't he have left it where we could find it? Wouldn't there be incriminating evidence, too?
Raven didn't have an answer for that. Caldwell stood.
It stands to reason that Jonah moved Zane's body to Brigantine. He'd want to throw us off the trail. His apartment is less than a mile from your shore house, Raven. So all he had to do was drive Zane's car down to Brigantine, then walk home.
For a long, drawn-out moment, the two detectives stood on either side of her bed. One was sympathetic, the other was skeptical and suspicious. Raven fought the surprising urge to blurt out the truth. "What's going to happen to Jonah?" she asked.
"We've got him on attempted murder," Caldwell said. "He tried to kill you and your mother. With his prior conviction, that'll be enough to put him away for a long time."
"As for your father," Almeida said, "the investigation is still open."
Raven sat a little taller in her bed. "Thank you both for all your hard work. My mother and I appreciate it." Caldwell gave her a smile, a real smile, before turning on his heel to leave. Almeida lingered a moment, dawdling like she had one more question to ask.
"Come on, detective," Caldwell said at the door. "We should let the young woman be. She and her mother have been through an ordeal, and Raven needs her rest."
Almeida nodded. There was a finality to the gesture, as if she were coming to terms with a hard decision. "Goodbye, Raven," Almeida said. Chapter 34. It was strange, seeing the house so empty. What furniture they'd both wanted to keep was already gone, moved to Raven's apartment or to Alistair's house, where Mom now lived. They'd donated much of the remainder. The buyers planned to redo the place and hadn't wanted any of the old furnishings. Raven stood in the foyer for a moment, listening as if for the first time to the sounds her house made. She had left this place before, but the opportunity, however small, to return had always existed. Now she was leaving again, only this time there was no coming back. This was no longer her home, and never would be again. "Mom," she called out. "I'm upstairs." Raven found Mom in the master bedroom. 4 depressions in the carpet indicated where the bed once had been situated. Now there was just empty space, and some dust bunnies Mom hadn't bothered to vacuum. Mom stood by the window. The soft light of a cloudy afternoon paled her skin. She was holding an oversized manila folder. Raven had no idea what could be inside. "Here," Mom said. "Take a look." Raven crossed the room and joined her mother in the light by the window. Mom opened the folder and reached inside. Out came a crude drawing done in crayon. 2 adults, 1 child. A family. Their family. "Oh my God," Raven said. "When did I do that?" "Kindergarten," Mom said, sure of it. She pulled more out. Raven's drawing improved, marginally, with the passage of time. The first decent image was a self-portrait she'd done, using white charcoal. "7th grade," Mom said. Raven was surprised by how much Mom had kept. Out came old photographs now of Raven on stage. the oldest showing Raven's first play in 3rd grade. She was dressed as a princess. She recalled seeing these pictures before, but it had been a long time. Mom took more out and more. Raven watched herself age. Time-lapsed photography, so to speak. The last pictures Mom had were of Raven on stage in college, doing a one-act play with some theater classmates in the student center before a bored crowd. "You were always so wonderful," Mom said. "Oh, Mom." The two women embraced. "Sorry," Mom said when they let go. "I squeezed you too hard." Raven smiled. It had been 4 months since Jonah had stabbed her, and she was all healed. But her mother treated her like she was made of glass, like she was and always would be that little girl who needed to be taken care of. "I'm fine." She looked around the master bedroom once more. "Let's go downstairs." After putting the mementos back in the folder, they left that dark place and went in search of rooms with better memories. In Raven's bedroom, they both pictured the bed and where Mom used to sit to read to Raven as a little girl, and later to listen to her sob stories about middle school and high school drama. In the kitchen, they laughed about how Raven always begged to eat the cookie batter, even though it had raw eggs in it, and how Mom would inevitably relent. In the dining room, Mom pointed to Raven's favorite hiding spot, behind the big plant that used to sit in the corner. They didn't have anything to say in the living room. This had been Daddy's space. He sat in his recliner. No one else was permitted. And he ruled the TV, deciding what they all would watch. They didn't spend much time in there. Even though they'd been everywhere, they made another circuit of the house to draw out their last visit. They crossed the backyard and smelled the earthy scent of the property and the pines. They went back inside for one last look, really one last look this time, and cried together in the foyer. As much as they'd wanted to sell the place, now they couldn't stand to leave. Mom held out her hand. "Together." They left the house at the same time. Mom locked the front door behind them, then dropped the key in the mail slot.
"Everything all right?"
Cooper was leaning against his truck, hands in his jeans pockets. He smiled up at them on the porch. "Sorry we took so long," Raven said. He shook his head.
"No need to apologize. I didn't want to rush you."
"Hi, Coop," Mom said. Coop gave her a hug. Seeing them like that warmed Raven's heart.
"You okay, Mrs. Kendrick?"
he asked. Mom wiped under an eye. "Getting there." The three of them looked at the house once more before Mom turned to Raven. "I'd better get out of here before I turn into a complete mess," Mom said. "I love you, honey. Call me when you get home." Home. The word made Raven's throat tighten. Mom wrapped her in a long hug. Then she said goodbye to Coop and drove off in her car, headed back to Alistair's place. Cooper opened the passenger door for her. Raven got in his truck. Coop started it up. The old engine coughed a few times before turning over. She put her hand on his leg. "Coop," she said, "before, when you asked to go away with me, things were different."
"I don't see how."
"I'm safe now," Raven said, trying to drive her point home. "Before, you might have felt like you had to do the right thing and run away with me. But now it's different. Now you don't—" He seized her and kissed her passionately. Raven forgot everything she was going to say, every argument she intended to advance, and she melted.
"Raven,"
he said, almost breathlessly after pulling back,
"there are plenty of bars in New York."
She couldn't help but laugh. Coop delivered another smile that made her swoon. He put the truck in gear.
Ready?
Raven looked back at the house one more time, idly wondering if she'd ever lay eyes on it again. If she'd be tempted to drive through the old neighborhood when visiting her mother and Alistair nearby, or if the house was simply dead to her now, as dead as her father and gone forever. I'm ready, Coop. We hope you have enjoyed this production of What We Did by Brian R. O'Rourke, narrated by Whitney Dykehouse. Copyright 2026 by Brian R. O'Rourke. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.